Bai Zemin looked out from the rest area at the Gale's Kingdom team in the arena. Approximately 40 minutes had passed since Liam had returned with the name of the kingdom they would face first, and during those 40 minutes, there were a total of 2 matches involving 4 kingdoms. All matches were disqualifying. In other words, the loser was out immediately, and only the winner could continue advancing. Of course, by the time the team competition was over, and if one of the losing teams believed they were more powerful than the overall winner or the second-place winner, then they could raise a challenge. And depending on the winning team's damage situation, a new battle would be held a day or 2 later to give everyone time to rest. It was for this reason that the realm competition lasted almost a full week. In just 40 minutes, 2 of the 49 total kingdoms had been disqualified, while the third match of the day was about to begin. Bai Zemin closed his eyes, remembering his brief talk with Ellis just before the 12 left to the arena, after being called by the mage, who would be serving as the general judge on behalf of the kings of kingdoms. He had asked her if killing was allowed in the competition. This was because Bai Zemin and probably everyone else could feel the murderous intent oozing out of Liam's body. Not to Bai Zemin's surprise, Ellis answered in negative, something that was natural considering that this was a competition meant to avoid large-scale conflicts. Intentional murder would naturally not be taken well by any kingdom, especially considering that the party involved this time was one of the 3 most powerful kingdoms in the entire Eventide world. However, Ellis also told him something else that somehow managed to calm Bai Zemin down. Even though you can't commit intentional murder, you don't need to worry, Bai Zemin. You just watch carefully. I'm sure Liam will surprise you. He is not only tremendously powerful but also has his feet firmly planted on the ground despite being young. You'll see, he won't be defeated by anger. Bai Zemin slowly opened his eyes, just in time as the judge's voice announced that the match would begin in a minute. Let's see what you're made of, Liam. Bai Zemin couldn't deny that he felt some sympathy for the young soul evolver after hearing about his past. At the same time, after getting to know his personality a little, as well as understanding the reason behind his anger, Bai Zemin's goodwill towards the young future hero of Gales increased exponentially. If the worst comes to the worst, then I just have to play my own game. Even if I'm not at my 100%, it should be fine as long as I'm careful. ////. Ha 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 ha. The king of the Azure Kingdom chuckled good-naturedly as he looked at the 2 kingdoms about to collide in the arena. Philip, looks like luck is not on your people's side this time. First match, but your kingdom will be facing the parent kingdom. Really, fate doesn't want your Gale's kingdom to shine at all. King Philip had a deep frown on his face as he looked down at the arena. He wasn't worried about the nonsense that King Edgar was saying. His concern lay in the fact that he could see the angry expression on Liam Anworth's face. What happened? King Philip didn't understand. Liam was usually a very kind and warm person. It could be said that making Liam angry was more difficult than traveling alone into demon territory and coming back alive. However, the ever-increasing red aura surrounding Liam's body didn't lie. He was really furious. The King of Gales stood up, and as he looked up he focused on King Albert, King of the Zivil Kingdom. King Albert, what happens inside the arena stays in the arena. That's one of the basic rules of competition of kingdoms. Am I right? King Albert of the Zivil Kingdom looked at the King of Gales and said in confusion, King Philip, I don't understand where you are going with this question. Although the Zivil Kingdom was undoubtedly more powerful than the Gales Kingdom, which is why it was considered one of the 3 parent kingdoms, Albert and Philip's strength was not too different, and in a 1 versus 1 battle the winner and loser were not clear. The reason why Albert's status was higher was because the Zivil Kingdom possessed greater powerhouses and more powerful soul evolvers. That was all. Therefore, even the 3 kings-queens of the parent kingdoms were to give their due respect to the kings of the affiliated kingdoms, as long as they did not disrespect them. There are no ulterior motives. It's just a simple question, and I would like you, King Albert, to answer it before the clash begins. King Albert looked in the direction of the arena. He was no fool, otherwise he would not have gotten to where he was, and he would not have made it past level 100 by a good margin. Feeling the tension between the 2 sides, he finally understood the reason why the King of Gales was asking him something like this. What happens in the arena stays in the arena. Albert nodded with a slight smile. Therefore, I hope that if the princesses of Gales get hurt, you won't hold it against the Zivil Kingdom, Philip die Gales. King Philip smiled slightly and said in a kind voice, That's natural. However, I'm afraid my 2 kids will not get a chance to participate this time. What do you mean? Bang! Boom! King Albert's words were cut off as the hangman slammed down hard on the bronze shield, and the next moment a loud boom thundered across the arena. Looking down, the breath of all the kings stagnated for a moment as they saw what was happening. Edmund Zivil, surrender your dog's life. Followed by a bone-deafening roar, Liam's body shot forward like a cannonball after stomping with every point of strength on the ground. Several cracks spread across the arena, but the runes that had been drawn on the walls soon glowed, and those cracks began to recede until they were completely repaired in an instant. One of the Zivil Kingdom mages waved his staff, and a dozen magic circles glowed around Liam's body. Firestorm. At the same time, another 3 mages waved their staffs and activated the same skill at the same time. Whirlwind. A large magic circle appeared under Liam's feet, and before he could do anything, a fierce wall of wind enclosed him. Immediately after, the dozen magic circles that surrounded him previously exploded, and a powerful fiery flame shot out from multiple directions. Fire and wind joined forces, and in an instant, a quarter of the arena was tinged with bright flames. The temperature rose and the tornado of fire grew, rapidly approaching the walls and stands. Save my life. Help. No. Everyone immediately panicked at the sight of the ferocious magic attack, composed of 2 different but complementing energies. Just when things seemed to be about to get out of control, the runes on the walls flared up again, and a round blue energy shield surrounded the entire arena. In just an instant, the stands in the combat zone were separated by a large, deep blue dome. Bang, 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 bang. The uncontrolled tornado of burning flames repeatedly struck the energy dome. However, the energy dome did not even flinch. Just at that moment, the voice of the general judge sounded throughout the arena. No need to worry. With this water tear shield covering the entire arena, only the attack of a soul evolver above level 120 would be able to break it, so your lives are safe. The pale-faced spectators immediately began to calm down as they saw that the energy shield really could withstand the attacks, and they hurriedly returned to their seats. Prince Edmund of the Zivil Kingdom sneered as he saw the swirling whirlwind of fire fiercely spinning where Liam stood a moment ago. Filthy demon who doesn't know his place in your next life. Boom! The flames broke out and the walls of wind shattered. Hundreds of fireballs of different sizes flew everywhere, hitting the wall, the ground, the energy shield, and even forcing the participants of both kingdoms to defend against them. Bloodlust, roared Liam. His body was intact and without any visible burns despite being surrounded by flames just before. After activating his skill Bloodlust, Liam immediately received a huge boost in his natural regeneration at the same time as his strength and agility received a boost of 240 points each. Without delay, Liam charged again with his eyes fixed on the enemy prince. He literally ignored the others as only the silhouette of the surprised prince was reflected in his pupils. Continue the assault, Prince Edmund ordered, and he himself dashed forward, holding onto his bronze spear with both hands at the same time as he activated one of his attack skills, Unstoppable Piercing. Edmund's spear took on a faint green radiance, and once it was within acceptable range, he stabbed ferociously with a spear technique he had learned from his childhood. Filthy demon, I will personally take it upon myself to pierce your heart. The air split in 2, and the earth opened up even though Edmund's spear was never aimed at the ground. This was proof of how strong this attack made by a level 84 soul evolver was. Unfortunately, in this fight, Edmund had no ranged advantage using his spear. This was because Liam's weapon was no ordinary sword. Ignoring the magic attacks flying towards him and the lightning arrows launched by the enemy archers, several red magic circles appeared on Liam's greatsword at the same time as he roared like an enraged beast the activation of the skill. Total Vacuum. Boom, 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 boom. A huge bubble of nothingness formed around Liam's body as the enormous pressure caused by the ferocious swing of his weapon, released by the skill he had activated, expelled all the air within 10 meters around him. The lightning arrows exploded as they met the transparent, but visible to the naked eye bubble, while the elemental magic spells broke out after finding an obstacle to hit. Edmund also noticed the air around him disappearing and soon became aware of the problems. However, it was too late to retreat as his spear was stabbing forward and his body accompanied the movement. With a split second remaining, Edmund roared with bloodshot eyes the activation of another skill. Sonic Wind Cannon. A large green magic circle appeared at the tip of the spear, and immediately after a huge wind cannon shot forward, meeting Liam's greatsword head-on as it was about to hit the spear. Boom! Rumble! The arena shook and dust covered the surroundings as cracks spread far and wide. The energy shield called Water Tear due to its shape and color trembled for a moment before regaining its composure, much to the relief of the crowd watching the brief but fierce confrontation with wide eyes. Shit, the dust won't let me see. Be careful, don't hit Prince Edmund. The mages and archers immediately became frustrated as the dust obstructed their eyes. None of them dared to casually attack for fear of hurting their ally. Swoosh! At that moment, a silhouette flew out from within the dust cloud. Prince Edmund. Edmund's feet slid along the ground for over 20 meters, leaving the mark of his war boots along the way. His expression of astonishment was mixed with pain as his hands shook, barely clinging to the fiercely vibrating spear. The Prince of the Zivil Kingdom had no time to be surprised when another silhouette shot out from the dust cloud. However, this person was clearly not being drawn anywhere as it flew straight at him with fierce eyes. Demon Vanquisher. Liam's roar thundered across the length and breadth of the arena as the blade of his greatsword was surrounded by a dark purple blaze. Don't get so cocky, you filthy demon, Edmund roared in shame and anger at the same time. He ignored the pain in his arms and relied on his equipment's defense as he activated several movement skills, ignoring mana consumption while stabbing forward more than 60 times in 1 second. Eternal Wind Stab. The 60 spear stabs came together, and in the air formed the image of a 5-meter-plus green spear that flew out like lightning towards Liam. Weak! Liam's shout was followed by the fierce swing of his weapon, causing a new explosion that shook the walls. The green-colored spear only resisted the purple pressure for a moment before shattering into a million particles of light that disappeared in an instant. However, the shockwave from Liam's attack was so powerful that apart from suppressing the shockwave from the explosion, it continued to advance towards the Prince of the Zivil Kingdom. Edmund clearly did not expect this at all as, by the time he realized that his attack had been completely crushed, the shockwave was inches away from his chest. Swoosh! An old, cracked bronze bell flew out from inside Edmund's armor, and a thin yellow barrier covered his body. Although the barrier only lasted a moment under the pressure of the purple shockwave, that brief moment was enough for the Prince of Zivil to place his spear diagonally in front of his chest while activating a defensive skill. Sacred Wind Barrier. Just as a fierce wind barrier surrounded Edmund's body, the purple shockwave slammed fiercely against the green walls. Edmund's body inside the barrier was pushed back more than 20 meters, and the barrier weakened so much that it was about to break. Finally, after another 5 meters, the barrier was destroyed by the weakened purple shockwave that finally hit Edmund's spear viciously. The prince's body flew back at the same time as a pained expression covered his face when he felt the bones in his fingers crunching as if they were going to break at any moment. You're too weak, Zivell trash, Liam roared like a lion. His hair blew fiercely as a layer of red-colored wind surrounded his body and his speed burst as he flew towards the enemy prince without planning to give him time to recover. Fortunately for him, the 11 soul evolvers of the Zivil Kingdom did not stand still as they immediately attacked Liam. The mages launched their skills from a distance, just as the archers tried to attack Liam from blind spots. The 2 assassins disappeared after using some skill to confuse perception, and the warriors charged forward, activating attack and defense skills alike. A flash of frustration shone in Liam's eyes. He was forced to stop his charge as he was surrounded by enemies. Even he would not come out unscathed after taking on the attacks of 1 second-order mage and 10 powers that were at least level 45. All of you, scram! Liam raised his sword with both hands above his head. A large, deep red magic circle glowed on the blade of his weapon, and as he slashed towards the ground, he shouted out loud, shattering moon. Boom! The hidden assassins were immediately revealed, as their bodies were sent flying into the sky after the ground made them bounce like a spring from being hit by Liam's fierce attack. The mages immediately suffered breaks in their legs to the point where 40% of their bones turned into dust. Most of them fainted from the overwhelming pain as they flew backwards, viciously hitting the arena walls before falling to the ground like broken bags. The warriors were a little better off as their physiques were more resistant. However, even though they only had minor fractures due to the fierce shaking of the ground and resulting force that traveled to their legs, They could not avoid being sent flying either, and upon hitting the water tier or the arena walls, they all spat blood before falling heavily to the ground. The Prince of Zivil didn't have time to process the fact that his team had just been crushed just like that when a bestial roar shook his soul. Edmund Zivil. His blue eyes finally showed a trace of fear as they met the red eyes of the one he scorned and scoffed at less than 1 hour before. Die Zivil's dog. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 90, wash your fucking mouth. With all the annoyances out of the way, Liam turned into a flash of red light as he charged towards the prince of the Zivil kingdom with eyes filled with deep murderous intent that could even be felt from the stands beyond the protective magic shield. Edmund Zivil's expression finally turned serious as he realized that despite his level and talent in the handling of the spear, as well as his powerful skill set that matched the path he walked, the enemy's combat style was truly problematic. Edmund's techniques were beautiful and deadly. His skills were fatal. He, as the prince of one of the three most powerful kingdoms in the entire Eventide world, possessed not only access to the best skill scrolls, but also had many good quality treasures. Liam only swung his greatsword without any apparent purpose other than to cast the power contained in the blade after activating a skill. However, the hidden power in Liam's arms every time he swung his weapon, as well as the large-scale lethality of his skills, completely shattered every technique and every skill from Edmund. A proud prince who always had everything versus a demon human who had to work very hard to make the people of his kingdom finally accept him. Who would have imagined this kind of scenario? What's wrong? Where is your arrogance from before? Edmund Zivil, you are nothing but a dog that barks but doesn't bite. Why don't you repeat what you said before the competition started? Are you scared? Why are you running, you coward? The stands were completely silent as they watched the fight unfold in the arena. Liam Anworth's derisive words were always accompanied by the swinging of his greatsword and moment. After that, the arena would tremble every time the power of the skill spread everywhere. This. That half-demon is overwhelming the Prince of Zivil. Murmurs of disbelief and astonishment began to spread among the spectators as they watched in shock at Edmund Zivil's increasingly pitiful state. The formerly proud prince was being swept back and forth by the person he had mocked earlier. His silver armor was now covered in cracks, and from the practically shattered metal gloves, one could clearly distinguish the liquid blood slipping through the cracks, covering the spear to which the pitiful prince could now barely hold on with his trembling hands. Soon, however, the silent grandstand erupted as a relatively small number compared to the total number of observers broke out in cheers and acclamations. Crush him, Liam. Go, Liam. So what if it's a father kingdom? Liam, show them the power of our Gale's kingdom. Make them swallow their words. Gale's invincible. Gale's invincible. Gale's invincible. No one knew who started it, but at some point, all the citizens of the Gale's kingdom who were in the stands began to shout the same words, and despite being fewer in comparison to the total, their words seemed to cause a general tremor throughout the arena building at the same time, as the explosions caused by the clash of two powerful attacks and words full of mockery from Liam continued. In the resting area of the Gale's kingdom's participants, Bai Zemin couldn't help but shake his head as he said, without knowing whether to laugh or cry, "That guy is definitely faking it now." Lilith looked at him in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" "Liam, that guy isn't really enraged at the level he's showing now, he's just pretending," Bai Zemin pointed out. He had pretended to lose his sanity in several fights to make the enemy think that his intelligence was gone, which would eventually result in a fatal oversight. Fake fatal oversight meant to allow Bai Zemin to deliver the final and fatal blow. However, the reason Liam is faking it is different, he said with a faint smile. Liam's overall power is far higher than that Prince Zivil's, so there's no need to use such tactics. Then, what does that boy want to accomplish by pretending to have gone mad? Bai Zemin chuckled. That's obvious, Lilith. In this competition, no one in their right mind would purposely kill an opponent unless they want trouble for themselves and their family. The opponents are also aware of this fact. However, what would happen if the opponent knew, or rather, in this case believe, that the enemy he is facing has lost his mind and seeks his death? He would die of fear. Exactly. Bai Zemin nodded, and as he watched Prince Edmund making more and more mistakes in the midst of combat, thus increasing the number of wounds on his body and worsening the old ones, he culminated, What Liam wants to achieve is to make that little prince tremble with fear every time he sees him, and that when he closes his eyes to have nightmares involving the red eyes he made fun of. In the arena, the other 11 participants from the Gale's kingdom watched the ongoing combat with varied expressions. For God's sake, can this even be called combat now? Serafina rolled her eyes and muttered, bored. Liam took all the attention and wouldn't even let us fight. What did I come here for anyway? Go Liam, show that princess who's boss. Ha ha ha, good one, Evan. While Serafina wailed and pouted, Evan and Giles enjoyed the misfortunes of others. The two 22-year-olds practically sat on the floor, and only popcorn was missing for the scene to be complete. Really? Ellis shook her head and agreed with her little sister's words. This fight has no meaning anymore. From now on it's just Liam turning Edmund Zivell into his personal punching bag. The group of 11 didn't even get a chance to show off this time. Liam took it upon himself to clean up all the participants of the Zivell kingdom by himself, and without needing anyone's help. His demonstration of power left the observers speechless, but the most worried were undoubtedly those who would have to face him soon. I wonder how these people would feel if they knew Liam isn't even giving his 100% yet, Anna said as she covered her mouth and chuckled. Serafina rolled her eyes and said in a growling voice, "Stop it, Anna. If the others find out, then we won't have a fighting chance at all." They would probably give up, said somewhat uncertainly, a shy girl holding a golden dagger in her small hand. Oh, Kat finally spoke. It's been like 5 months since the last time. Evan looked at the small-looking girl even though she was actually 21 years old and his eyes sparkled. The assassin named Kat immediately recoiled in embarrassment, which eventually led to the others looking at Evan with accusing eyes. Finally, after 2 or 3 more minutes of combat, the prince of the Zivell kingdom managed to realize something that made his blood run cold. Boom! Liam's attack forced Edmund back more than 50 meters, and the fingers on his right hand were broken more than they already were. The only reason he could still hold his spear was thanks to the gloves that had practically stuck to the metal at this point due to the high temperature. However, Edmund couldn't feel pain right now, and instead of worrying about the blood pouring out of his weakened body, what he did was to curse in his heart as he looked into Liam's red eyes with increasing panic. This bastard, he really wants to kill me. Edmund realized that his opponent was trying to bleed him out little by little, which would eventually end with his death. That way, the judges would only give Liam and Gale some problems, but it definitely wouldn't be something that severe. Isn't this bastard afraid of what the Zivell kingdom might do in retaliation? Just then, a new attack from Liam began to charge into the blade of his weapon. This was a clearly weaker attack than the ones from before, however. Edmund realized that, in his current condition, would be hard to take it, and the risk of suffering severe injuries was very high. Demon Vanquisher. Seeing the purple radiance dancing around the greatsword coming closer and closer to him, Edmund hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs the only words that could give him some hope. I give up. Liam's attack was a few feet away from impact, but as he heard Edmund's words of surrender, a flash of frustration, and at the same time derision glistened in the eyes of the future hero of Gales. Stop! King Albert's voice thundered across the arena, and the spectators shouted in fright as they saw the participant from Gales continue his assault without stopping despite Edmund's surrender. Liam! Liam, no! You idiot, stop! The 11 participants from Gales also did not expect this kind of development at all. When opponents surrendered or were knocked out, the rules of the competition kingdoms made it quite clear that any other attack on the opponent's body would be taken as attempted murder, and the accused would be punished severely. Just as Edmund Zivell was trembling with fear and screaming in terror at the sight of the purple glare on the giant blade approaching his head, Liam snorted coldly. Boom! What happened? That demon guy killed Edmund. Quickly clear the dust from the arena. The powerful explosion shook the ground and thick cracks spread everywhere, which also caused dust to cover the view of the spectators watching everything from the stands. Everyone was anxious to know the outcome. Some were positively excited, while others felt as if their hearts were pounding in their throats due to nerves. When the dust settled after a few seconds, everyone finally had a look at the scene in the arena. Liam's giant sword had left his hands and was currently stuck in the arena wall. The cracks in the wall were getting repaired at visible speed, but the important thing was that Prince Edmund was only inches away from the tip of the sword. The prince's eyes were wide open, and terror was written all over his sheet-pale face. Despite the blood rushing from his ears due to the bang of both eardrums after being shaken by the explosion from such a close distance, the blue eyes of the prince of the Zivil kingdom were fixed on the young man standing 10 feet ahead who was staring at him coldly. Finally, after a few seconds, Prince Edmund's psyche seemed to break, and his eyes rolled to the back of his head before he fell to his knees, finally collapsing on the ground. Everyone watched in silence as Liam Anworth walked slowly, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he held onto the hilt of his greatsword with his right hand before finally pulling back, snatching it away from the wall that moments later was fully repaired, thanks to the power of the runes that used large amounts of soul stones as a source of energy. Liam did not give the Prince of the Zivil Kingdom a second glance. However, when he turned and began to walk away, his indifferent voice was heard by all clearly. "Kingdom Parent, Prince of Zivil, I don't give a fuck who the hell you are. Before you talk bad about my mom, wash your fucking mouth, you piece of crap." Immediately after that, and as King Albert's body trembled in the highest box in the arena, something seemed to snap inside every person in the stands except for the citizens of the Zivil Kingdom who had traveled all this way to support their kingdom. Everyone began to shout Liam Anworth's name with enthusiasm. So what if he had some demon blood in him? No one could dispute the spectacle that the 18-year-old had just given them. Such a spectacle would surely not happen again in the centuries to come of future competitions of kingdoms. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 790, 1 Existences of Different Worlds. Seeing Liam walking towards them, the 11 of the team from the Gale's Kingdom followed Ellis to close the distance between the two sides. "Liam, are you okay?" Ellis asked with a slight frown, clearly worried not only about superficial injuries but more about his mental state. Liam smiled gently and said freely, "I'm perfectly fine." Seeing that some were still looking at him doubtfully, Liam dug the tip of his greatsword into the ground and folded his arms. "Really? You guys think something like that can make me go crazy? Guys, the last one to join us is Sylvie, but even then we've known each other since the age of 12 or so. You've all seen me go through worse than this and I didn't fall for it. You think a spoiled little brat is going to take me down with words? HMPH, there he gets what he deserves for a big mouth." Ellis and Serafina exchanged glances with the others before finally smiling nonchalantly. True enough, Liam had been through worse than this in the past, and yet he was still on his feet, as bright and powerful as ever. The Prince Edmund affair was nothing more than an unforeseen event, an event which Liam had already solved with his own hands. It was at that moment that the mage's voice rang out loudly. "The winners of the third matchup of the team matches on the first day of the competition of kingdoms are the representatives of the Gale's Kingdom." The crowd immediately burst into cheers. Even the kingdoms that were not allied with Gales shouted out loud Liam Anworth's name and congratulated the winners as if this had been the final match between the last two kingdoms to take the #1 spot. However, it was no wonder considering that the Zivil Kingdom was one of the favorites to make it to the finals, and yet was ousted on the first day by an affiliated kingdom that no one had any confidence in. Evan looked at the excited crowd and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Somehow, I don't feel happy to receive these praises despite the fact that our team won." "Well, isn't that because Liam was the one who did all the work?" said Anna with a shrug. "You two, why are you so dim?" Giles appeared between the two of them and hugged them both, putting his hands on their shoulders as he said with a wide smile, "We won. We fucking won. On the first day, we defeated one of the 3 most powerful kingdoms in the entire world, haha." Giles' words seemed to wake them all up, finally realizing how great was the feat the Gale's Kingdom had achieved today. They, the future of Gales, the strongest of the younger generation, had defeated the future of one of the most powerful kingdoms in all of Eventide World, the future of the Zivil Kingdom. "Hadohasa. We've really won. Well played, sharp ears. Hey, Zach, want me to kick your ass later?" "Hadohasa." Bai Zemin watched from afar the smiles on the faces of Serafina and the others as they hugged each other, and jumped like little kids under the applause and cheers of hundreds of thousands. "Being young sure is good." Lilith gave him a sidelong glance and sighed as she said softly, "My dear Zemin, did you forget that some of them are even older than you?" The smile on Bai Zemin's face froze, finally realizing his mistake. In fact, most of the 12 who were happily celebrating their first victory in this competition, as if it was the finals, were older than him. Then, Why did Bai Zemin feel as if he was older than them? I see, so that's the reason. Bai Zemin sighed, finally realizing where the problem was. Sure, Ellis and the others were very talented and brave. Liam's resolve, cunning, and steady mindset, along with his dexterity and skills on the battlefield, were all things that surprised Bai Zemin. However, even after Liam's demonstration of power, all Bai Zemin felt was that he was watching a kid fight against another kid, as it happened in the schools of the old Earth. This was because this whole competition, and thus all who participated in it, was just a kid's game. Despite its importance, there were no real deaths here. This was not a real battlefield. Liam and the others knew how to fight just for entertainment. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin did not know how to do such a thing. He only knew how to brandish his weapon to kill, that was all. When his greatsword was in his hands, the blood of his enemies would always spread across the land, and when he activated his skills, thousands would die. Even though they were older than him, Ellis and the others were under the protection of a big kingdom like Gales. They could smile and jump happily as they were doing now, but Bai Zemin and his friends could not. Because comparing the situation of Ellis, Liam, and all the others of this world with the situation of Bai Zemin and all the inhabitants of Earth was like comparing heaven and hell. Bai Zemin turned and slapped his cloak with the back of his right hand, walking silently towards the side exit of the stadium. Lilith followed him from behind, and as she looked at his back, she couldn't help but notice that the aura of the little man in front of her had changed again. Even though she already knew the answer, she still asked, "Zemin, what are you going to do?" "I'll take a walk around the city. With so many people from all the kingdoms of the world gathering here, I should be able to find something good to buy or maybe trade, something that might help to improve the current situation on Earth at least a bit." Bai Zemin replied calmly. He had been bathing in the peace that surrounded him and the gentleness that everyone had shown him so far. Even though it had been less than 6 hours since he had woken up, Bai Zemin scolded himself. What the hell was he doing here, watching this children's competition, while his subordinates and friends were fighting to the death against other races on Earth? There was even the Xuanyuan Wenchen problem that had to be solved as soon as possible. Serafina, Ellis, Liam, and everyone else in this world could afford to have this kind of competition for the sake of peace. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin and his friends did not have that privilege. At the end of the day, they didn't even have peace, therefore there was nothing to protect. All they could do was fight tooth and nail to one day achieve the same peace as the human kingdoms of Eventide world. Lilith sighed, and a glint of sadness shone in her eyes. She understood Bai Zemin's burdens, though she said nothing, however. She hoped that at least he could relax for a few days and forget about his role as a leader for the first time in a long time. Unfortunately, such a thing was not possible at present, not yet. /////. Approximately 8 hours passed since Bai Zemin had left the stadium. For 6 of those 8 hours, he wandered through part of the capital of the Gales Kingdom and met with all sorts of merchants. Just like the establishments built with trunks by mankind on Earth, but obviously in a much more elegant and careful way, the citizens of Gales set up their stalls or had their own stores to sell many interesting things. In fact, Bai Zemin even found that in some parts of the city, there were people from other kingdoms wearing language earrings who casually placed the pelt of some mutant beast on the ground and set various items there before waiting for some interested person to show up to trade or buy something. Sitting in front of a desk in the room, the royal family of Gales had given him to stay as long as he wanted. Bai Zemin put down the pen he had been using to write for the past 2 hours. "Damn, this place doesn't have laptops or something. Handwriting is hell. Reminds me of college." Bai Zemin muttered as he watched the view outside of the huge window that went from the floor to halfway up the wall of the room. "What have you been writing all this time anyway?" Lilith asked as she lazily rested on the bed. Bai Zemin looked at her, and a small flame of lust sparked in his eyes as he observed the lazy yet elegant and seductive posture of his loved succubus. However, he suppressed that lust, and as he looked at the several written sheets before him, he calmly explained, "I made a nice return today. Not only did I manage to buy several construction blueprints, but I also managed to buy over 20 potion formulas using some soul stones and gold. I understand about the construction blueprints, but what about the potions? The plants on Earth won't necessarily be the same as the ones in this world. You know that too, don't you?" "Of course I do. That's why before I bought the formula, I made sure to check the copy of the herbs found so far by the botanical teams of our faction. Only after remembering them all did I dare to buy these 20 formulas." people of this world were really much more advanced compared to the humans from Earth. Even the potion formulas had a small magic circle that made it so that only the person holding the paper with the written ingredients for more than 5 seconds could read the contents, and at the same time that person would forget several of the necessary ingredients after leaving the formula paper for more than 10 seconds. Therefore, one could only buy, and it was impossible to be sneaky, learn the ingredients and good game. These construction blueprints and formulas are written in Gales. To bring them to Earth, I need to first translate them all into Mandarin Chinese. Bai Zemin explained, as he made sure he had written everything right and without mistakes. His eyes sparkled as he whispered to himself. Concrete fortification, mana-based wood carving, magic fire watchtower, initial sacred defense statue, timed stamina potion, timed power potion, potion to increase movement speed by 40 points for 10 minutes. Bai Zemin was incredibly satisfied. Even though everything he had obtained were normal things, and the only 2 rare things he had managed to buy for a high price were the construction blueprints for the initial sacred defense statue and the magic fire watchtower, his faction's power would definitely benefit greatly from all these things. All of these things in conjunction, along with what we found in the ruins of the 5 silver pagodas. Once we can understand and apply the information in the books, as well as the mass production of the electromagnetic rifles, everything will be incredibly easier, and the mortality rate of my soldiers and soul evolvers will be a lot lower. Bai Zemin was excited just thinking about it. Bang! The door suddenly was opened, and the rude person who didn't even knock just slammed the door so hard that it was a miracle the wood didn't shatter into thousands of pieces. As for who was the rude person, Bai Zemin did not even need to turn around to know the identity of this person. You! Seraphina's furious shout caused Bai Zemin to sigh in his heart. However, his expression was indifferent as he turned the chair he was sitting in to look into her eyes. The flame of anger that burned in the emerald eyes of the second Princess of Gales dimmed when she met the coldness of the other party's black eyes. You, orc! Seraphina for some reason felt uncomfortable, because this was the first time Bai Zemin had looked at her with eyes that seemed to be looking at a rock. Do you need something? Bai Zemin asked calmly. Seraphina wanted to yell in his face that she and the others had been worried when he suddenly disappeared. She wanted him to give her explanations as to where he had gone since they had been trying to find him for over 3 hours with no success. She hoped that after he apologized, she would forgive him after a snort and then cheerfully tell him about today's results. However, she realized that this Bai Zemin was different from before. What's happening with you? Bai Zemin held his expression and picked up 2 of the many papers on the desk. He waved it in front of Seraphina and said calmly, I went for a walk around the city. I needed to buy some things. I managed to get a good deal on a good crop, a bit expensive, but it's okay. I can afford this spend at least. Seraphina was able to read one of the papers. She identified it as a low-level formula for brewing potions that decrease stamina consumption by 2% for 20 minutes. However, she couldn't read the other one at all and noticed that it was handwritten, which quickly made her figure out that this was the native language of the world from which Bai Zemin came from. By the time I return to my world, I will try to take some things from this world with me. But don't worry, since I won't steal and will pay for everything that belongs to other people, Bai Zemin said as he placed the 2 papers in the same place as before. These things may not be a big deal to you, but to me and my friends they are of great importance. Therefore, I took advantage of the free time I had to do this. He finished as he pointed to the mountain of papers. You, return to your world. Can you even do something like that? Seraphina asked as she suddenly began to feel anxious at a possibility she had overlooked. The skill I used to open a portal allows me to return to my birth world. I plan to return when I get a few more things. My friends and subordinates are waiting for me after all, Bai Zemin replied casually. Seraphina put her hands to her chest and gritted her teeth. Then she looked at Bai Zemin like an angry little lion and shouted loudly, Then why don't you leave right now, you stupid orc? She ran out after activating some skill and didn't even close the door. Bai Zemin rubbed his ears that were vibrating due to Seraphina's shout and shook his head. His indifferent expression broke, and a bitter smile appeared on his face as he walked towards the door to close it. He looked at Lilith, who was watching everything calmly from the bed, and asked curiously, You don't blame me? No, Lilith shook her head, and while looking directly at him, she said in a clear voice, If you ask me, what you did is the right thing to do. At the end of the day, you will eventually leave this world to return to your own, and considering the vast number of worlds in the vast universe, the probabilities of you returning here are so low that it wouldn't be too wrong to say that you will never return." Bai Zemin nodded, and feeling a bit complex went back to work. At the end of the day, things were as Lilith had just pointed out, and Bai Zemin thought the same. Serafina, Ellis, Liam, Evan, Giles, Anna, all of them, even King Philip and Queen Helena, were very good people. Bai Zemin wished them well and hoped they would prosper in their lives and be happy. If things were different, then he would have liked to be friends with wonderful people like them. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin was different from them. They resided in Eventide World and fought for Eventide World. Bai Zemin was just a passenger in Eventide World and therefore in their lives. His home, family, friends. His people were on the distant planet Earth. That place needed him, and he would fight for it. Staying in this world, Bai Zemin did not even think about the existence of such a possibility. Even if the existence of such a possibility crossed his mind, he would not even consider it. Therefore, it was better to stay away from too much closeness. It would be easier for everyone that way. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 792, Demon Race Attack Part 1. The so-called Forest of the Ancients was one of the largest forests within the territory of the Gale's kingdom. The area it covered was so large and vast that it could be considered a country of substantial size in its own right. Proof of its exceptional size was the fact that, even with its radiation spreading everywhere after the nuclear missile exploded, King Philip had estimated that only 1/20th of the entire Forest of the Ancients had been affected. Considering that the nuclear missile that Xuanyuan Wenchen had launched was about twice the power of the atomic bomb that ended World War II when American bombers attacked Hiroshima, one could now imagine better the size of this forest. There, all kinds of mutant beasts and mutant plants inhabited. However, mutant beasts and mutant plants were not the only residents of the Forest of the Ancients. A 4-meter-tall brown-skinned beast with a mutant beast bone in its right hand that looked like an oversized sword growled furiously as it led at least 5,000 similar creatures, but whose skins were dark green in a heated chase. These orcs really don't get tired. They are surprisingly fast despite their size. Bai Zemin clicked his tongue as his body flashed through the forest trees in an attempt to lose his pursuers. As for the reason why he was being chased, you killed the leader of the orcs that occupy the western area of this forest, and even tore off the leader's wife's head after sneaking into their territory. Do you really think they will stop chasing you just because you want them to stop chasing you? Lilith said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as she followed him closely. It had been 5 days since Bai Zemin purposely acted coldly towards the second princess of the Gale's kingdom. After Serafina ran out of the room feeling sad and angry, Bai Zemin decided that it was better not to stay in the castle any longer, and after leaving a third-order soul stone, he left using invisibility and the veil of the night as a cover. A third-order soul stone was definitely a great treasure even for the Gale's kingdom. After all, the king of the kingdom was a third-order soul evolver, which meant that even he was not 100% safe in a death fight against a third-order enemy who may or may not have a soul stone in its head. From a logical point of view, the debt of them helping Bai Zemin had been settled in a way. However, Bai Zemin did not see it in that way. This was because the second princess of Gales, Serafina di Gales, had done something for him that Bai Zemin would hardly be able to repay. However, despite his gratitude and goodwill towards her, Bai Zemin knew that staying in contact with her for more time would do more harm than good in both the short and long term. Therefore, he did what he did. During those 5 days, Bai Zemin had spent most of his time hunting in the Forest of the Ancients, all kinds of creatures regardless of race, except for sleeping at the top of tall trees for 2-3 hours per day, stopping to eat for 30 minutes, or going to Bearcrest City to sell monster corpses after removing the soul stones from their heads. The rest of the time was spent hunting. With the death of the orc leader and with the fall of the leader's wife, the orcs of the western part of the forest will soon enter into disputes to see who will be the new leader and will probably get out of control. But none of that is my problem, Bai Zemin said casually as he looked over his shoulder at the stubborn orcs. They were all powerhouses among the soul evolvers of the orc race as they were in the second order, while the one leading them now was in the initial levels of the third order. As long as I bring the head of these two to that noble of the Gale's kingdom, I'll be able to get that damn fruit to get the rest of my soul completely cured once and for all, Bai Zemin said as he turned around and waved his hands towards the sky. As for all of you, You can all die since you don't understand how kind I was being by not slaying all of you. Bah, shameless. You clearly weren't planning to let them go from the start, or else you wouldn't have lured them here. On the sides of the forest, on the trees, on the leaves, on the rocks, on the grass, and on the ground, large amounts of fresh blood suddenly began to move strangely as waves of mana caused a certain stimulation after the activation of a magic skill. It was the trap that Bai Zemin had set earlier when he foresaw that the orcs would chase after him. After all, his soul was not yet fully recovered, and although the number of enemies was not a problem, their power was. Approximately 5,000 second-order orcs with overwhelming strength, and 1/3 order orc. The dark red blood took on a bright crimson color, as in moments they turned into thousands of thick magical chains. However, if one looked carefully, one would be able to see that amidst the bright crimson, there were tiny golden dots around the chains. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The orcs clearly did not expect this kind of trap, therefore. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late to retreat. Approximately 3,500 of them were tied by the blood chains, and despite the relentless struggle they planted, the thick chains only creaked, but showed no sign of breaking any time soon. Less than 2,000. Bai Zemin muttered as he fiercely punched forward with his right fist wrapped in a golden dragon claw gauntlet. Boom! The third order orc was forced back over 60 meters, crushing several trees in the process after taking the punch from the human that was not even half its size. However, the fact that Bai Zemin did not hold back on that punch, and the orc was still standing, was proof that his power was not at its peak, and it was also proof of how terrifying the orc's strength stat was. I have no choice but to use that legendary technique. Bai Zemin clicked his tongue as he saw the approximately 1,500 orcs charging towards him swiftly, and the third order orc slowly regaining control over its trembling arms. Legendary technique. Lilith looked at him in confusion. HMPH. Bai Zemin pointed to the sky, and in an instant spent over 250 mana points. Approximately 4,000 blood spears flashed in the sky, and a moment later, they plummeted down, shattering the surroundings and shaking the atmosphere. Gate of Bab. Stop. Blood spears rained down from the sky and hit the orcs with precision, becoming their downfall. Some were pierced in the chest several times, others had their heads pierced through from side to side, and some were directly pinned to the ground after falling to their knees with at least 5 or 6 blood spears piercing their backs and legs. Although the orcs put up a fight and many of them managed to shatter some blood spears, the blood manipulation skill was really very hard to counter. When the blood spears were broken, and the orcs prepared to continue defending against the Crimson Storm, that same broken blood spear would reform and cunningly attack them from behind, causing injuries that eventually became the beginning of their end. Approximately 15 minutes after the constant bombardment, all the second-order orcs were finally slaughtered. Bai Zemin walked towards the third-order orc, who was currently kneeling and was covered in bloody wounds from feet to head. After stopping 2 meters away, he rubbed his chin while carefully observing the creature. After a few seconds, Bai Zemin muttered, feeling somewhat lost. I really don't understand why on earth that ponytailed princess calls me an orc. Human? Die. The orc growled, speaking in a language that was a mix between Gale's and some other unknown language at the same time, as it slammed its left fist forward, with the intention of smashing Bai Zemin's head into pieces. Bai Zemin's expression did not change at all, and just as the orc's fist was only 1 meter from his head, the creature's arm was stopped dead in its tracks when a thick blood chain wrapped around its wrist and pulled back hard as it floated into the sky. Mysteries of life, Bai Zemin muttered, moving like lightning and appearing before the astonished orc. Bai Zemin twisted his body as he jumped at the same time, before fiercely slamming his knee into the creature's head. Critical hit. Boom! The orc's head exploded in a bloody mess, with fragments of broken skull flying everywhere along with brain matter, scattering across the ground and nearby trees that swayed after the powerful explosion. A hand of blood rose from the ground and soared over 20 meters into the sky, closing into a fist after catching something and slowly shrinking before finally stopping in front of Bai Zemin and slowly opening, revealing the third-order soul stone inside. Bai Zemin stored the soul stone carefully in his spatial storage ring, and after observing the golden dots that seemed to shine like real gold around the crimson blood for a few seconds, he simply shook his head and canceled the activation of blood manipulation. Those glowing golden dots probably had something to do with the huge jump in power that the blood manipulation skill had after evolving to the third order. Bai Zemin wasn't too sure, but it was definitely a good thing, so it didn't matter. After collecting all the second-order blood and storing it in his liquid storage pearl, Bai Zemin collected over 260 second-order soul stones before finally stopping to look in the direction of Gales. Since I'm passing through, maybe I should go see how those kids are doing in secret. Come to think of it, today should be the last day of the competition of kingdoms. His voice soon became a whisper that was blown away by the wind, and after an unnatural gust, his body disappeared without a trace. /////. The deepest part of the forest of the ancients was forbidden territory for mankind or any other race. In fact, in all the maps of the explored zones, an area with the head of a horned goat in the center was marked in purple, almost black, with a wide circle. All the brave soul evolvers who had dared to go there confident in their own strength or that of their parties had never returned. This was because the area was inhabited by demons, the worst enemy of the human race in Eventide World. It was rumored that one of the 10 demon generals under the demon lord resided there. It was common knowledge that all the generals serving the demon lord were terrifying powerhouses, whose levels ranged from level 140 to level 160, which meant that they had the potential to bring down a kingdom king. Fortunately or not, rumors were just rumors. No one really knew whether one of the world's most terrifying demons resided there or not. But since the Gales Kingdom never suffered any large-scale attacks and demons rarely left their comfort zone, no one gave it much thought. Inside a dark cave in the deepest part of the forest of the ancients, some important figures were gathered, and at this moment their eyes were burning with bloodlust as they looked at the 6-foot-tall figure in front of them. This was a very handsome man despite his odd features such as his pointed ears. His skin was dark blue as was his hair, but his body was covered by thick jet-black armor, which gave him a much more glorious appearance. His red eyes looked like glowing gems in the dark, and the bloodthirsty smile on his face was so attractive that a normal human woman would easily fall for it. This man was one of the 10 generals of the demon race, and his current level was 153, ranking him in the middle of the 10 generals in terms of power. The report is correct. The demon general's voice was soft and charming, but so blood-chilling that it sent shivers down the soul. Lord Belgos, we have confirmed it. The report from His Majesty's concubine is correct, and several of the brightest seeds of the future of the human race have gathered in the capital of the Gales Kingdom. Ha! Belgos clapped his hands and chuckled lightly. However, a second later, there was a chilling aura coming from his body as he said in a cruel voice, "In that case, we'd better go greet the humans to herald the beginning of a new era." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 73, Demon Race Attack Part 2. Today was the last day of the competition of kingdoms, and the atmosphere in Bearcrest City was clearly different from the previous days during which the competition was ongoing. Due to the exponential influx of people in the city, the inns and hotels were fully booked to the point where some of the citizens from other kingdoms had no choice but to rent a room in the homes of poorer families who took the opportunity to make some extra money. In Eventide World existed three different types of currencies, to put it simple. First of all, there was the typical currency of each kingdom. This type of national coin was mostly used to buy such things as rank 0 or rank 1 clothing, armor and weapons, food, unclassified mutant beast meat, houses, renting premises, and many more basic necessities. This type of currency naturally only served within the specific realm, and if you took it to another realm it would probably be worth less than what they would pay you for a bit of copper. Secondly, there was gold. Gold was considered a precious metal not only on planet Earth, but in all the lower worlds of the universe. Of course, this was not normal gold, but was the metal that evolved after the absorption of mana. As for the reason why it was considered a precious treasure, it was a very simple one. As surprising as it may seem, gold had good properties for the body and could slowly strengthen bones and muscles, as well as slowly extend life expectancy by 2 to 5 years. Not to mention the fact that gold was a beautiful metal that the higher classes even used to decorate their clothes in an attempt to show off their status. Gold was used to buy everything that could be bought using the typical currency of each kingdom, except that, unlike the typical currency, the amount of gold needed to buy something was much lower, and unlike the typical currency of each kingdom, gold did not lose its value when traveling to other kingdoms. Finally, in third place were the soul stones. The uses of soul stones were many, and while in the hands of normal humans they were worthless, the value of these beautiful small stones was greater than almost anything else in the hands of a soul evolver. If one wished to buy clothing, armor, or weapons above rank 2, then that person had to pay the right price using soul stones. A soul evolver could even buy treasures or skill scrolls from the system using high-quality soul stones. At the same time, a soul evolver could use soul stones to buy first order or higher mutant beast meat. And just like gold, they did not lose their value when taken to other realms. There was no doubt that the Gale's kingdom would experience a great economic leap by the time this competition of kingdoms ended, after being favored as the chosen site where this generation's competition took place. From gold to soul stones, Gales would be favored even if they did not happen to be among the favored kingdoms, in case their parent kingdom did not beat the other two. However, the Gale's kingdom seemed to be crushing in the competition. "Hey, are you going to watch the final match today afternoon?" "Hahaha, of course I am. I'm not missing it even as a joke." Gales really managed to defeat all the opponents they faced. Even the 3 most powerful kingdoms in the world were defeated by its 12 geniuses of the younger generation. Really, who could have expected that other than Liam Anworth, the first Princess Ellis would actually have such monstrous talent? She even managed to hold off the assault of the 2 second-order soul evolvers from the Ajax kingdom for over 30 minutes without even taking a step back. Hey, what do you think about the second princess? The second Princess Seraphina really managed to be the biggest surprise of this tournament. Who knew that at the age of 16, she had actually already completed all the requirements to advance to the second order? Don't forget how powerful her magic skills are. 2 or 3 swings of her magic staff were enough to turn her entire team into even more terrifying monsters than they already were. Who do you think will win this afternoon, the Gale's Kingdom or the Azure Kingdom? I think Gales will be the winner. If that monster named Liam wasn't with them, it might be different though. Really, I don't understand why a demon is allowed here. Don't forget the weapon of the Prince of the Azure Kingdom. That weapon seems to be a very powerful treasure. Even a second-order warrior wielding a great shield was knocked down after only 3 attacks. Even a demon might not be able to stand for long against that thing. The city guard had several problems containing the excited crowd. Bearcrest City's many prisons were practically full at this point after several drunken or enraged soul evolvers, due to disagreements, began to cause disturbances in public places and crowds. Most of the trouble turned out to be caused by differences of opinion regarding the various matches of the day. High up on the mountain, the castle of the royal family of the Gale's kingdom stood proudly above the entire city. This was a place that even the parent kingdoms did not have the right to enter just because they felt like entering. After all, it was the home of a powerful third-order soul evolver. And while the overall power of the parent kingdoms was higher, no one was really willing to antagonize an allied power just for something so small. Outside a large, noble, and elegant-looking wooden door, the first princess of the Gale's kingdom, Ellis Di Gales, stood for about 5 whole minutes before finally sighing and gently knocking with her beautiful hand. "Are you awake?" Her soft and delicate voice traveled down the corridor and reached inside the room. However, even after half a minute of waiting, she did not get any kind of reply. Just as the first princess' shoulders were about to slump, the door was opened with a soft click. Ella's eyes lit up slightly, and after a few moments she opened the door gently. What greeted Ellis was the same room she had seen many times before, the room of her younger sister, the second princess of the Gale's kingdom, Seraphina Di Gales. Many would surely be surprised to discover that the grumpy and not at all delicate second princess had actually decorated her room with lots of girly pink, and that she loved stuffed animals so much that her large bed was practically covered with at least 20 or 30 soft and fluffy stuffed creatures of varying sizes. Ellis said nothing, and after closing the door behind her, she walked over to the bed and sat on the side as she watched her little sister carefully. Seraphina was wearing a pale pink camisole. Her bright golden hair was not tied in 2 ponytails, and instead fell free down her back as she rested on the back of the bed and used her long, slender arms to hug her knees close to her chest. "Sera, you didn't sleep again." Ellis sighed as she noticed the two conspicuous black circles on her little sister's white skin just below her eyes. Seeing those 2 beautiful green eyes that always sparkled full of life looking a lot duller than they had days ago, Ellis stroked Seraphina's hair and said softly, "If you fall down due to exhaustion, what will we do? Today is the final of the individual matches between our Gale's kingdom and the Azure kingdom. We need you." Seraphina wanted to roll her eyes at her sister's words, but felt she had no energy to do it. Therefore, she simply said in a flat voice, Even if I didn't participate, the victory will be ours anyway. No one can beat Liam or Big Sister. Cat and the others are also very powerful. A little Azure Kingdom won't be a problem at all. You know that's not how it works, silly girl, Ellis said with a bitter smile. If the Azure Kingdom has a soul evolver powerful enough to beat us all in 1 versus 1, then we'll lose the individual matches. Serafina shrugged and noted quietly, we've already won the team matches anyway. With our current position, having even made it to the individual finals, victory is already ours regardless. Ellis sighed again. She did not point out the fact that their father had made a significant bet with the Azure Kingdom's king. Since Serafina was aware of this fact instead, Ellis said something different. Do you think Bai Zemin would be happy to know that the fierce Serafina suddenly decided to give up on her dream of making Gales the first kingdom in the history of the competition of kingdoms, to take total victory in both individual and team matches? Serafina's dull eyes finally showed some reaction at the mention of the name, Bai Zemin, and a flame of anger burned in them before fading again. Why would I care what an ungrateful orc thinks? Ellis didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she pointed out softly, ungrateful, Serafina girl. He gave up a third-order soul stone before he left. Even though no one knows where he got something as valuable as that, the payment is more than enough for what we did for him, don't you think? HMPH. Serafina snorted softly and didn't pursue the matter anymore. Serafina knew that Bai Zemin had no idea what she had done for him, therefore, she understood that, in a way, the debt had been settled. However, she was a proud and talented princess. She had used her own hands to clean his wounds and had fainted more than once to speed up his recovery. Forget about a third-order soul stone. Even if Bai Zemin had left 7 million third-order soul stone, Serafina would still think it wasn't enough. There are things that physical wealth can't pay for, she muttered under her breath. Ellis naturally heard Serafina's words. However, she would never understand them since she did not know what her proud, stubborn, and grumpy little sister had done for Bai Zemin. In the end, Ellis could only resort to the method she had saved for this situation after 2 days of careful thought. After all, Serafina had been like this for the past 3 days after realizing that Bai Zemin had actually left and didn't seem to have any plans to return. I understand that you saw his name in pink, but precisely because of that, don't you think you should work hard? Who knows? If we win, we might even ask Dad to do us the favor of investing in explorers to search all over the kingdom. We'll definitely find him before he leaves the territory of Gales if that's what he's planning. Serafina's head abruptly turned to Ellis, and her eyes trembled with some panic as she hurriedly said, No, it's not like that. Ellis rolled her eyes and stood up as she said in a flat voice, Ah, is that so? Then that makes it easier for me. Ellis walked toward the door, but her hands had not yet touched the doorknob when Serafina's voice caused her movements to stall. Wait. Ellis smiled slightly in secret, but when she turned around her expression was indifferent as she looked at her little sister curiously. Is something wrong? I need to get ready for the finals. I still have to find Bai Zemin after all. Serafina frowned, and despite the 2 black circles under her eyes, the weariness disappeared from her gaze. She looked at Ellis and said carefully, what did you see? /////. At the same time that the 2 sisters were chatting with each other and all of Gales, and the rest of the human kingdoms were preparing for the final matches of this generation's competition of kingdoms. Deep in the forest of the ancients, the most powerful demons of the closest kingdoms had gathered. Countless mutant beasts were slaughtered and multiple territories that were previously occupied by other races were taken over by the demons. Their numbers numbered in the hundreds of thousands. But the most terrifying thing was that all of them were powerful existences against which a normal soul evolver would not be able to fight. Belgos looked down from the top of a mountain at the gathered troops, and his eyes glistened with delight. He seemed to be able to feel everyone's excitement, as that was how he felt at this moment, imagining the blood of humans staining his hands. Brothers, sisters, it is time for the humans who think they are the rulers of the world to understand that the only reason they have been able to expand to this day has been only because we, the demon race, and because His Majesty the Demon Lord have allowed them to. Soon the roars of the demons shook the earth, and the other races shuddered as the murderous intent soared into the sky. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Serafina, are you really feeling well? If you think you can't do it, then don't force yourself. That's true, Serafina. You have had practically no sleep for the last 4 days. Remember that your safety is more important than anything else. Although you can't intentionally commit murder, serious injuries are normal in this kind of competition, and in the worst case there could be careless deaths. Even though the Azure Kingdom is powerful, I don't think they have the ability to defeat us. We have even crushed the three parent kingdoms. Sitting in the second princess's private carriage, the 11 representatives of the younger generation and the future of Gales looked worriedly at the 12th participant, Serafina. Serafina could feel the concern and the real care that came from the bottom of her teammates' hearts. No, more than teammates, they were her friends. Even then, her personality was not that of a soft and gentle girl. She gave her older sister Ellis a sidelong glance before snorting and saying in a self-assured voice, "You guys don't need to worry. This princess will crush the 12 soul evolvers from the Azure Kingdom all by herself. So what if the crown prince of the Azure Kingdom has a strange treasure? One swing of this princess's staff is enough to get him out of the arena crying for his parents." Hadohasa. As expected of you, ponytail princess. Anna you. Liam leaned in slightly and whispered in perplexity, "Say, Ellis, how did you manage to get Serafina out of her room? We all thought she wouldn't show up for the finals. She looked especially depressed yesterday." Ellis's eyes glistened slightly, but she smiled faintly without explaining anything. Liam sighed and shook his head, finally giving a shrug without asking any more questions. He knew that if Ellis didn't want to say something then, no one would be able to make her talk even if they cut off her hands. That was the kind of person the first princess of this kingdom was after all. Still, it's a pity that Bai Zemin left. He left even without saying goodbye, Liam muttered under his breath as he stroked his greatsword. Even though we met for a few hours and didn't interact too much, I came to like him. He didn't even discriminate against me after seeing my appearance. Also, for some reason, I felt that he was really powerful even though he was clearly only level 50. His voice was very low, so only Ellis and the shy assassin cat who happened to be sitting next to him heard him. However, Ellis didn't comment on it and Cat remained silent as usual. Some continued to chat, but at some point, Serafina managed to slip into the background. As she looked out the window of the carriage that was slowly making its way through the streets of Bearcrest City, under the guard of several soldiers in armor and holding spears to keep the agitated crowd from approaching in an attempt to meet the heroes of the kingdom, Serafina couldn't help but remember the last night she saw Bai Zemin before he disappeared. She was very angry at the time and still was. However, she began to feel a bit of regret. Her last words were not particularly pleasant to hear. Serafina might seem like a rude and sometimes even unfeeling girl, but in reality, she had a very kind heart and cared about other people. Only her family knew that she just had a handful of jewelry needed to attend different events, while all the rest had been sold to support poor people. Despite being only 16 years old, she was more mature than she let others believe. Therefore, with a cooler head now, she regretted shouting those words at Bai Zemin back then in a burst of blind anger. What if he really did return to his world? Serafina closed her eyes and shook her head without even wanting to think about it. Her rebellious personality returned as she clenched her teeth and fists. "You ungrateful orc, you bastard, you just wait until this princess gets her hands on you and I'll bite you to death." Just then, the gong that hadn't rung for several generations shook the entire city when someone struck it. For 2 or 3 seconds, the citizens of the Gales Kingdom froze as did the others. However, their faces soon turned terribly pale as they remembered what was the meaning of the sounding of that gong that even now continued to resound noisily from the top of the mountain. Every king every 10 years made sure to remind the citizens of what that gong represented, even though the last time it had been struck was over 450 years ago. The demon attack. The demons are coming. With pale faces, they all began to shout to warn the others, and with surprising order, they started to go to different points of the city, as if they had already been taught what to do in this kind of situation. Hearing the words of Gale's citizens, the people from other kingdoms were terrified, and some of them began to run in disorder and panic, while only those who managed to keep calm in spite of their fear followed the crowd of Gales. Serafina and the others inside the carriage also froze, and their faces were as pale as those of the citizens. Demons? Why were the demons attacking now? Practically the future of the human race had gathered in this place. Did they think it would be easy to fight against 49 third-order powerhouses and so many geniuses combined with hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Courting death. Liam stood up. His red eyes flashed with anger and murderous intent burst out from within him, manifesting itself on the outside, and awakening everyone from their shocked state. Shadow steps. Before the other 11 could do anything, Liam jumped out and destroyed the window on his side before dashing towards the wall located in the northern part of Bearcrest City. He disappeared in a matter of seconds into the crowd and buildings. Liam. The others finally realized what was happening, but by the time they wanted to call out to their friend, he had disappeared. Serafina and the others got down from the carriage in a hurry, but just as they were about to follow Liam, a soldier dressed in golden armor approached and stopped them. General Rick. Ellis recognized this man, one of the most brilliant generals in the realm, a powerful second-order soul evolver over level 90. General Rick bowed slightly to the two princesses, and without waiting for a word said with a serious expression on his face, "First princess, second princess, His Majesty Philip and Her Majesty Queen Helena are already on their way to the north entrance to stop the demons. According to the direct orders of His Majesty King Philip, I will be in charge of leading the troops on this side of the city. The other generals have already received orders, as have I." Serafina's and Ellis' hearts tightened a little when they heard that their parents had already headed to the front line. "General Rick, what about the other kings of kingdoms?" Ellis asked quickly. General Rick's expression grew even uglier, and a flash of anger shone in his eyes as he struggled to keep calm in his voice. "One of our scouts managed to discover the demons breaking through the middle part of the Forest of the Ancients, and fortunately this scout had the skill remote transmission. The demons will probably take a few minutes to arrive, which will give us time to prepare. However, that also gave us a problem none of us expected to face." Serafina's heart sank as a possibility she didn't even want to think about crossed her mind. With trembling lips, she hesitantly said, "The Kingdom Kings. Did they flee?" General Rick shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Rather than flee, I would call it something else. It seems that the demons are planning something big this time since, strangely enough, all the kings of the different kingdoms were informed of sightings of scout demons near multiple cities in their kingdoms. Therefore, they immediately left without even waiting for the younger generation. Basically, the kings of the various kingdoms departed to avoid having their castles set on fire. It made sense, actually. However, the problem was what would happen to Gales now. First Princess Ellis, second Princess Serafina, all of you." Proud General Rick lowered his head and said in a serious voice, "I hope you can support His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen. I know you are the future of our kingdom, but I'm afraid the north side might be in trouble as His Majesty ordered all of us generals to spread out inside the city and along the flanks, carrying only a little over 50,000 men with him." Serafina gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Future of Gales. If Gales falls today, there will be no future for anyone." She didn't wait for words from anybody as she waved her staff, and the mana inside her body gathered around one of the runes that were engraved on her soul, representing one of multiple skills. Divine Agility. Immediately after those words left Serafina's mouth, a faint halo of silver light covered the feet of the 10 members of her group, and they all received the same message from the soul record. World Priestess Serafina di Gales ha utilizado una habilidad de beneficio sobre ti. Durante los siguientes 40 minutos, tu estadística agilidad aumenta en un 30%. World Priestess Serafina di Gales has used a buff skill on you. For the next 40 minutes, your agility stat increases by 30%. This was the first time Serafina used such a powerful skill to buff a person. Therefore, even her sister Ellis looked at her very surprised and couldn't help but rethink her little sister's true power. However, Serafina didn't give anyone time to say anything when she said in an authoritative voice, "Come with me. We have to support to defend the North Gate with Liam and the others." Seeing Serafina moving away in a flash of silver light, the others did not delay and immediately followed her without hesitation in their steps. General Rick bowed again in the direction of the young people who were at least 3 times younger than his age and turned to the soldiers behind him before shouting in a loud voice, "Move! Start rallying the surrounding troops near the church tower in the western part of the city." The whole city went into motion, and the people were like ants agitated trying to extinguish a fire. ////. Approximately 30 minutes earlier, Bai Zemin, cloaked in a black cape covering his entire body and face, came out of a middle-aged Western-looking mansion. People walking past him looked at him weirdly, but only for a moment before going on about their business. Although it was not normal to wear a cloak in broad daylight in the middle of the city, some people played at acting mysterious, so no one said anything about it. Of course, Bai Zemin was covering himself to avoid being recognized in case he met Serafina or someone else, and not to act mysterious. After all, he mistakenly believed that after so many days everyone should have moved on with their lives, and perhaps only Serafina occasionally remembered him, so it was best to avoid direct contact. Bai Zemin looked for an inn, but naturally, all the rooms were occupied, so he waited for a person to come downstairs and stop that person. After some bargaining, Bai Zemin managed to buy the person's stay for 5 times the price she had paid. Bai Zemin didn't really care about luxuries. He just needed a safe place for what he was about to do, since he didn't dare to do it in the mutant forests. Sitting down on the bed, he pulled out a small pale blue fruit from his storage ring. This fruit was called fresh soul fruit and was a rarity among rarities. It was part of the reward Bai Zemin got from an important nobleman of the Gale's kingdom after handing over the heads of the orc leader and the orc leader's wife to the man, who had lost his daughter and wife during an orc assault on the carriage they were traveling in 14 years ago. Fresh soul fruit, rank 3, a fully ripe natural fruit that usually grows blessedly in cold climate environments with high concentrations of mana and record fragments. It takes 300 years to ripen, and if plucked before the ripening process is complete, the fruit will die 24 hours later. Effect: heals 5% of damage received on any soul of 4th order or lower after consumption. Side effect: after consuming the fruit, you will not be able to move your body for 60 minutes while the soul absorbs the properties of the fresh soul fruit. With this, I will finally be able to return to my 100%. Bai Zemin sighed in relief and lay down on the bed before biting into the fruit several times and swallowing the pulp that surprisingly tasted delicious despite its peculiar color. Little did Bai Zemin know that after 30 minutes with no problems, the last 30 minutes of waiting to be able to regain mobility would be hell for him, but a lot worse for the rest of the city. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 795, Demon Race Attack Part 4. Wearing golden-colored armor with silver edges, the King of Gales, Philip die Gales, stood at the front along with several other warriors of mankind. The tension was tangible in the air, as the mana churned in the rear of the human army made up of a total of 50,000 men. The mages raised their magic staffs in readiness for an immediate activation of skills at the slightest sighting of demonic beings, and the archers aimed their bows skyward with energy arrows or arrows that had been forged using bones of mutant beasts of 1st order and 2nd order. Wearing an imperial blue magic robe, the Queen of Gales, Helena Milborn, stood at the front of the army of over 5,000 mages. Most of them were 1st order powerhouses, with over 900 having already reached the 2nd order of evolution. Queen Helena was a proud level 114 mage, and her skills were so destructive that as long as she had a warrior protecting her at the front, even a level 140 soul evolver would eventually succumb to her bombardment. The Gale's kingdom was located in a privileged area, and many kingdoms in the past tried to conquer it. This applied especially in the case of Bearcrest City, the capital of the kingdom. Bearcrest City was located right next to a cliff. The royal castle had been built very close to the edge of the cliff on the mountain peak, while the sides of the city were partially covered by a series of mountain ranges that made the advance of enemy armies very difficult, not to mention the passage of large machinery. Leaving the north mostly uncovered, Bearcrest City was an easy place to defend but very difficult to harass. King Philip was giving the final orders while holding a small circular device in his hand. The device had a simple shape, but there were many strange runes covering it, and those runes were like spider webs that joined at the center where a 1st order soul stone had been embedded. Just then, an aura that suppressed even some 2nd order soul evolvers quickly approached from behind. Looking up into the sky, everyone saw a figure leaping over their heads and stopping just a few steps from King Philip. Liam Anworth. He really came to fight. The soldiers of the army of Gales immediately began to exclaim in surprise as they looked at the young man with a giant sword in his hands. The Gales' kingdom had a small but important rule, and that was that only soldiers were allowed to go to war in case one broke out. This was because if any soul evolver was allowed to participate in war, no one would know when they would be stabbed in the back, not to mention the lack of coordination and inability to follow orders from someone without training. However, in this type of circumstance, none of that mattered. They had all witnessed the power of Liam Anworth over the past 5 days and knew that this 18-year-old had not been given the title of future hero of Gales for nothing. Liam, you came. King Philip nodded without saying much about it. Liam knelt for a moment before getting back to his feet. He looked off into the distance, and as he smelled the murderous intent and the scent of blood approaching, he said in a voice full of hatred, "Your Majesty, you have known me since I was a little kid. I'm sure you know my blood feud against demons." Philip nodded silently. Liam had been outcast and despised for many years in Gales because of his blood. It was not until much later that he by his own efforts managed to gain the appreciation and admiration of the people. However, the person who suffered the most was undoubtedly his deceased mother. "I will kill all the demons even if it costs me my life," Liam said through gritted teeth, and under the king's curious eyes, he unwound a mutant beast hamstring that he wore wrapped around his waist with several twists. Liam wrapped the end of the hamstring around the hilt of his weapon and then tied a tight knot as he said hatefully, "My mom was raped by those filthy beasts, and after suffering over 9 years of discrimination, she ended up being killed by a demon. They took the smile off her face. I think it is only fair that I, her son, take the life of those who took her smile away from her." Under the confused eyes of the human army, Liam threw his greatsword into the sky with great might as he clutched at the mutant beast hamstring with his right hand. The hamstring stretched like a rubber band, and just as it reached its limit, Liam began to move his right arm pointing skyward in circular motions. Bang, 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 boom, boom. The greatsword was whirling faster and faster in the sky. The wind swirled and powerful explosions began to shake the sky each time with greater power than the last. It was just then that the demons finally made their appearance. In the distance, a dense black cloud covering the green grasslands moved closer and closer, and seconds later, the blood-red eyes of the demons appeared for all to see distinctly. King Philip had a calm expression on his face as he used his mana to stimulate the power of the runes on the device in his hand, runes that soon began to absorb some of the energy contained in the soul stone embedded in the center. Within moments, the runes were fully illuminated, and it was then that the king spoke. "Activate the sacred towers." From 5 different points, the towers of the 5 churches of Gales seemed to come to life as they began to radiate brightly. Radiances of green, silver, red, light blue, and white lights soon covered the entire city, but did not stop there as they continued to spread out to cover over 200 kilometers in less than 30 seconds. All soul evolvers, regardless of whether warrior, assassin, mage, or archer, immediately received a series of flashing messages in their retinas. "You have received the blessing of Sacred Tower Intermediate Defense. Within the area of effect, and for the next 3 hours, physical defense and magic defense plus 2900. You have received the blessing of Sacred Tower Intermediate Attack. Within the area of effect, and for the next 3 hours, physical attack and magic attack plus 2500. You have received the blessing of Sacred Tower Intermediate Mana. Within the area of effect, and for the next 3 hours, mana consumption during skill activation is reduced by 25%. You have received the blessing of Sacred Tower Intermediate Regeneration. Within the area of effect, and for the next 3 hours, the user's natural regeneration is increased by 30%. You have received the blessing of Sacred Tower Intermediate Speed. Within the area of effect, and for the next 3 hours, attack speed and movement speed plus 315. The morale was slightly low, but soon it shot skyward when everyone felt the power inside their bodies increasing exponentially to the point where they didn't even recognize themselves. They doubted that all the energy they felt was actually inside their bodies, as the difference from their previous selves of 1 second ago was simply colossal. "Husband, is it okay to activate all 5 towers at the same time?" Queen Helena's voice transmitted from the small object in King Philip's hands. The king sighed and said in a low voice, "Helena, I'm afraid this time we have no choice but to give it our all, even if it costs us all the energy of the kingdom." Before Queen Helena could ask more, several chilling auras rose from the distance. 7 third-order demons. King Philip muttered with a bitter smile on his face. However, as he looked back and saw the faces of his men, as well as the city walls behind them, his expression turned fierce. The light green ring on the ring finger of his right hand glowed slightly, and then a golden spear appeared in the king's hands. This spear was one of the most important treasures of the kingdom, the king's weapon of every generation, a weapon that was over 1,000 years old since its appearance, but was still among the most powerful weapons in Eventide World. "Get ready to fight." The king's voice thundered, and the soldiers responded fearlessly. Swords were drawn, shields raised, bowstrings pulled back, and glowing magic circles shone in the sky. Huge amounts of mana lightly shook the atmosphere as thousands of active skills to boost stats temporarily or strengthen an attack were activated at the same time. However, the demons did not simply charge in, as they also began their own attacks. In fact, the visual display was much more striking due to their vastly superior numbers. As the warriors continued to advance with fierce expressions on their faces, the demon race mages stopped and raised their bone staffs. The mana inside their bodies trembled as tens of thousands of active skills surged onto the scene. Tens of thousands of all kinds of magic attacks flew towards the human army at the same time, as thousands of magic attacks and arrows flew towards the demon army. It was just at that moment that a voice full of anger and murderous intent shook the demons' hearts for a moment. Demon Vanquisher. That young man standing at the front of the human army, who was being treated like any normal human warrior by the demons despite his appearance, suddenly spun around, and with a swift movement swung his right arm downward. All the demons participating in this attack were at least first-order soul evolvers, however. A good part of them stopped dead in their tracks as they looked up at the sky, and saw a huge purple glow cutting towards them from great heights. One of the third-order demons who planned to wait and have some fun listening to the wailing of the humans could not help but have his expression change as he felt the terrifying measure of power contained in that attack. Even before the attack hit the ground, the demon already knew that a good portion of the demonic army would be wiped off the face of the earth. Therefore, and without hesitation, he rushed forward. Blood force! The goat-legged demon roared, and with a mighty stomp soared skyward in an instant. Die! Liam roared with bloodshot eyes as he used every point of strength in his body to increase to the maximum possible power behind his attack. Within an area of approximately 2,000 meters with Liam's greatsword as the center, all of the demon's magic attacks were crushed and exploded into the sky as they met with a powerful wind pressure that became a natural wall. However, the human mage's magic attacks were not contained at all, and on the contrary, without the oppressive wind, they flew faster and more fluidly towards the army of demonic warriors. Boom, 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 boom. Blood and scorched flesh flew everywhere as the earth rumbled, and the skies shook from the explosion of thousands of focused magic attacks at a single point. Powerful shockwaves spread everywhere, and in less than a second tens of thousands of first-order demons were slaughtered. It was also at that moment that the blood-red fist of the third-order demon and Liam's greatsword, surrounded by a brilliant purple glow, descending from the sky met. His fist had barely touched the enemy's weapon, but the third-order demon's pupils contracted to the size of a needle, as he realized how much he had underestimated this attack despite believing he had given it enough importance by using his third strongest attack to parry it. The greatsword seemed to find no obstacle at all as the demon was sent flying to the ground and was subsequently buried in a huge crater. Life or death was unknown to the other demons who looked on in disbelief at the scene. At the same time as the shockwave wiped out more than 5,000 demons, and watching from the sky, Lilith looked at Liam with a pale face. More precisely, what she was looking at was his greatsword and the hilt wrapped by the special hamstring. Why is this kid? Why is this kid using the same attack style of that person? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 2026 title spoiler at the end of the chapter. Continue the charge, roared a third order demon at the same time as she rushed forward at lightning speed and activated more than 5 skills to power up her physique in an instant. The other 5 third-order demons followed closely behind, knowing that the other party only had 2 third-order soul evolvers and 1 second-order powerhouse, with the power to fight against a third-order enemy. King Philip looked over his shoulder at his wife and nodded before dashing forward as he activated 3 skills to boost his agility, strength, and attack speed. A white blaze covered the king's spear, and with a seemingly slow motion, he stabbed forward once during his dash. The demon warriors advancing to meet the human army only saw a flash of white light pass by them, followed by a gust of wind. However, when they wanted to take another step forward, they suddenly realized that there was no possibility to move. Bang, 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 bang. The heads of more than 6,000 demons exploded, and purple blood rained on the ground, coloring the running path of the King of Gales in purple and boosting the morale of the humans who, instead of waiting, moved forward to face the demons. The 6 third-order demons realized that King Philip was powerful, and therefore they communicated quickly using their eyes and moved according to the plan. They had collaborated many times in the past, so they had good tactical understanding. In most cases, a single glance was enough for the other to understand. While 3 third-order demons charged towards King Philip, the other 3 spread out in an attempt to get away in order to reach the normal troops and the city behind them. However, looks like you're underestimating me too much, demons. The voice of the King of Gales did not sound soft and gentle as in the past, quite the opposite, as it sounded deep and brave, like that of a hero who had experienced thousands of battles and had come out victorious in every one of them. Light speed stab. 4 of the 6 demons were startled when they sensed mortal danger, and 2 of the 3 who had intentions of continuing advancing were forced to retreat at the same time, as they used their own skills to deal with the light-speed stabbing attack aimed at their hearts. Boom! King Philip backed up about a dozen meters, his feet sliding along the ground, leaving the mark of his combat boots on the shattered earth. However, with his right hand slashing to the side and using the pressure of the wind to his advantage, his stance soon recovered completely and he stopped moving backwards. On the other hand, the 4 demons were surprised as they too were forced to retreat a dozen meters, just like the human king before them. They were all demons above level 120 with powerful physiques, but a single human managed to push them back, even though they all attacked him at the same time. The 4 demons exchanged glances before one of them looked at the 2 who had stopped and were hesitating about continuing with the plan or moving back to help them. You 2 keep moving on. We'll take care of restraining this little human king in the meantime. The 2 demons looked at each other and nodded before dashing sideways separately, and within seconds disappeared beyond everyone's range of vision. They were clearly aiming for the city, as they knew that inside the walls there were many more soldiers than outside. They had their own plans. The human troops and the demons had already engaged in close combat, while the mages on both sides kept moving around the battlefield at the same time. They were throwing magic skills to the enemy side. King Philip looked back for a moment and relaxed a bit when he realized that it wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. Although the demons outnumbered the human soldiers fighting outside the city by a wide margin, the power of the 5 sacred towers had increased the power of every soul evolver in the human army tremendously, to the point where even the weakest soldier now possessed the ability to fight 2 or 3 demons at the same time. Moreover, not all of the demons were left to face the human troops, but approximately 50% of them surrounded the battlefield and charged towards the city without encountering any obstacles on the way. The demons were simply too many, which is why King Philip did not place all his troops at one point, but left most of them inside the city to protect the citizens of the capital. The total number of soldiers the Gales Kingdom had stationed in the capital was just over 230,000, while the total number of demons exceeded 700,000 by a considerable margin. With such a numerical difference, stationing all the soldiers in a single place would leave the city open for the demons to wreak havoc, were it not for the wisdom of King Philip and his advisors. Soon the sounds of explosions, roars, as well as curses reached the battlefield outside the city. King Philip and the 4 third-order demons had once again locked in hand-to-hand combat. The fight involving 5 third-order soul evolvers was definitely not something that first-order powerhouses could participate in, and only second-order existences with extremely strong and pure records could perhaps withstand a couple of rounds, or stand their ground depending on their skills and combat style. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions resulting from the clash of King Philip's golden spear and the swords of the demons completely shattered the surroundings. Beautiful trees were torn apart, and large cracks opened up in the ground, as huge craters appeared one after another as the bodies of the 5 combatants flickered like ghosts and clashed in what looked like a dance of sparks as a result of the constant collision of metal. At the same time, on another battlefield, Liam was fiercely fighting the third-order demon that had jumped to parry his initial attack, failing miserably and taking heavy damage in the process. The third-order demon was covered in blood from head to toe, and his right arm was broken, hanging off the side of his body, and with no chance of being used again soon as all the bones had been pulverized. However, he was still a level 119 demon. Therefore, despite his miserable wounds, he somehow managed to barely withstand Liam's attacks, even though it was clearly visible to anyone that it was only a matter of time before he would be slaughtered. Liam's expression was bloodthirsty as he used the mutant beast hamstring to swing his greatsword back and forth while constantly activating multiple skills at the same time, clearly wishing to end his enemy's life as soon as possible. At the same time as he engaged the 4 third-order demons, King Philip burst out laughing. "Good job, Liam. Your Majesty, when I'm done with this filthy demon, I'll come to help you." Hadayahata. As long as Liam could contain that demon, King Philip didn't have to worry since eventually, the human troops would definitely win. After all, he was confident that he would be able to finish off the 4 demons in front of him within 2 hours at most. Philip wasn't too worried about the interior of the city or the 2 Third Order demons that charged in. Someone else would be in charge of restraining them both. While it was true that there would be thousands of human deaths, it was already good just avoiding the annihilation, taking into account that they were facing an army of demons 3 times the size of the human army, not to mention the number of Third Order existences. As for the more than 50,000 Second Order demons, that could be the real problem for the human army of Bearcrest City that barely had just over 10,000 soul evolvers, who had managed to complete all the evolution requirements entering the Second Order successfully. They had something else to worry about. Tree of Lightning. Queen Helena's mature, winsome, and soft voice echoed throughout the battlefield, even though she never intended to raise her tone. A perfect, leafless white tree with blue edges that crackled steadily rose behind her body. Several mages and archers made sure to stop the magic attacks aimed at the queen, currently focused on feeding her skill with mana, which was quickly making the lightning tree grow not only in height, but also in power. The sound of lightning thundered louder and louder, alerting the demon army that tried to push the human army back in an attempt to reach the source of danger as quickly as possible, but failed miserably. The tenacity of the humans shocked the demons who had not fought major wars against them for the last 4 centuries. Far from encountering quivering existences, what the demons were forced to face were savage beasts that used their teeth to bite them the moment their arms were severed and no longer able to wield their weapons. Approximately 30 seconds after she channeled enough mana, the lightning tree had turned into a small 30-meter-tall giant. Its pure white color had not changed at all, but the blue that bordered its previously blue outlines was now bright purple. At that moment, Queen Helena activated a new skill. Hypocrisy of Mana. Small kappa, letter win de 07, letter win de 07, letter 1d21, letter 1d07, small cap B, small cap N, letter 1d0F, letter 1d20, letter 1d07, small cap L. Her words had barely fallen when the pure white color of the tree soon began to change, and in just an instant, it turned into a completely purple tree with millions of tiny lightning snakes constantly flickering around it. Queen Helena pointed forward with her staff. Hell descended upon the demonic army. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning tree glowed brightly behind Queen Helena, and at the same time discharged huge purple lightning strikes towards the rear of the army, causing the death of the enemy mages. And in a matter of seconds, more than 300 mages were killed, while a few thousand were disabled without being able to stand up again or activate a new skill. At the same time, Queen Helena gently tapped the ground before her feet using the bottom of her magic staff and said using her noble voice, "Deception of mortality." A small frown involuntarily appeared on Queen Helena's face as an invisible wave shot out from her body in a circular form, rapidly covering over 20 km in a short time. This was because that magic wave, a result of the skilled deception of mortality, served to show Helena the exact location of her enemies within the range of effect, as well as the order they were in as long as they did not exceed her level. The mental pressure of receiving so much information all at once was too heavy. It was already very good for her not to scream out in pain. However, Queen Helena was fully aware of what she was doing, and she did what she did because she had a goal in mind. Fury of Logic. When Queen Helena activated Fury of Logic, the purple lightning suddenly stopped focusing on first-order enemies so much and instead began to move like intelligent dragons, targeting second-order existences that soon began to despair at being targeted by such a powerful third-order mage. The second-order existences were very powerful, especially the physical body of the demons. However, the magic attack power of Helena was simply colossal even for someone on her level. Boom, 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 boom. The battlefield was practically completely dyed purple. No matter what barrier-like skills the enemies used or treasure they activated, a single lightning strike from the lightning tree was enough to kill most of the second-order existences that were hit, and those especially strong ones that managed to survive with serious injuries after the first strike was finished off after being hit by a second lightning attack seconds later. The human soldiers cheered loudly, and their morale soared even higher, while the morale of the demonic army began to plummet. They were not nearly as frightened of the mighty King Philip, who had single-handedly stopped 4 third-order soul evolvers, but were more frightened of the woman who was practically single-handedly annihilating them and sending them on the path of extinction. Standing before the purple lightning tree, with a serious expression on her beautiful face and charming body, Queen Helena looked like a goddess who had descended into the world to save mankind from danger. For approximately 40 minutes, Queen Helena did not stop her activation of skill after skill as the lightning tree continued to scourge the demons. She proved to humans and demons that she was not just a beautiful woman who came from an important noble family. She proved that she was not just a woman who luckily married the King of Gales. Helena demonstrated with pride and nobility that it was not for nothing that she was considered one of the most powerful mages of the entire human race in Eventide world. During those 40 minutes, Helena had killed over 200,000 demons on her own, and the balance now tipped completely towards humanity. Finally, things seemed to get even brighter when Liam finally managed to finish off the third-order demon and joined King Philip. When Liam held one of the already wounded demons to restrain him, the King of Gales immediately increased the pressure on the other 3 by attacking with more ferocity. His golden spear was like a flash before the eyes of the demons, who could only do their best to defend themselves as they were forced back constantly. In the sky, Lilith was no longer looking at Liam. Instead, her eyes were fixed on Queen Helena. A flash of regret shone in her ruby eyes as she muttered under her breath, "What a pity." Just then, Queen Helena's expression abruptly changed, and she quickly tried to retreat in a hurry. Unfortunately, she had noticed the danger too late. An angry but still beautiful and lazy voice sounded from behind her back. "Damn human bitch, you've caused enough trouble and you still want to run." He. The Queen of Gales' expression wrinkled in pain, and at the same time as she looked down, what Helena's beautiful purple eyes saw was a demonic claw that had shattered her heart and pierced her from back to front. Belgos waved his hand covered in blood casually, sending the body of the Queen of Gales rolling to the ground and opening her wound even more. He licked the blood from his claw and said with delight, "At least your taste is good. When I kill everyone here, I will eat your flesh along with that of your family. Generous of me, don't you think?" Lilith looked into Queen Helena's eyes and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Even with her indifference to the life and death of other people, she felt that it was a bit unfortunate seeing a powerhouse who clearly had the ability to reach the top of the 4th Order just dying like this, barely at the initial levels of the 3rd Order. There was no lack of talents in the universe, but 99.9% of those talents failed to grow and succumbed in the grip of death. /////////////// Title of the chapter, Queen Helena's Death. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 797, World Guardian and God's Shield. Approximately 40 minutes before the war against the demons broke out completely, inside Bearcrest City. "Sira!" Ellis shouted from behind as she tried to follow in her little sister's tracks. However, Ellis was surprised to realize that she wasn't actually able to catch Seraphina despite the fact that she had just activated a skill that boosted her agility in conjunction with the blessing she had received from Seraphina earlier. However, no matter how many times Ellis shouted, Seraphina did not stop, and her focus was on moving forward as fast as possible in a hurried attempt to get to her parents' side as soon as possible to support them on the battlefield against the demons that would be arriving to the city soon. The other members of the team that was representing the Gales Kingdom in the competition of kingdoms of this generation looked at each other in astonishment before turning back to look at Seraphina, who, with a bright silver glow covering her figure, was moving more and more away. Quickly, faster. Seraphina was sweating from nerves as she forced her body to move as fast as she could. She had activated every single skill she had to increase her agility regardless of the negligent consumption of mana. Unfortunately, before Seraphina could get too close to the city walls, the 5 sacred towers of the kingdom that were part of the most important defense gales were activated, and soon after, the roars of war came from outside accompanied by thunderous explosions. The second princess of the Gales Kingdom began to panic as she felt the ground beneath her feet shaking. Her trepidation grew even more when she saw large numbers of demons breaking past the magic towers that kept shooting flames, lightning arrows, spears of light, etc. No, Seraphina shouted with a pale face as she saw that, even under the fierce attack of the towers, the bloodthirsty demons used their numbers to break through, as if they were not afraid of being the next one targeted to die. A second-order demon laughed as he rushed towards a family belonging to another realm that, in panic, didn't know what else to do other than run, without a clear goal in mind. "Stop!" Seraphina shouted and subconsciously waved her staff. "Meditation." The sweet but anxious voice of the second princess reached the second-order demon's ears, and for some reason he began to feel calmer. His footsteps stopped automatically, and for an instant the demon wondered what he was doing, what his goal was, and if it was really what he was seeking. Just then, the brave voice of the first princess of Gales resounded. "Fire blast." The second-order demon quickly realized that the situation was not good, but when he turned around all he could see was a flash of red light, before he felt his body get engulfed by burning flames that in seconds consumed him completely and devoured his life slowly as he writhed in pain. Ellis charged with her sword in her right hand and her large diamond-shaped shield in her left hand. "Die, demon!" The demon's head rolled on the ground, decapitated by Ellis as he succumbed to the pain. "Sira, what's the matter with those skills of yours?" Ellis asked in shock as she looked at Seraphina in astonishment. "Ellis, this is no time for that," Evan shouted as he charged forward and began a fight against the demons. At the age of 18, Evan was a first-order soul evolver level 49, which was amazing considering he was very close to the second order. However, it was not easy to face so many enemies at the same time, therefore, despite his talent, it was very challenging for him to fight against more than 100 soul evolvers of the demon race who were very close to his level, or had even already reached level 50. Ellis looked around, and seeing that everyone was fighting fiercely against the demons, she gritted her teeth and began to unleash all her fury on the invading creatures. Seraphina's team was powerful, really powerful to the point that the 11 of them alone managed to hold off thousands of demons. This was especially true for the case of the two princesses of the kingdom, who with their powers as second-order soul evolvers and special class holders not only managed to slaughter hundreds, but also managed to stop the charge of more than 10 second-order demons. The explosion shook everything more than 5 kilometers around. Many buildings were shattered by the shockwaves resulting from the collision between two or more powerful attacks or as a result of missed attacks. However, no matter how mighty Seraphina's blessings were or how powerful Ellis' magical attacks were, it was impossible for two people to contain so many second-order existences for too long, as at some point they would be forced into a corner that would not allow them to move freely. Indeed, only 5 minutes after the war began, and with thousands of demon corpses lying on the ground in a disorderly manner, while the purple blood slowly accumulated forming large pools, the first oversight finally occurred. "Giles, look out!" Ellis screamed in panic as an assassin of the demon race above level 70 managed to slip in taking advantage of the opportunity when she was pushed by a level 98 demon warrior. Giles was only 19 years old, but his level was already 50 even before this war, a war which had given him huge amounts of soul power to accumulate. However, the most surprising thing was that Giles was the holder of a special class called Potion Bomber. He had been using his active skills to create all sorts of poisonous, explosive, flaming, glowing potions to blind enemies, and a lot more. Apart from Seraphina and Ellis, Giles was the third reason why the 11 managed to stand firmly in this fight. When he heard Ellis' anxious voice, Giles' first thought was, "Holy shit!" Small cap A, letter window 07, letter window 07, letter 1D21, letter 1D07, small cap B, small cap N, letter 1D0F, letter 1D20, letter 1D07, small cap L, letter 1D04, letter 1D0F, letter 1D0D. Without even hesitating, Giles pulled out one of the potions he had already created many months ago using huge amounts of mana, and at the same time, he threw out a revelation potion. When the revelation potion exploded after hitting the ground, a bright white glow illuminated the surroundings at the same time as a strange light blue smoke spread rapidly everywhere. The second-order demon assassin's expression changed when his invisibility skill was broken due to the other party's strange skill. However, his face turned white when he saw a small glass bottle with a strange, ominous black-colored liquid only an inch in front of his face. BOOM. A flare of black fire shot skyward as the ground shook fiercely. The black fire spread everywhere and thousands of demons were consumed in a matter of seconds, losing their lives without even leaving screams of pain behind. A great orb of extremely pure soul power rushed into Giles' body, waiting to be absorbed by him once he completed his breakthrough to the Second Order. Despite his feat, Giles felt a pang of pain in his heart as he had just been forced to use his strongest weapon so soon. Now he would not be able to escape if something like this happened again. Wounds began to appear on the bodies of everyone except two people. One of them was Seraphina, who using her skills moved cunningly while trying her best to heal and empower her allies, while the other person was Ellis, whose terrifying defense and perfect stance made her an impenetrable wall no matter how many demons attacked her. Fortunately, a few minutes later, over 30,000 Gale soldiers arrived along with a level 90 Second Order general, leading over 600 Second Order soul evolvers below level 80. The pressure on the group of juniors decreased tremendously, and the casualties on the demon's side began to increase very quickly. Of course, there were also soldiers who were slaughtered in the midst of the chaos, but with the presence of Seraphina and Ellis, the humans managed to do much better. However, the joy did not last long. Swoosh, swoosh. From the rear of the demonic army that was still arriving, two silhouettes rushed forward like ghosts. General Samuel sensed danger of death. He immediately knew that he would not be able to avoid it. His eyes flashed with a hint of resolve amidst the panic and regret. Third Order. General Samuel's voice was like a rumble of thunder shaking them all, warning of the presence of at least one existence that represented maximum danger to all present. When the soldiers and the group of young people turned to look at General Samuel, his head was no longer on his neck. Instead, a dark brown-skinned demon held it in his right hand, while in his left hand he held the head of another Second-Order warrior belonging to the human army. General, fucking demon, die. Seeing the firm expression captured on General Samuel's face, the soldiers who had been treated as his sons became enraged, and without fear for their lives, charged forward with their swords ready to slash as the mana within their bodies moved into different skill runes. Stop, Seraphina shouted in panic, knowing that it was impossible for those soul evolvers to do anything against the demon that had managed to so easily kill a powerful level 90 soul evolver with a lot of combat experience. However, the second princess' attempt proved to be ineffective as the Third Order demon moved in and with lightning speed slaughtered over 30 soul evolvers. Boom! At the same time, a powerful explosion that shook the ground with vigor sent both humans and demons alike flying. Seraphina quickly looked towards the core source of the explosion, and her eyes flashed with disbelief as she saw the scene a little over 200 meters distance away. A sound of surprise leaked from the mouth of the second Third Order demon, and as he looked at Ellis with some interest he said playfully, "Human beauty, not bad. I'll have fun with you later." "A filthy rat who doesn't know his place," Ellis said as she used her cold eyes to glare at the demon from above her shield. The demon's spear had been parried by her diamond-shaped shield, and even though Ellis's body had been slightly submerged due to the fall of the ground, her stance hadn't been broken at all. Without giving her enemy time to respond, Ellis slashed with her sword at the same time as she said in a voice thick with decisiveness, "Hellfire slash." The Third Order demon chuckled as he saw the one-handed sword surrounded by a bunch of flames that ranged from black to purple. Instead of backing away, he stabbed with his spear at the same time activating a skill. Curse of Plagues. The demon's silver spear soon turned black after being enveloped by a strange dark-colored cloud that devoured all light, and a second later the attack of both soul evolvers met head-on. Boom! Ellis' attack was crushed after only a little resistance, and her body was forced to move in profile to the left due to the resulting power that traveled to her arm from her sword after clashing with the demon's spear. Just when the Third Order demon thought he had successfully opened an opportunity, Ellis surprised him by moving her shield in front of her at the last second. Boom! The first princess was pushed back over 300 meters, creating two long fissures in the process. However, her stance was incredibly graceful and firm as she held on tightly to her shield. "I wonder how much more you'll be able to take." The demon refused to believe that a second-order human could withhold his attacks for too long, therefore. He immediately charged towards Ellis and began to stab ferociously with his spear, while activating all kinds of skills constantly. Ellis' expression was deathly cold. She looked at the demon from the upper part of her shield. She stopped attacking, as the previous attempt was enough to prove to her that her attack power, whether physical or magical, was insufficient to compete against such a powerful Third Order soul evolver, and decided to hold her fort, only spending mana to activate skills that increased her defense or prevented her stance from breaking. Not for nothing had she been called God's shield. Seraphina sighed with a sigh of relief in her heart as she saw that her older sister was able to hold off one of the two third-order demons. She looked at the third-order demon that in just 4-5 seconds had wiped out the lives of over 200 soul evolvers from the Gale's kingdom, and a flash of anger and hate blazed in her eyes. This was her home. Gale's was their home. The citizens of this city were her second family, but many of them had lost their lives under the indiscriminate assault of the demons. Why did they have to attack? Why couldn't they stay in their places undisturbed? Seraphina gritted her teeth, and with a flame of rage burning in her emerald eyes, she activated her strongest skill, one that only worked on the person with the World Priestess class, her World Guardian. You have received assistance from the infant will of Eventide World by activating the unique 4th order skill, World Guardian. For the next 30 minutes, magic attack power plus 400% and all stats plus 60%. 24 hours after the end of the effect of the skill World Guardian, your stats will be reduced by 80% for 2 days. Bang! Everyone closest to the second princess was pushed back by a sudden burst of wind, and as they looked at her, they were shocked to see that her entire figure had been enveloped by a mysterious bright yellow radiance like that of the sun. Seraphina pointed her magic staff at the rampaging third-order demon, and her voice tinged with hatred and anger echoed amidst wails and explosions. Purification of glory. The third-order demon was perfectly fulfilling his role, slaughtering as many humans as he could with a smile of pleasure on his face. However, every hair on his body stood on end as he sensed danger that could not be ignored moving swiftly towards him from a distance. As he turned, a flash of fear shone in the demon's eyes when he saw a ball of white light filled with positive energy flying in his direction. Demons were particularly weaker to holy and light-type skills per se, but the magical damage behind this attack was comparable to that of a powerful third-order mage above level 115. // Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 798 Demon General vs. King of Gales. On the main battlefield outside the walls of Bearcrest City, the human mages froze in their tracks and seemed to forget how to activate their skills. They all stared with horror-filled eyes at the blue-skinned demon standing only steps distant as the body of Queen Helena lay on the ground. None of them dared to move even a single muscle. They were not cowards. They were all brave enough to enlist in the troops of the Gale's kingdom after having reached a high level from countless battles. However, they were not stupid either. No one knew how. No one knew the way the demon standing with his right claw stained with the blood of Queen Helena had reached the bottom of the army of warriors and the front of the army of mages without anyone being noticed. However, there was one thing they were all very clear about. The demon in front of them was far from normal. Not only was this demon a lot more powerful than the third-order demons that the King of Gales had been fighting for the past 40 minutes, but he also had skills that allowed him to evade other detection skills with ease, or else it would have been impossible for him to get this far without being perceived. King Philip stopped his assault after he pushed the third-order demons back at the cost of 3 bloody wounds on his chest and abdomen. As he looked at his wife's body lying on the ground, Philip's face turned deathly pale, and for an instant he felt as if his world was crumbling from his insides. However, something different began to grow in him. Apart from the despair he felt, something the King of Gales had not felt for over 150 years burned in his heart. The flame of anger. King Philip did not speak. He did not curse, nor did he threaten. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded, and cracks over 100 meters long spread everywhere. His body became a flash of ever brighter white light, and the soul evolvers of the kingdom were sent flying backwards with screams of panic as the bodies of the demons exploded in a mist of blood. Belgos had been attentive to the King of Gales. Therefore, the movement of the enraged king naturally did not go unnoticed. When the demon general saw the golden spear surrounded by white lightning, Belgos didn't dare take that attack, and with a quick swish, his body seemed to teleport over 400 meters away in the blink of an eye. A bright white lightning blast shot out from the tip of the king's spear, flying in a straight line towards the city walls and hitting them shortly after. Rumble! A portion of the northern walls was destroyed by King Philip's attack, and tens of thousands of demons that were charging towards the city were completely annihilated. It was even highly probable that some humans had lost their lives when the fierce attack of the enraged king hit the defensive wall. However, King Philip was losing the only woman he ever loved in his life. Where was he going to get the heart to care about the lives of others? The king seemed to ignore the current situation, and with staggering steps walked towards his wife's body. He dropped to his 2 knees like a defeated man and laid his spear, his pride, on the ground so that he could support the body of his beloved with his trembling hands. The king said nothing. He only looked at his wife's eyes that, despite still blazing with life, were fading at a speed visible to anyone. Looking down, all the King of Gales saw was a fist-sized hole going from the chest to the back of his beloved. The heart had been completely crushed. There was no hope at all. Queen Helena was aware of her current situation as well. She knew it better than anyone else. Her increasingly pallid lips quivered as her whisper-like voice strained to reach the eardrums of the man who held her dying body firmly enough to let her know how unwilling he was to let her go, but at the same time gentle enough to show her how much he wanted to cherish her. I so RRY. King Philip tried to say something, but all that came from his trembling lips was a small sound, similar to that of an old lion that had formerly ruled the jungle, but was now injured and too tired to roar as it once did. Queen Helena struggled to move her arms towards her husband's face while looking at him with tender eyes. The lack of blood circulation and constant weakness at the loss of her strongest registers and soul power did not stop her from reaching for his cheeks. With as much delicacy and care as any woman in love, she brushed the tears from the face of the proud king who now mourned and wept silently as he looked at her with pain impossible to hide or confuse. King Philip did not speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. It was more that he couldn't, as he felt as if a pair of cruel hands were tearing his heart apart piece by piece at this moment, so any words he tried to say resulted in nothing more than a low grunt. Using her last remaining strength, the Queen of Gales did not plead for her people. With the last of her remaining health, she spoke the names of 2 people. Esphira L. Ellis, the 2 princesses of Gales, his daughters. Helena said the names of 2 of the 3 most important people in her life, proving that before she was queen she was a mother. Unfortunately, that was as far as she could go. King Philip did not fight the tears that fell down his face, and as he felt his queen's arms gently slide down his cheeks before falling powerless to the side, he let his body rest on the floor before caressing her pale cheeks gently. The war had stopped, and the soul evolvers of humanity watched the scene with pale faces. They all wondered what would happen next. Queen Helena, the second most powerful soul evolver of the entire Gales kingdom, as well as one of the most powerful wizards of the entire human race, had fallen in combat. King Philip, the most powerful soul evolver in the kingdom, and one of the 49 strongest humans in the world, seemed devastated by the death of his wife. The human soldiers feared for the future. A few seconds of silence passed before the previously silent demons again showed their presence in the cruelest way possible. Oh, what a tender and lovely moment. Belgos clapped his hands as he let out a mocking chuckle. Ha ha ha! Letter 1D1C, letter 1D18, letter 1D05, letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small kappa, letter 1D0F, letter 1D0da, Cyrillic letter 493, small kappa, letter 1D07, letter 1D07, letter 1D21, letter 1D07, small cap B, small cap N, letter 1D0F, letter 1D20, letter 1D07, small cap L, letter 1D04, letter 1D0F, letter 1D0D. The demon's laughter shattered the silence into 1,000 pieces. They were a race that greatly enjoyed the misery of others, so instead of feeling sadness at the death of approximately 300,000 demons, what they felt was joy thanks to the gloomy atmosphere surrounding the humans. The soul evolvers of the Gales kingdom trembled with anger at the disrespect of the demons. However, none of them was angrier than the king himself. King Philip did not speak. He did not scream like an enraged or hurt beast either. After placing the lifeless body of his wife inside his epic-grade storage ring, the man fed the flame of anger that burned in his chest with the pain that threatened to tear him apart from the inside, and after picking up his spear with his right hand, he slowly stood up. Anger, one of the 7 deadly sins in many legends. Its flame could burn everything, even using other emotions as fuel. At the same time, anger could easily cloud people's judgment, and even the kindest of people could become demons crueler than demons. Belgo's expression changed slightly as he noticed that, beyond the tears that fell endlessly from the rabid eyes of the King of Gales, there was also bloodlust so high that it made even a proud general of the demon race like him tremble. Was King Philip a bad father? If anyone asked that question in any town or city in the Gale's kingdom, they would probably be looked down upon by the citizens of the kingdom. Everyone knew how affectionate the king was with both princesses. However, there were many times when you could not think actions through clearly or simply felt that there was nothing left to lose, forgetting that there were actually people waiting for your return home. Sensing Belgo's power being purer and thus comparable to his level 156, which was normal considering that the demon general had just absorbed the incredibly pure soul power of Queen Helena, King Philip didn't even stop to think about the consequences of his actions when he activated a skill he thought he would never in his life use. Soul Rupture. You have activated 3rd Order Level 5 skill, Soul Rupture. The user's records are turned into fuel that feeds physical attack power and magical attack power, along with agility greatly in exchange for health, stamina, and mana. You can deactivate this skill at will, however. The consumed records are not restorable. The effect of the skill was simple, very simple indeed. Boom! King Philip's aura suddenly increased, and a powerful explosion with him at its center sent more than 200 nearby mages flying and coughing up blood. At the same time as all his damage power was rising enormously, his life was being consumed at the same rate as his damage power was growing, and in a matter of seconds, one of his brown hairs turned completely white before being blown off his head and carried away by the fierce winds. Boom! Belgo's expression changed as the body of the King of Gales disappeared from his line of sight, and in an instant, he felt the Reaper's scythe on his neck. It's bad. It wasn't that the King of Gales had disappeared, but it was that his movement speed and strength were so high that he seemed to have disappeared as the current Belgos couldn't keep up with him. Out of pure instinct, he raised his sword in a defensive position right at head height in a hurry in an attempt to preserve his life. BOOM. The demon general's body was sent flying over 2,000 meters backwards while he spat blood along the way. All the demons in the middle of his route exploded into thousands of bloody pieces with flesh flying everywhere. Don't screw with me. Belgos roared furiously as with a terrific maneuver, he managed to plant his feet back on the ground as he struggled to regain his stance. Had it not been for the fact that the physical body of demons was far more durable than that of humans, that attack would have wounded him severely instead of causing him medium-grade wounds. Light Dragon Assault. The anger-filled voice of the King of Gales shook the atmosphere, and as Belgos looked ahead, he could only see a white flash approaching at speeds too high for him to get out of the way in time. Realizing that death was the only thing that awaited him if he didn't do something, the cruel and bestial nature that ran in his demonic blood made Belgos' eyes glow madly as he screamed in rage. Devoured by Darkness. You have activated 3rd Order Level 5 skill Devoured by Darkness. During the next 30 minutes, you receive an increase of agility plus 500, strength plus 500, stamina plus 500. After the end of this skill's effect, the user will fall into a weakened state, losing 60% of all natural stats for the next 7 months. Boom! A strange and ominous fog as black as night covered Belgos' legs and arms. His aura rose tremendously, until it was comparable to the current aura of the King of Gales, and hundreds of relatively nearby demons were sent flying coughing up blood in the process. Activating Devoured by Darkness was something Belgos didn't count on. After all, the price to pay was too high. During those 7 months, he would lose more than 50% of his total power, which would easily provide the opportunity for his enemies to take advantage. However, it was either that or die now. Seeing the dragon of white light enveloping the spear getting closer and closer, Belgos charged forward instead of backing away, and a white magic circle with black lines appeared on the blade of his sword. Decadence of the Stars. When the two attacks met, thousands upon thousands of demons were turned into bloody pulp after being struck by the shockwave that spread outward and shattered everything in its path. The earth split, and the sky slowly began to rumble as the human soul evolvers in the distance rejoiced that their king had forced the demon general into the demon army, or they too would have been affected by the fierce clash. Belgo's body turned into a flash of darkness, while King Philip's body turned into a flash of completely white light. Both soul evolvers moved so fast that no one on the entire battlefield could follow their movements with their eyes, and the only thing they could use to detect their approximate locations were the huge vacuum bubbles that formed when the air was expelled for a brief moment, each time the two clashed. Rumble! The earth split apart, the nearby mountains were slowly demolished until they fell, and the sky rumbled. The level of destruction caused by the two had reached a point too high, therefore. No one on the entire battlefield could intervene. They could only wait for the winner to be decided. However, everyone was aware of one thing regardless of whether it was human or demon. If King Philip won, then the humans would be victorious since there was no demon more powerful than Belgos among those present. At the same time, if King Philip lost, the human army would be defeated since not even Liam Anworth would be able to contain the terrifying demon general, and the city would fall into misery. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 799 Fate Eyes and Fate Partner. Inside the inn, for which Bai Zemin had paid 5 times the price for a room for the sake of consuming the fruit he obtained from his reward, after accepting the request from an important noble of Bearcrest City, since all the rooms had been occupied due to the existence of the competition of kingdoms being held this time in the Gale's kingdom. This place that until about 30 minutes ago was so crowded that even walking up the stairs was a bit challenging due to the large number of soul evolvers that had traveled either from other kingdoms or from other towns and cities of the Gale's kingdom, was now almost completely empty. Most had rushed out in disarray approximately 30 minutes ago, while the vast minority had locked themselves in different rooms. Although they knew that these inns would not be able to withstand the attack of a powerful soul evolver, they felt safer here since their eyes could not see what was happening outside. Basically, they were self-deluding themselves. In one of the rooms located on the 3rd floor, Bai Zemin was lying on a quite normal-looking bed. His body was frozen, and even his mouth was closed. Except for his eyes that wandered around with extreme caution, his entire being was in exactly the same position it had been in when the effect of the fresh soul fruit began to nourish his damaged soul. The first 30 minutes had been smooth and uneventful, as it was supposed to be. However, it was clear that Bai Zemin's luck had been bad this time, as exactly 30 minutes later, the ground began to shake, and the sound of explosions accompanied by what was unmistakable war cries made his heart clench in his chest. What the hell is going on outside? Bai Zemin thought warily. At the moment he was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the eyes of many. However, Bai Zemin wasn't that worried, since as long as no second-order soul evolvers appeared, no one could hurt him badly, even if he didn't move for a few minutes. The real problem was another one. Bearcrest City had been bustling but peaceful until now. The competition of kingdoms should be ending today. Could it be that a war broke out among the kingdoms? Bai Zemin could only surmise such a thing based on the information at his disposal. It wasn't until several minutes later, when Lilith returned to inform him about the demon race's attack, that Bai Zemin finally understood what was going on. However, there was something he did not understand. Were the demons stupid? Oh, were they too confident? From a certain point of view, this was a terrible time to attack. After all, the 49 strongest soul evolvers of the human race were gathered here. At the same time, however, this was a good time to attack. If the demons succeeded, then the human forces would suffer a catastrophic fall, to say the least. With the loss of those who held the race together, the demons would find no obstacles really difficult to overcome, and it would be a matter of time before all the kingdoms would fall. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin could not speak, therefore it was impossible for him to ask Lilith his doubts. Time advanced as slowly as a snail crawling over bumpy terrain. The only thing that let Bai Zemin sigh in relief was the fact that, although the explosions were getting fiercer and fiercer, the demon army did not seem to be advancing. Bearcrest City was really huge, otherwise it would be impossible for millions to live there, along with the fact that millions from other kingdoms came to see up, close the competition of kingdoms that occurred only once every 15 years. Even with his agility and movement speed, the inn he was at was about 12-13 minutes away from the north gate where the loudest explosions were coming from. Therefore, and at least for now, Bai Zemin was safe. Finally, 30 minutes later, he regained the ability to move, and with a jump he got out of the bed that at this moment felt more like a prison. Simultaneously, a message flashed in his retina. All natural stats plus 120 permanently. Bai Zemin blinked in surprise. Was that increase due to the fruit consumed? Bai Zemin wasn't quite sure, but it was the only plausible explanation. Besides, his soul only needed to be healed by 4% more to be at 100%, while the fresh soul fruit healed a fixed 5%. Maybe that remaining percentage was what gave Bai Zemin that not-so-small increase in stats, but he couldn't be too sure either. That as it may, and with time against him, Bai Zemin quickly left the inn, destroying the glass window directly. He jumped onto one of the highest roofs in the area and quickly looked around, noticing that indeed the most affected area seemed to be the north, since that was where the most terrifying explosions were coming from. Bai Zemin even noticed a lot of smoke rising into the sky, and a part of the city had already been razed to the ground. That brat better is all right, or I'll never be able to forgive myself. Bai Zemin sighed, and as he let himself fall to the ground from gravity, he activated lightning movement and ending sorrow, increasing his agility by another 170 points. His feet had barely touched the ground when his body became a gust of fierce wind, rushing northward and feeling some pressure in his chest. Serafina had saved his life. Bai Zemin owed her too much. If something bad happened to her then, that would become a burden that in the future would probably not allow him to progress so easily. /////. Within the north walls of Bearcrest City, the battlefield was becoming more and more fierce with each passing second. The red blood of the humans had mixed with the purple blood of the demons, creating rivers that ran through much of the city. The iron smell was thick, and the corpses piled up to form small mountains as over 100,000 demons were slaughtered by the human powers, while approximately 40,000 soldiers belonging to the Gale's kingdom had lost their lives at this point. Among the humans who lost their lives, 3 of the 11 members representing Gales in the competition of kingdoms of this generation had lost their lives. They were holders of great talent or willpower strong enough to push them to continue advancing and putting them together with the strongest. In the future, they were destined to become figures of great importance. Unfortunately, they were still too young. Without time to grow, they were nothing more than soul evolvers, stronger than normal but not unbeatable existences. The flames of war were cruel and did not discriminate between old and young. There were 2 battlefields that had been separated from the battlefield, where the soul evolvers of both races clashed. On one of them, the first princess of the Gale's kingdom, Ellis Di Gales, used her large diamond-shaped shield to bravely and fiercely hold back the increasingly powerful attacks of a third-order demon. No matter how much the third-order demon attacked, or how much his power increased with each passing second, Ellis responded by becoming even more powerful. Dark lightning. The third-order demon roared as he stabbed forward with a spear covered in brilliant black lightning. Ellis raised her shield to the height of her left shoulder and positioned her body sideways at the same time as she shouted aloud, "Call of focused will." A milk-white light covered her jet-black shield along with her figure, and an instant later the spear covered in black lightning fiercely struck the cover of light. Boom! Ellis' body trembled slightly, but not only was her body not sent flying after receiving the attack from a soul evolver many levels above her own, but she didn't even suffer an injury at all. "Damn it, who the hell is this bitch?" The third-order demon roared in frustration as he saw his attacks failing again and again. However, he did not give up and continued attacking ferociously, quickly draining his mana but also shaking the annoying human woman's body more and more frequently, which meant it was only a matter of time before she collapsed. At the same time, on the second battlefield away from the others. Agony. Serafina waved her magic staff, and a ball of blue light with red dots shot out towards the third-order demon that was chasing her with bloodshot eyes. The third-order demon no longer dared to underestimate this human girl. His body was riddled with bloody wounds that hurt to the point of torture as the light element slowly corroded him. "Shadow arrow," roared the demon, and at the same time as he pointed his index finger forward, the black-colored ring on it lit up, shooting an arrow of darkness towards Serafina. Boom! Both attacks collided in midair, and there was a thunderous explosion that shook the ground that at this point had been completely obliterated from existence. The shockwave hit Serafina, and an expression of pain crossed her face as a thin trickle of blood slid silently from the corner of her mouth. Although her magic power was temporarily comparable to that of a level 120 soul evolver, her defense as a second-order mage was still as low as ever. However, the third-order demon didn't take the damage he caused her for free either. "Arg bitch!" The third-order demon once again fell into one of Serafina's traps, and his footsteps stopped as several red dots covered his body, causing him an agonizing amount of pain. As the demon grumbled in pain, Serafina suppressed her own and seized the moment to activate one of her strongest skills that she had been waiting for the right moment to launch. Orb of Exhaustion. The demon didn't even have time to dodge when a yellow orb with white edges hit his chest, and he immediately felt like fainting due to the mental and physical exhaustion that flooded him. Stamina minus 540. Seraphina was panting, and her entire body was covered in sweat. There were seconds left before her World Guardian skill went into cooldown. She needed to end this as soon as possible, or else it would be her doom and the doom of all her friends. Seraphina bit her lips hard to suppress the dizziness she felt as a result of the pain, and pointed towards the sky as she looked at the demon in front of her with eyes red from anger. Die! The Third Order demon raised his head and saw a huge silver-colored magic circle glowing in the sky. The danger of death overwhelmed him, and fear paralyzed his body as he realized that this was what the human princess was looking for, a moment when he would be exhausted enough to seal his agility and movement speed. Beam of the Ancest. Sira, watch out! Seraphina's pupils contracted to the size of needles as she heard the anxious cry of her older sister Ellis. She felt the tip of a spear about to touch her neck, and subconsciously did not continue with the activation of her most potent magic skill. I can't dodge it. Surprisingly, Seraphina was very calm at this moment. With the death only inches from her, thousands of thoughts crossed her mind in an instant. She thought on the 3 members of her team who had lost their lives against the demons, Ray, Amelia, and Jack. She thought on the soldiers who gave their lives bravely in order to contain one more demon for an extra second, and she thought on her parents. Soon, however, she found herself thinking about the human who had arrived from another world, and who in the few hours they interacted made her feel as much anger and sadness as no one had ever managed to do in her entire life. His name was Pink in my eyes. That meant that if I stayed by his side, my future was destined to be bright and happy. And if he and I had progeny, our children would be talents great enough to make everyone in the world envious. Seraphina sighed and could not help but feel sad. She felt sad not because of her death, but because of the fact that just at the moment when Seraphina had found her fated match, she had lost him as well. After all, the name of her family's innate skill was Fate Eyes. However, that sadness soon turned into joy. Seraphina was relieved that Bai Zemin had returned to his world. At least he was able to avoid the war and could live happily in some unknown place. Just as the demon's spear touched Seraphina's neck, and a thin trickle of blood ran down her white skin, a beast-like roar caused the sky to rumble and the earth to tremble. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 800, Seeing Each Other Again in the Middle of the War. Bai Zemin felt more and more anxious as he charged towards the north of the city. After a few minutes, the anxiety reached a point too high, so he did not hesitate to activate overlap regeneration and turned all his magic into agility. Agility, 2153 plus 95. Bai Zemin's body was literally a blur. The buildings to the sides trembled and shook as the fierce gusts of wind that were pushed by his terrifying movement speed whipped them ruthlessly. He saw virtually no humans outside in the streets. All had probably hidden inside the buildings or somewhere else. However, none of that mattered to Bai Zemin. His only goal was to find the second princess of this kingdom. She had saved his life, and despite her harsh words, she had actually been very kind to him, even though they did not know each other at all. Now it was his turn to do what he could for her in her time of need. It was at that moment that Bai Zemin realized that perhaps he really had been called to this world by Seraphina die Gales. After all, hadn't she said that her invocation skill was meant to summon an existence that could help her in times of need? After activating overlap regeneration 5 times along the way and shortening the time he needed to reach the northern city walls tremendously, Bai Zemin finally saw from the distance a sea of demons clashing with human soldiers wearing shining armor and sharp weapons. He quickly jumped up to one of the taller buildings outside the destroyed area and looked at the surroundings with some apprehension. Bai Zemin was quick to notice the two battlefields, in which 2 third-order demons were fighting against 2 beautiful human women. A sigh of relief flew out of his mouth when he saw that Seraphina was fine. Of course, he was also relieved that Ellis was alive and nothing bad had happened to her. It was just at that moment that he caught a glimpse of something that made the murderous intent inside his heart grow tremendously. However, Bai Zemin fought to suppress that murderous intent, as first he needed to confirm some things and take care of others. Sira, watch out. At the same time as Ellis was pushed back, and the third-order demon attacking her suddenly turned to attack Serafina. Bai Zemin kicked the building he was standing on, and his body shot forward like a missile. Serafina was caught off guard just when she was in the process of activating a magic skill, thus preventing her from being able to react in time and evade the fatal attack that was nothing short of taking her life. "No, I won't make it in time." Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and without hesitation opened his mouth wide. His vocal cords fluttered strangely as large amounts of mana gathered in his throat, and the next moment the skill war cry triggered. Roar! The air stagnated, and the earth shook as the ferocious sound wave struck both humans and demons alike. The sky rumbled as everyone froze in fear while staring with stunned eyes at a fixed point. The spear of the third-order demon had already reached Serafina's neck. In fact, the tip had managed to pierce her beautiful skin, and there was currently a thin trickle of red blood running down her swan-like neck. His movements only stalled for a split second, and he quickly set out to continue, however. When he attempted to push deeper into the human girl's neck, he was startled to find himself unable to move his body. What the F? The demon was shocked as he looked around. Dozens of crimson blood chains with bright golden dots clung to his body tightly, and his limbs had been imprisoned with such tightness that no matter how hard he pulled on his arms or legs, he didn't even manage to move an inch. The spear-wielding third-order demon had no time to think about how things had turned out this way, as only a second later he felt a severe headache. Moments later, everything went white for him, and the pain disappeared without a trace. Boom! Serafina felt the fierce sound of the explosion just inches back from her body. She closed her eyes preparing to be hit by the shockwave, however. To her surprise, Serafina felt a shadow rising above her, and the expected shockwave never hurt her. Before turning around, Serafina saw the terrified expression of the third-order demon she had been fighting for the past 30 minutes. When she looked back over her shoulder, all she saw was a thick crimson blood wall blocking her view, and Serafina quickly understood the reason why the shockwave from the previous explosion didn't hurt her. Boom! Another explosion of similar magnitude to the previous one shook the ground hard, and the blood wall was soon covered by cracks that in a matter of seconds regenerated as if they had never been there. Bastard! Serafina quickly turned to look forward again, and her pupils contracted as she saw a figure covered in a faint halo of golden light, standing before the third-order demon, whose movements had been restricted by dozens of blood chains, and even his feet were lifted off the ground. Who is this person? Was the question that not only Serafina but everyone had asked themselves as they looked at the young man with golden hair and eyes. Could he be a soul evolver belonging to a different kingdom that had joined the war against the demons? After all, Gales had no one with such characteristics, since golden hair was characteristic of the royal family, not to mention the strength exuded by the body of the soul evolver, who so easily suppressed a third-order existence. Under the frightened eyes of the demons and shocked humans, the unknown soul evolver clenched his right fist wrapped by a strange dragon claw-shaped gauntlet and unhesitatingly struck fiercely forward. Boom! The human's fist completely destroyed the demon's armor and pierced through the chest until half of his arm was buried in the flesh of the surprised creature. Impressive. The life energy of these demons doesn't decay too much even with the heart destroyed. Bai Zemin muttered under his breath as he pulled his fist out of his enemy's chest, making it grunt in pain as he glared at it with bloodthirsty red eyes. Punch the right side of the chest and you will understand. Bai Zemin nodded at Lilith's words, and without a word, fiercely struck the right side of the enemy's chest. Boom! A new thunderous explosion shook the now silent battlefield. Oh, now I understand. Bai Zemin nodded and a flash of surprise shone in his eyes. These bastards have two hearts after all. This time, his voice had not been as low as before. Therefore, even amidst the rumbling, the stronger soul evolvers who were relatively close to his position managed to hear him. Because Bai Zemin had spoken in his native language and not in Gales, no one understood what he was saying at all. However, there was one person among those present who had heard that language before, not to mention that she would never mistake that voice. Serafina looked with widening eyes at the wide back of the person covered by the golden halo and covered her mouth as she whispered in shock. It can't be possible. That person she knew and hoped to see again should not be in this place. He should already be in his world with his friends and loved ones. Besides, that person was only a level 50 soul evolver. It was impossible that he could be powerful enough to take down a third-order demon with 2 punches. No, but that voice. Second Princess Seraphina's mind was a mess as she looked at that straight back standing meters before her. The chains around the third-order demon's limbs and body soon turned into liquid blood that fell to the ground, splashing everywhere. Losing his hold on the chains, the third-order demon's weakened body fell to the ground, and it took no more than a few seconds for his life to end. Seraphina felt the blood wall behind her disappearing, and when she looked back, she couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the lifeless body of the third-order demon that had almost killed her moments before. Looking forward once more, Seraphina finally caught a glimpse of the other party's face. Despite the eye color and hair color being golden instead of dark black, the facial characteristics and the gaze in his eyes confirmed her previous doubts. "Orc," Seraphina muttered with wide eyes. She still couldn't believe it, so her voice sounded like a question in search of answers. Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry at being called an orc again. It seemed like it would be his official name in the mouth of this little princess. He scratched his head and said with a somewhat uncomfortable smile, "It's been a few days, ponytail princess." Seraphina was not upset at being called that way. Quite the contrary, her eyes sparkled with joy, and for a moment she seemed to forget the world around her as she said with delight, You didn't go to your world. I thought you had left forever. Ah, I'm sorry for my words from before. I really didn't mean it that way. It's just that." "Seraphina," Bai Zemin raised a hand and interrupted her. He pointed to the surroundings and said in a cold voice, "Let me wipe out these demons first, how about that? It will be quick." She paused at his words, quickly realizing that this was not the time or place for conversation. The golden halo disappeared at that moment, revealing Bai Zemin's natural hair and eye color. His aura returned to normal, losing that strange grandiosity that somehow made people want to kneel. Seraphina was about to ask him how it could be possible to wipe out hundreds of thousands of demons, quickly. As he had said, since it would take even a third-order soul evolver quite a while, however, she soon noticed that something was not right. Why the demons weren't moving? 95% of them were frozen, staring in fear and shock straight ahead, while the more distant demons that suddenly rushed over stopped when they came within a certain range. The only exception being the second-order demons that could not move since they were restricted by blood chains. Of course, the reason why the first-order demons could not move was due to the false domain that Bai Zemin had learned by making use of his blood manipulation skill. He had spent 90% of his mana in order to contain over 3,000 second-order demons and hundreds of thousands of first-order demons. The remaining 10% was consumed when Bai Zemin uttered the words that made it easy for him to imagine a terrifying scene. Annihilation of vitality. His words had only fallen when Bai Zemin was forced to activate overlap regeneration to regenerate his mana to the maximum again, because he felt as if a giant hammer smashed against his head when his mana stat dropped to absolute zero. However, it was worth it. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. One by one, the bodies of the demons began to swell up like balloons and moments later exploded into piles of broken flesh and hot blood flying everywhere. Ellis, Seraphina, and everyone else present watched with wide eyes and pale faces as everything turned purple from the steam of the demon's hot blood. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 801, Self-Destruction to Obtain Power. For about 5 minutes, the soul evolvers of the Gale's Kingdom army watched the scene unfolding in front of them, with their hearts feeling as heavy as stones. How would you feel if you heard the sound of the bodies of living beings getting swollen, and then witnessed tens of thousands of them exploding, sending hot blood splattering everywhere and chunks of flesh not too dissimilar to that of a normal human flying and falling to the ground with chilling sounds? Anna, Giles, Evan, Kat, etc. All of them had suffered some degree of injuries on their bodies due to the war against the demons, especially considering that they were facing dozens of enemies at the same time. However, they could no longer feel pain and, like everyone else, watched petrified as the demon army was wiped out forever. Approximately 5 minutes passed, and Bai Zemin looked around with an indifferent expression on his face. A flash of regret shone in his eyes as he realized that despite their injuries, the second-order demons were still alive. My magic power is not high enough to crush the internal organs of these second-order demons, let alone make their bodies explode. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart as he activated overlap regeneration for the 8th time in the day. Magic for agility, Bai Zemin muttered, and in just a second he turned into a golden blur, disappearing from everyone's sight. Even Ellis and Seraphina couldn't follow Bai Zemin's movements at all. Boom, 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 boom. The heads of the second-order demons began to explode one after another, as the remaining power of what everyone assumed were fierce punches shattered the ground behind each demon chosen to die. Is that person really Bai Zemin? Evan swallowed audibly and subconsciously caressed his neck with his left hand as if to confirm it was safe and sound. That seems to be the case. Giles nodded, somewhat unsure of his own answer. Ellis, like most of those present, looked at the flash of golden light that flickered at impossible-to-follow speeds. Her face was pale at the horrific scene she was witnessing. What kind of absurd power is this? The first princess of Gales muttered with wide eyes. Wasn't Bai Zemin a first-order soul evolver? Forget about Liam, the greatest talent of the Gales kingdom and probably the entire younger generation of Eventide world. Ellis was 100% sure that even her father, King Philip, didn't have the ability to do what Bai Zemin was doing. Only 8 seconds passed when 3,000 headless corpses fell to the ground with purple blood gushing from their broken necks. As the troops of Gales stared in shock and horror at those demonic corpses, it was hard for them to accept that less than 10 seconds ago they were all second-order powerhouses that could kill most of them without a problem. Under everyone's astonished eyes, a part of the rivers of blood moved strangely and covered all the second-order soul stones. By the time the blood moved away, the soul stones were nowhere to be found. Bai Zemin approached Seraphina, who was looking at him in surprise and disbelief for obvious reasons. He frowned and looked off into the distance in a northerly direction as he said in a deep voice, "We need to move. There seems to be 2 powerful soul evolvers fighting far away from here." Seraphina's pupils contracted at his words, and when she sharpened her hearing, she could indeed barely hear the sound of explosions. "Dad," she shouted in panic, and without hesitation started running north in a hurry. If there were 2 soul evolvers fighting then, that meant that one of them was definitely her father, the King of Gales. Moreover, the fact that the other party could contend against her father meant that the enemy demon must be a general of the Demon Lord. Bai Zemin also realized this problem and quickly followed Seraphina. Most of her skills were on cooldown, so it was easy for him to catch up, and without asking permission, he caught her body before dashing into the distance and disappearing in an instant. Ellis finally blinked, coming out of her frozen state, and quickly shouted in a brave voice, "Everyone charge! Kill all the demons until not a single one of them is left alive." Without waiting for a reaction, she activated several skills to boost her agility and movement speed before dashing into the distance. Kill! Kill! Follow the princesses! The human army generals and the troops let out war roars as they ran towards the outside of the city. All of them seemed to have received some kind of strange injection, as their eyes seemed to have no trace of rationality, since the only thing they were looking for was the death of their enemies at any cost. Bai Zemin and Seraphina crossed the collapsed part of the northern wall of the city. He carried her and quickly covered more than 3 kilometers, finally seeing the human troops and the demon troops locked in what was a bloody and cruel war that rarely occurred between 2 races. Most striking, however, were the hundreds of thousands of burned corpses on the ground, as well as the large amount of ashes agglomerated in such a way that even the fierce winds were having difficulty blowing them away. Seeing the faint purple lightning still crackling on the ground, Seraphina smiled proudly and said cheerfully, "That's my mom's magic. It's these demons' bad luck to face one of the most talented and powerful mages in the whole world." She was really joyful and felt as if a weight was lifted from her chest after detecting traces of her mother's magic. However, Bai Zemin frowned tightly and felt a bad premonition when he noticed that this trace of magic belonging to Queen Helena still lingered, only because the skill launched was very powerful and the Queen's magic power was terrifying. But in reality, it had been several minutes since those demon corpses had been scorched. Bai Zemin tried to find a particularly powerful mage wreaking havoc against the demon army, but he soon realized that there was no such mage. "Don't tell me." Bai Zemin's expression grew gloomy, however, just as he was about to increase his speed and head towards the distant battlefield where the explosions were so terrifying that they reached even as far as his location. He stopped upon seeing the shadow of a person out of the corner of his eye. Serafina grunted slightly in pain when she felt a tug on the left side of her body due to Bai Zemin's sudden turn. However, she didn't have time to say anything when her pupils twitched at the sight of the person lying on the ground with blood covering his entire body. Liam! Serafina jumped off Bai Zemin's back as soon as he stopped and quickly ran to her friend. Liam looked at Serafina with his right eye as the left one was closed tightly. He opened his mouth to say something, but all that came out was a great rush of blood. Don't say anything. Serafina quickly drank a mana potion that tripled the speed at which her mana regenerated and quickly activated a skill on Liam's body, Vital Light. A glow of white, warm light surrounded Liam's badly wounded body. His regeneration increased by an extra 20%, and the wounds on his body began to heal faster than normal. Even then, however, a single time was clearly not going to be enough to bring him back from the brink of death. Vital Light. Vital Light. Vital Light. As Serafina did her best to heal Liam, Bai Zemin looked at the bodies of the demons lying lifeless not far from where the young future hero of Gales had collapsed. As it appeared to be, Liam had fought 4 third-order demons. Although Bai Zemin noticed that these third-order demons had already suffered several wounds from a weapon that was clearly not a greatsword, it was amazing that Liam could fight 4 of them at the same time and kill them all while preserving his life, even if it hung in the balance. Bai Zemin looked at Serafina and said in a low voice, "I'll go support your father. You heal Liam and support the troops here." "Please?" Serafina nodded without looking back and trusting him completely after witnessing his strength. She bit her lips tightly as she fought the dizziness resulting from the excessive consumption of mana. Bai Zemin nodded slightly towards Liam, who barely moved his head in acknowledgement to avoid worsening his condition, before turning into a flash of red lightning in a northwesterly direction. Every demon in his path was turned into a pile of meat, paced regardless of whether it was first order or second order. Every meter he advanced, the explosions became more and more ferocious, and approximately 2 kilometers later, Bai Zemin finally caught sight of 2 figures clashing in what could only be described as a death battle, where the defense had long since ceased to be taken into account. The golden spear and the purple sword clashed more than 70 times per second, shattering the earth completely. When the skills were activated, huge craters at least 600 meters in diameter covered the area with the impact zone as the center. Bai Zemin was barely able to see 2 flashes of light, one white and one black, moving everywhere. The fact that he could barely make out who surprised him tremendously, since this could only mean that both soul evolvers outmatched him by a good margin in terms of agility. However, Bai Zemin soon realized where the problem lay after seeing King Philip. The demon's body was covered in purple blood from head to toe, and his left hand was missing. There were several fist-sized holes in his torso, with white lightning fighting against the black energy covering part of his body. On the other hand, the current King Philip no longer had his past appearance at all. Although there were few wounds on his body compared to the wounds on the general demon's body, his hair had turned completely gray, and his formerly handsome face had now become that of an old man of at least 80 years old. Although the two looked quite miserable with their current appearances, the power behind their attacks was far from insignificant or miserable. Every time the golden spear and purple sword met, the ground would change shape after exploding into thousands of pieces. These two used self-destructive skills in order to get a significant increase in power temporarily, Lilith explained calmly. "Zemin, you need to stop that little princess's father, or else he will turn into ashes within a minute at most." Bai Zemin didn't hesitate to activate overlap regeneration for the 9th time in the day, and after exchanging all his magic points for agility, he dashed forward. His storage ring released a small purple radiance, and immediately Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words appeared in his right hand. "Lonely Wolf Aura." The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the air became stagnant when a terrifying pressure descended upon Belgos and King Philip. Both turned abruptly with expressions of panic and indifference on their faces, as they did not know which side the newcomer belonged to. Seeing the golden-haired, golden-eyed man, with the silhouette of a wolf behind him, charging towards them, King Philip had no reaction at all, as if he was not particularly happy or sad to receive human help. On the other hand, Belgos gritted his teeth and without hesitation dashed towards the human whose presence had weakened his overall power by 10%. If he did not eliminate this human, the King of Gales would easily kill him due to his weakened state. Bai Zemin did not stop, and instead activated several skills in an instant. First, a series of crimson flames burned on his weapon, and then a blue flame mixed with the crimson flames, forming a bright purple flame that set fire to the broken trees 200 meters around the flame as its center. A moment later, Bai Zemin jumped and soared over 400 meters in an instant. Without giving his enemy time to react or think, he shouted out loud the activation of gravity manipulation X30, and his body plummeted at the same time as he slashed ferociously towards the head of the demon general. Belgoz was undoubtedly taken by surprise, but what surprised him was to feel the danger of death from this attack. Without hesitation, he raised his sword to block the incoming attack, or so he tried. When Belgoz tried to move his right hand upwards, all the blood covering his body suddenly turned into something similar to a straitjacket that encased him, and although he managed to shatter it in a second, it was already too late to defend against the greatsword with purple flames. Die. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 802, The Fall of One of the 10 Demon Generals. Chapter 802, The Fall of One of the 10 Demon Generals. A huge crater over 1,500 meters in diameter was blown when Bai Zemin's attack finally hit the ground. The earth split into hundreds of thousands of fragments, and rocks of all sizes shot uncontrollably, everywhere like pieces of shrapnel, capable of turning a level 20 soul evolver into a sieve riddled with holes. Bai Zemin straightened his posture in the middle of the crater, and as he looked at the surroundings, he couldn't help but frown. He did indeed feel that he managed to wound the third-order demon just before, and could even smell his blood. However, Bai Zemin was sure that most of his attack was missed, not to mention the fact that he had yet to receive the death records, which meant that there was no death at all. Damn human bastard, I'll rip your skin off. Bai Zemin looked to his right with an indifferent expression on his face, facing the threat of the demon general. Belgoz had an expression of anger and pain on his face as he looked at Bai Zemin, as if he was looking at the enemy that slaughtered all of his loved ones. However, his anger was not for nothing, considering that his left arm was gone, and currently there were great torrents of blood constantly pouring out from the shattered shoulder that was nothing more than a pile of crushed flesh at this point. As one of the general demons of the demon race, Belgoz possessed many powerful skills. Among his life-saving skills in time of crisis, the most powerful was one that allowed him to teleport to a location within 1,000 meters of him. This teleportation skill had a 10-minute cooldown, so unless it was extremely necessary, Belgoz was reluctant to use it. However, just before, when his sword had barely made contact with the giant sword of the human before him, Belgoz realized how much he had underestimated the power of this person. Were it not for the fact that he had been fast and decisive, his body might have been buried underground with severe wounds at this point. I need to back off for now. Things turned out in a way none of us expected. Belgoz gritted his teeth in anger and without hesitation turned, running into the forest while activating 2 skills to push his agility a little further. However, when Belgoz looked over his shoulder 2 or 3 seconds later, his face grew dark as he saw a pair of golden eyes glaring at him coldly. The distance between him and the human with the giant sword was shortening too fast. Who the fuck is this bastard? Why didn't the report we received say anything about him? Belgoz began to panic as he realized that this day next year could be the anniversary of his death. In the end, Belgoz decided it was all or nothing. Therefore, with an abrupt turn that displayed his combat experience, he stabbed forward with his sword. The image of a white skull appeared behind his body, and a red lightning bolt covered the blade of the sword at the same time as he roared from the depths of his soul the name of his most powerful attack skill. Crimson Death. Bang! The crimson lightning bolt shot out from the tip of the sword like a beam of energy, and in an instant hit Bai Zemin, who was less than 50 meters far away. The crimson beam grew larger and larger as it moved away from the sword, and after traveling more than 10 kilometers, it hit a giant mountain in the distance. For a moment, everything remained the same as if nothing had happened. However, just a blink of an eye later, the result of the fierce attack was displayed for even those fighting near Bearcrest City to see. Rumble. The mountain exploded from the middle up. Colossal-sized boulders flew through the sky before disintegrating into small pieces that rained down everywhere as the surroundings rumbled, and the earth shook fiercely as if a giant had awakened from its slumber. His skill was the main reason why few existences around the world dared to provoke Belgos, and those that had the courage to do it would definitely not do it for a small matter. With such a high destructive capacity, a large part of a city would easily be wiped out to nothing if he decided to activate this skill casually. And the scariest thing of all was that the activation of Crimson Death was almost instantaneous, so it was difficult to defend against it. However, Belgos did not even feel happy in the slightest at the demonstration of damage he had just caused. After all, far from receiving soul power from the unknown human, all he felt was danger. Danger so high that Belgos knew he wouldn't be able to avoid even if he wanted to. Looking to his right out of the corner of his eyes, all Belgos caught was a glimpse of a golden light coming towards his abdomen. Boom! As Bai Zemin's fist, wrapped by annihilation of the falling sky in its dragon claw form, impacted the abdomen of Belgos, the proud demon general leaned forward, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as the air in his lungs emptied. Thank God and I have Shadow Blink with me, or that attack would have killed me. Bai Zemin thought grimly as he spun 360 degrees and used his right leg as a whip. Boom! Belgos' body was sent flying like a kite whose string had been cut, and the chilling sound of bones cracking aided the pain that was transmitted to his brain for him to understand that his single remaining arm had been broken. His body hadn't even touched the ground when Belgos felt a fierce blow on his back that stopped his backwards movement. Critical hit. Bai Zemin smashed his knee into the back of the demon general, and the sensation of having broken something was transmitted even through the armor and leg protectors. Boom! Belgos was sent flying in the opposite direction, and this time he could no longer feel his lower body. A large hole of blood appeared on his back, revealing the shredded flesh and broken white bones inside. At the same time, he felt as if everything around him was turning white, so he didn't even realize he was spitting blood in midair. Boom! For approximately 15 seconds, King Philip watched indifferently from a distance, as the body of the demon general Belgos was sent flying all over the place like a punching bag, by a flash of golden light that even he could not follow clearly, even though he was still under the effect of his soul rupture skill. After exhausting the 10th activation of the day for overlap regeneration, the golden radiance that covered Bai Zemin's body slowly disappeared, which not only made his agility and magic stats return to normal, but also made it clear that the color of his hair and eyes were still black as usual. Critical hit. With a final punch on the upper back and another thunderous explosion, the body of Belgos was sent flying several meters backwards, and after rolling on the ground like a broken rag doll, finally stopped less than 5 meters from the King of Gales, who had been watching everything with dead eyes. Bai Zemin slowly approached King Philip, stopping at a relatively safe distance of 20 meters as he noticed that the king's mental state was not good at the moment. If Bai Zemin's suspicions turned out to be true, then it was only normal that the king of this kingdom was not in his senses right now. Your Majesty Philip, the demons have practically been completely defeated, Bai Zemin said in an attempt to see if he could get any facial reaction from the man. However, except for the grunts of pain and frustration from the demon general Belgos, all Bai Zemin got were caresses from the wind blowing from the nearby woods. After a moment he added, "First Princess Ellis and second Princess Seraphina are well. Both are awaiting your return with all the people of Gales." Indeed, upon hearing the name of the two princesses, the expressionless and practically dead face of King Philip finally showed some human reaction. His dull eyes lit up slightly as if the flame that had been nothing short of going out finally received some warmth, slowly beginning to burn again. A few seconds later, Bai Zemin noticed King Philip's aura plummeting until it finally stopped at a normal level. He sighed in relief as he realized that Seraphina and Ella's father had probably just deactivated the skill that was granting him power in exchange for consuming his life. Philip looked at Bai Zemin for several seconds. Finally, he said in a flat voice, "Thank you for your help, Bai Zemin. It was you who wiped out the demons." Bai Zemin shook his head and did not dare to take credit that he did not think belonged to him. "Due to certain circumstances, I could not participate in the war against the demons until several minutes ago. The warriors of Gales are still fighting the remnant demon troops, and Liam managed to kill 4 third-order demons despite ending up severely wounded." King Philip nodded and did not pursue the matter further. Even though Bai Zemin had said that he only participated for a few minutes in the war against the demons, the king had witnessed what he was capable of and was no longer fooled by his first-order aura. Although Belgos was badly wounded, it was also true that Bai Zemin had completely overwhelmed him from the first moment. Releasing an existence capable of fighting such a demon general in the midst of an army of first-order and second-order demons for several minutes was more than enough to crush numerous enemy powerhouses. "Do you mind if I kill this demon?" King Philip asked as he looked at Belgos with indifference. Bai Zemin looked at the current king's condition and couldn't help but sigh as he recalled his appearance from 5 days ago. The current King Philip was no different than an 85-year-old man. His body was hunched forward, his gray hair looked weak, his face was covered in wrinkles with multiple spots on his skin, and his eyes were barely open as if the light bothered him. Of course, his power was still that of a terrifying third-order soul evolver. However, the current King Philip was definitely not as powerful as his former self. "Go ahead. It was you who injured him critically. I only delivered the final blows to make him impotent." Bai Zemin nodded indifferently and waved his hand as if the valuable soul power of a third-order existence was no big deal to him. But in fact, this was Bai Zemin's plan all this time, or else he hadn't given all those unnecessary attacks and would have simply crushed the head of Belgos when he had the chance to do it. Absorbing the records of a soul evolver as powerful as Belgos was, one of the 10 generals of the demon race, King Philip's life expectancy would grow by at least a few years, and his physical condition would improve considerably after going up maybe 1 or 2 levels. King Philip said nothing. He simply looked Belgos in the eyes and without any expression on his face stabbed twice with his spear. Boom, boom. 2 bloody holes the size of an adult fist each appeared on both sides of Belgos' chest. The eyes of the demon general opened, and a flash of disbelief shone in his red pupils as he felt his life quickly fading away. When his eyes met the cold gaze on the aged face of the King of Gales, he understood the reason why the man had decided on this method of killing him. "You have received the soul power of third-order Belgos level 153. You have received health plus 120, strength plus 138, agility plus 155, stamina plus 248, magic plus 112, mana plus 105. You have leveled up and reached level 157. You have received 4 status points to distribute freely. You have leveled up and reached level 158. You have received 4 status points to distribute freely." Instead of drawing his spear like any other normal soul evolver would do, Bai Zemin watched in confusion as the King of Gales waved it to the side casually and sent the dead demon general's body rolling several meters as if it was a piece of pesky garbage in his eyes. "Add the 4 points in health." Bai Zemin raised his head to look at the king and quickly noticed that, just as he expected, his condition improved considerably. While he was nowhere near his past, at least now he no longer looked like a man with 1 foot inside the grave and instead looked like an old man of about 60 years old. His hair was still completely gray, but at least it no longer looked so weak as to be blown away by the wind. His emerald eyes were now properly open, and 99% of the spots on his skin were gone without a trace. Most notably, his posture was now straight as a spear, giving him the appearance of an ancient warrior but with great battle experience. "Helena was killed by Belgos," said the King of Gales in a somewhat choked voice as he did his best to hold back the urge to cry. Bai Zemin did not know what to say, so he was only honest with his words and said what he felt in his heart. "I am sorry to hear that and very sorry for your loss." King Philip nodded and without another word took out a mutant beast hamstring from his storage ring. He held Belgos' feet together and bound them before getting back to his feet again. "Let's go, let's end this once and for all." Bai Zemin looked at the back of the King of Gales, who with firm steps was walking away as he dragged the body of the demon general across the ground, without even letting him rest in death. "Your Majesty, you go first. I have something to do, but I'll be back as soon as I'm done." The king looked back. A peculiar glint shone in his eyes before nodding without saying anything and continued on his way. Bai Zemin stood in the same spot until the King of Gales disappeared from his line of sight. Finally, he activated invisibility and turned into a gust of wind in the direction of the Forest of the Ancients, with Lilith following close behind. She sighed in her heart, and a glint of sadness shone in her eyes as she stared at the back of the young man running in front of her. His mental burdens were about to become even heavier than they already were. Was it perhaps because she was in love with him? Were her feelings preventing her from thinking clearly, or was her logic right? Be that as it may, Lilith couldn't help but feel that everyone was being a little selfish to forget something so simple. Because due to that, the only person who would carry those burdens with him forever would be Bai Zemin. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 803, LCE World and Fire World, Under the Same Sky in Different Places. Chapter 803, LCE World and Fire World, Under the Same Sky in Different Places. Planet Earth, China. Previously, Haitian district belonged to the forces of the faction called New China, established by the former president of the previous China himself. However, half a month ago, things had changed. Haitian district had fallen into a period of war, not only because of the existence of zombies and mutant beasts or any other race, but because of the appearance of a new faction. Things had gotten out of control for New China. In just 2 days' time, 2 of New China's bases had been taken down and taken over by force by a group of people who were part of the Transcendent faction, a faction they had never heard of, which was only natural considering they had formed in a different district. However, the real war broke out exactly 12 days ago. In a meeting room located in the southernmost base of the Haitian district, a large group of people had gathered under the call of the second person in charge, as well as the second most important person in the entire faction. Among those present were not only important figures formerly belonging to New China who had wisely surrendered to the power of the Transcendent faction, and through wholehearted cooperation managed to keep important positions almost intact within the Haitian district bases, but there were also several of the main leaders of each of the bases that the Transcendent faction controlled. People like Fu Zufeng, Bai Delan, Wu Keqian, and some others arrived from the 2 bases in Champing district using combat helicopters. On the other hand, Meng Qi, Wu Yijun, Feng Tianwu, Chen He, and others who had been organized to take over 4 of the 5 bases newly controlled by the Transcendent faction in Haitian district were also among those present. That's right, all the bases in New China had fallen into the hands of the Transcendent faction. The 3 that remained to be taken barely managed to put up some resistance after Xuanyuan Wenqin's troops were defeated, and in just 2 days, all 3 bases were easily taken. Sitting on the right side of the seat at the head of the table, Shangyuan Bingzhu was currently feeding Bai Shilin with mashed apples. Everyone silently watched the scene without making a sound at all, and instead of disturbing the sleeping lioness, they preferred to quietly marvel at the resemblance between the little kid and the adult woman. A few minutes later, Bai Shilin finished all her food, and a maid came over to take the things away but not before bowing. "Shilin, go and play with Grandma for now, okay?" Shangyuan Bingzhu smiled sweetly, and the hearts of 99% of the men present trembled. "Okay." Bai Shilin nodded obediently and got off Shangyuan Bingzhu's lap before walking over to Shangyuan Xinyu, who with a smile on her face took her small body in her arms and led her out of the room. When the 2 doors closed, the gentle expression on Shangyuan Bingzhu's face disappeared, being replaced in an instant by a coldness that sent shivers down the spine of everyone present. Her eyes turned to a pot-bellied man with freckles on his face and said in an indifferent voice, "Intendant General Huo, how is the construction of the energy nullifiers progressing?" "Why, yes." Huo Lim swept the sweat from his forehead and quickly explained. "The 7 bases of our faction are currently in the process of constructing the energy shields after finally finding and obtaining the necessary materials for their development. Although the Champing district base under the care of Mayor Wu Keqian is too large, 2 energy nullifiers will be enough to cover it in its entirety. According to a quick estimate, within 2 to 3 weeks all our bases will have a system capable of protecting them against nuclear weaponry." Huo Lim had been delegated as mayor of the largest base in the entire Haitian district by Xuanyuan Wenqin, and in the past his position was that of a small mayor of a small sub-district of the small Zicheng district. The reason why Xuanyuan Wenqin moved him from Zicheng district to Haitian district was because, despite his untrustworthy appearance and obsequious attitude, Huo Lim was a person of real ability. Of course, Huo Lim was not a person with physical power at all, let alone magic power. His level was only 5, and his stats were just relatively good for his level, thanks to the good nutrition he had as a result of his position. His strength lay in something different, and strangely enough, it was something that many would not consider a strong point. Luck. Huo Lim was very lucky. His luck was so high that it was unnatural no matter how one looked at it. For example, when the base was shot down days ago, Huo Lim was inside the only building that, by a coincidence of fate, was not shot down by the bombardment of air missiles and magic skills of the Transcendent faction's soul evolvers. Wasn't that proof enough of his luck? Then how about the fact that he once found the corpses of 2 soul evolvers above level 40, and apart from their treasures and weapons, Hugh Lim found in the backpack of one of them a blueprint. A blueprint from the soul record which he for personal reasons decided not to immediately hand over to Xuanyuan Wenchen, and rather decided to play the game of watch and wait. The name of this construction blueprint was Thermonuclear Energy Nullifier, and it was a rank 3 construction blueprint. When the Transcendent faction took over the base after destroying all opposition and crushing the soul evolvers who showed any intention of fighting back, Hugh Lim naturally lost his position as mayor of the base, and not possessing any truly outstanding abilities, his privileges were revoked, thus successfully making him a citizen of the lowest caste, and only allowing him to keep his personal properties such as clothes, food, family, etc. However, how could Hugh Lim be willing to settle for being an ordinary citizen? Therefore, he requested an audience with the person in charge, saying he had something important to discuss. After being brought before Shangyuan Bingzu and freezing at her otherworldly beauty, Hugh Lim presented the construction blueprint for the thermonuclear energy nullifying shields. Wasn't his luck too high? He just possessed what Shangyuan Bingzu needed most to nullify the power of Xuanyuan Wenchen and his nuclear bombs. Thanks to that, he managed to become the Intendant General who maintained communication among the bases and was in charge of the development of the thermonuclear energy nullification shields. Although Hugh Lim could no longer be as relaxed as before and indeed had a lot of work to do, not only did he manage to keep his privileges, but he was also promised a monthly pay raise as long as everything worked out well. That time needed, cut it in half, Shangyuan Bingzu said in a cold voice, and when Hugh Lim wanted to say something he held back as he met those two dagger-like sharp eyes. In the end, all he could do was say in a submissive voice, "I will do my best, although the amount of resources needed to carry out such a thing will be several times greater. Do what you have to do. If within a max of 15 days you don't have those shields ready, then you'd better pack your belongings and get ready to go live in a wooden shack in the suburbs of the base." Shangyuan Bingzu showed no mercy with her words. Hugh Lim could only nod as he cleaned the sweat from his forehead. At the same time, his eyes subconsciously drifted to the vacated seat at the head of the table, and he couldn't help but be curious about the man leading the faction. In reality, 90% of the work was done by Shangyuan Bingzu during the breakdown of the forces that put up resistance before the takeover of the other 3 bases in Hadian District. She had managed to make quite a reputation for herself among all the humans in Hadian District. Unlike the humans and soul evolvers who resided in Changping District or knew Shangyuan Bingzu for a long time, humanity in Hadian District secretly called her the Bloody Queen. This was because she alone had cut off the heads of over 3,000 armed men and over 200 soul evolvers who dared to raise their firearms and swords against the Transcendent faction, staining the white snow in crimson. Looking at everyone one by one, Shangyuan Bingzu announced in a cold voice, "Within 15 days, we will start moving towards Zicheng District." Zicheng District, Wu Yijun muttered in surprise before exclaiming in shock, "Bingzu, isn't Zicheng District where the central base of New China is?" Shangyuan Bingzu calmly looked at her best friend and nodded, "That is correct. Why do you ask?" Wu Yijun blinked and subconsciously shook her head as she said quietly, "No, it's nothing." Shangyuan Bingzu turned to look at 2 people and said in a firm voice, "Chen He, Zhang De, both of you are the commanders of the Blood Whip Legion and the Blood Sword Legion respectively. I want you to coordinate with the deputy leaders of each team, each brigade, and each battalion. Within 15 days, we will begin a full-scale assault against Xuanyuan Wenchen's forces. Any questions?" This, Chen He hesitated for a moment before saying in a careful voice, "Bingzu, shall we send all our troops?" "Of course not." Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and said casually, 50% is more than enough to crush the other side. All they have to threaten us are nuclear weapons. Even the one who leads them is just a useless piece of trash after all." The anger in her voice was tangible to anyone, and even though her words were a bit harsh, everyone present knew that Xuanyuan Wenchen had practically been defeated in 1 versus 1 combat against her, so no one said anything about it. Since there are no more questions, everyone can start moving now. Shangyuan Bingzu stood up and left without waiting for a word from anyone. Looking at her back and the white hair that fell like a waterfall over it, Wu Yijun's big black eyes flashed with a hint of sadness as she said in a low voice, This is the first time I've seen Bingzu's emotions this out of control." Chen He nodded and sighed without commenting on it. Everyone was aware of where Shangyuan Bingzu's anger was coming from. She blamed herself for what happened and told herself that if she had been more cautious, Qiunyuan Wenchen could never have escaped, and therefore Bai Zemin would not be in a situation whose life or death was unknown. If not for people like Zhang De, Evangeline, Kang Lan, and others who were under the effect of the loyal follower subclass, confidently saying that Bai Zemin was alive, the transcendent faction would have immediately split, and the different leaders of each establishment would have started to fight for power. At the end of the day, no matter how strong Shangyu and Bingzu was, the reason they were all united was because of Bai Zemin, and without him that union would no longer make any sense. Bang! Xiao Ming slammed his fist on the table and stood up, walking to the exit while spitting curses towards Qiunyuan Wenchen and vowing to castrate him when he found him. Ha! Wu Yijin laughed listlessly as she stood up, but then again fell back in her seat after suddenly feeling dizzy. Bai Delan gently patted Wu Yijin's shoulder and said in a kind voice, "Yijin girl, you should go home and get some rest. You haven't slept well for the past few weeks." Wu Yijin simply forced a smile but said nothing. She was tremendously worried and frightened, fearing what might happen to Bai Zemin, what might have happened to him, and what would happen in the future. Wu Yijin only felt at ease and peaceful with him around, or else she could not even fall asleep, not to mention the ever-increasing longing growing in her heart. Several hours later, under the moonlight in one of the snow-covered forests. Due to the low temperatures, the leaves of the trees had been cold-burned, so that all their branches were brown with no trace of green. This added a different trace of beauty to the white landscape, and now the moonbeams were able to reach the forest floor much more easily. In the center of the forest, the snow had been frozen by a thick layer of ice that stretched for several kilometers. On top of the ice layer were thousands of statues of mutated beasts and zombies that had been frozen to death. Under the silver moonlight shine, the statues released a faint, beautiful radiance despite how tetric it was to think about the fact that thousands of lives had been ended due to the ice that built them. Standing in a clearing half ice and half snow, Shangyu and Bingzu looked up at the starry sky with sadness and guilt in her eyes. She closed her eyes, and as she remembered the helpless look on Bai Zemin's face and the nuclear missile that forced him to open a portal to some unknown world, all that sadness began to turn into anger and desire for revenge. "Qiunyuan, Wenchen, I swear on my life to make you regret bringing me into this world," she muttered with her pearly teeth firmly clenched. 200 meters away at the top of a tree, Bai Shilin, dressed in white snow clothes, wriggled a little in Shangyu and Xinyu's embrace and said in a soft and innocent voice, "Say, grandmother, is mother sad?" Shangyu and Xinyu looked at her daughter and sighed as she said softly, "Shilin, my treasure, your mommy is sad because she was separated from your dad by the bad guys." Oh, Bai Shilin nodded slightly as if she understood but at the same time as if she didn't. Then she continued speaking softly, "Will Papa come back soon? Shilin wants to see him soon." Shangyu and Xinyu chuckled and kissed Bai Shilin's forehead so hard that the girl began to protest weakly. Recalling her battle against Bai Zemin while she was still a third-order zombie commander, Shangyu and Xinyu assured her, "Don't worry, little Shilin. Your dad is very strong for sure, so he'll surely be back soon. We just have to wait patiently." Bai Shilin nodded, and while wiping the drool from her forehead, she said loudly, "Shilin's dad is the most powerful after all." /////. At the same time in Eventide World, Forest of the Ancients. The center of the Forest of the Ancients, an area forbidden to humans. This was a place that even the most powerful mutant beasts did not enter, and the leaders of different races tried to avoid it whenever possible. This previously quiet and desolate-looking place, with large amounts of dark energy hovering everywhere, had turned into a sea of blue flames. Roars of pain, swearing, as well as wailing echoed throughout the forest for a long time. Standing in the midst of the sea of blue flames, Bai Zemin held onto his greatsword tightly and closed his eyes as he listened to the lamentation of the demons. Elders, young ones, men, women, children. He had slaughtered them all until there were none left regardless of their level or age. He raised his head to look at the distant sky and asked in a low voice, "Say, Lilith, am I making a mistake in doing this?" /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 4, crimson lightning flash. Elders, young ones, men, women, children. He had slaughtered them all until there were none left regardless of their level or age. Say, Lilith, am I making a mistake in doing this? Standing amidst the sea of blue flames, Bai Zemin waited for Lilith's reply. Her sweet voice was accompanied by a hug that Bai Zemin felt very clearly even with his plate armor protecting him. She wrapped her arms around his waist and rested the front of her body on his back as she replied to his earlier question in all honesty. Zemin, I want you to remember something. There is no right or wrong, therefore there is no right or wrong. There are only different points of view. We living beings behave according to our interests. You are willing to do anything for your loved ones, and that makes you kind in their eyes, however. In the eyes of those who are harmed by your actions in some way or another, you will be seen as evil and cruel. Bai Zemin said nothing. He knew she was not yet finished. Indeed, Lilith continued, in the eyes of the demon race, what you did here is something cruel and heartless. But to mankind, what you did is ripping out a tumor from the root. Maybe not everyone you killed today would become a threat in the future, however. Wouldn't it be far worse to let them live and take the risk that in the distant future one of them will become strong enough to threaten the safety of someone important to you? Bai Zemin sighed. After several seconds, the screaming and wailing finally stopped, and he said in a low voice, "The reason I did what I did is because I don't want a demon knocking on Seraphina's door tomorrow seeking revenge. Regardless of whether my actions are right or wrong in the eyes of others, I did what I had to do to protect myself and the people who showed me kindness." Bai Zemin stretched his left hand forward, and the blue flames quickly began to gather there. Meanwhile, the glow of the flame illuminated his face dimly, and he continued using the same tone of voice. "Just like with the Usra race, what I did today might not be forgiven. But I do not seek forgiveness from anyone. If in the future a demon strong enough to hunt me down and kill me appears, then I will accept it. At the end of the day, it was the fist of the strongest that decided who was right." Bai Zemin was aware that among all the demons he had just killed, there would definitely be good demons, just as among the good humans there were bad humans. Unfortunately, he was just another soul evolver in the crowd, and did not have the ability to distinguish between those who were a threat and those who were not. The important thing was to accept yourself with your own faults even after admitting them. At the end of the day, if you couldn't even accept yourself with your flaws, then you might as well never expect acceptance from anyone. I'd rather make a mistake by killing millions than make a mistake by letting those millions live, and in the future one of them hurting someone important to me. Swoosh! All the blue flames gathered into a small, deep blue flame that hovered above Bai Zemin's palm. When the sea of flames disappeared, all that remained in sight were burnt grasses and houses that were razed to the ground by the power of the endless blue lotus flame. Bai Zemin carefully advanced through the demon territory, while collecting all the soul stones he found along the way. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bai Zemin stopped in front of what appeared to be a cave dug into a mountain, and out of caution, he took off the Gale's earring before replacing it with the mystic earring. It wasn't as if he had come to this place to have a conversation anyway. After walking for 2 or 3 minutes, Bai Zemin discovered that this cave seemed to be used as a sacrificial hall or something similar. Not only was there a wide open room with a square stone table in the center, and stone chairs on all 4 sides of the table, but deeper inside Bai Zemin found a pile of bones of all sizes, and a large pool of blood with red lightning crackling around it. "Oh, that thing looks pretty creepy, doesn't it?" Bai Zemin muttered as he used his free hand to scratch his head. In the center of the pool of blood was a square of land approximately 40 centimeters long and 40 centimeters wide. However, the most striking thing was that exactly in the center of the small square of earth was a deep red plant. The plant was not very large, probably only 20 to 30 centimeters tall at most. Furthermore, this plant had no fruit, but instead there were tiny seeds hanging on the red leaves, and it was precisely those tiny seeds that released the lightning flashes that crackled all over the pool. "That plant is a treasure," Lilith nodded and said with a happy smile. "Looks like the demons were killing all sorts of creatures to feed it, but now it will be your spoils of war." Bai Zemin looked at the surroundings and didn't dare to casually dart forward. Instead, he took a rank 1 sword from his storage ring and threw it ahead. The sword was struck by several flashes of lightning, but made it safely into the small square of earth, and the tip stuck into the ground. A few seconds later, however, the durability of the weapon was consumed by the fierce lightning, and soon it turned into a pile of broken metal. What are you doing?" Lilith asked, dumbfounded. Bai Zemin looked at her as if she were dumb and said in confusion, "I'm trying to think of a way to get there safely, Watson." Lilith looked back at him and sneered, "Why don't you control the blood in the pool to bring the plant to you, Sherlock?" Bai Zemin coughed, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and no longer dared to look at Lilith, much to the delight of the latter, who proudly puffed out her chest and raised her head while glaring at him. Small cap N letter 1D07 letter 1D21. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. Letter 1D04 small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 small cap R letter 1D07. Letter 1D18 letter 1D1C small cap B small cap L small cap IS small cap H letter 1D07 letter 1D05. Letter 1D0F small cap N small cap A. Letter WinD07 letter WinD07 letter WinD2Win. Letter WinD07 small cap A. Small cap N. Letter WinD0F. Letter WinD2 letter WinD07 small cap O. Letter 1D04 letter 1D0F letter 1D0D. After taking out the odd-shaped plant from the pool of blood, Bai Zemin took out part of the upper chest cavity of a large-sized mutant beast and filled it halfway with blood from the pool. Then, he put the soil with the plant there and rested the skeleton with the plant on the stone table. Crimson Thunder Anise, rank 3 plant. A plant that grows in dark spaces and feeds on blood. It has the skill to absorb lightning to speed up the growth process. Effect: by consuming the seed powder with other foods, the consumer will receive the privilege of evolving a lightning-type skill below the 3rd order. Bai Zemin clicked his tongue several times as he proudly said, "Looks like the beautiful Miss Luck has finally sided with this daddy again." "If you like Miss Luck so much then, why don't you better go with her?" Lilith muttered with pretend jealousy. Bai Zemin gave her a sidelong glance and said quietly, "Whatever you say, Karen." "I don't know who Karen is, but for some reason I feel like you're not praising me." "You are imagining things, Karen." Bai Zemin was really grateful to Lilith. He understood that she was trying to gently tease him to ease his heavy mood a bit because of what he did earlier. After all, Bai Zemin had taken even the records of young children who, regardless of race, were little kids no matter what. "With this, I can evolve my skill lightning movement without having to consume large resources." Bai Zemin sighed gratefully and took out a rotisserie skewer from his storage ring along with a large piece of second-order mutant beast meat. Lilith watched as Bai Zemin used the endless blue lotus flame to cook the meat and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing about?" "No, it's nothing. I was just laughing as I imagined the faces those higher existences would make if they knew you were using such a precious treasure as that divine flame you formed a soul contract with to cook some meat." Bai Zemin stared at her for a moment before stopping his previous movements. Under Lilith's puzzled eyes, he brought out pots, rice, fish, vegetables, utensils, dishes, sauces, and a bunch of other things that he put down on the table. Seeing Bai Zemin even using rocks that were in the cave to build a makeshift oven, Lilith finally couldn't help but ask him what he was doing. "Come to think of it, you and I have never enjoyed a meal together as a couple, have we?" replied Bai Zemin as he began to remove the scales and spines from the fish. "Although we had dinner at my family's house a while back, we have never really enjoyed a meal together as lovers." Bai Zemin was new to these things, so he only now realized a small but important detail like this. Lilith's expression froze and a trace of shame flashed in her eyes as she said softly, "Sorry, I didn't realize." Lilith was also new to these things. After all, Bai Zemin was her first partner just as she was his. "You don't need to apologize. After all, you don't need feeding as much as I do," Bai Zemin said with a faint smile. She was a higher existence while Bai Zemin was just another lower existence in the crowd. Although the two were close, and there seemed to be no visible differences externally, the organism of the two was completely different internally, not to mention the quality and power of the soul. Bai Zemin added, "Lilith, I hope you can enjoy the little things in life more. Before you didn't sleep at all since you don't really need it, but now you sleep by my side every night. I hope someday I will be able to make it so that you can eat next to me every meal of the day. Even if in the future I become a higher existence, I will not forget these little details. I hope you will accompany me in those moments," said Bai Zemin as he began to cut the vegetables slowly. "As eternal beings, we must learn to enjoy the seemingly insignificant moments to avoid being overwhelmed by the passage of time." Lilith looked at him with wide eyes, and a flash of surprise shone in her ruby eyes. "I wonder how many higher existences would be happier if they could hear your words," Lilith said before starting to help Bai Zemin with the cooking. "Oh, you know how to cook." "Little boy, this young miss had her moments when she needed to eat daily to avoid losing energy." "Young miss? What young miss? All I see is a 100-year-old granny." "You? Don't be angry, my naughty little succubus. Didn't you ever hear the phrase about the riper the fruit, the better it tastes?" As they chatted with each other, the meal soon began to take shape. About an hour later, the two were sitting at the table enjoying everything from red meat and white meat to vegetables. Even the smell of blood inside the cave, and the gruesome-looking pool, was not enough to stop the couple from enjoying themselves to the fullest. When our kids ask me how their father won me over, I'll tell them, he took me out to eat in a dank cave with the smell of blood, and a pool piled high with skeletons. An unforgettable meal, no matter how you look at it, isn't it? You're quite optimistic, you little rascal. Bai Zemin didn't forget to add the powder inside the small seeds of the plant called Crimson Thunder Anise. The plant was full of seeds, therefore, what he had consumed was only 1/10 of the total. As he chatted with Lilith, several green letters flashed in his retina and his movement stopped. Oh, this thing finally kicked in. He felt the rune of the lightning movement skill starting to change, and its previous silver color was replaced by a bright golden color. However, the most striking thing was that the blue-colored lightning flash in the center of the rune had been replaced by two bright red lightning flashes. Because you do not possess two lightning-like skills, the power within the Crimson Thunder Anise is absorbed by the skill's second-order lightning movement. Lightning movement has undergone a mutation due to the blood-type energy contained by the Crimson Thunder Anise. Second-order lightning movement, third-order Crimson Lightning Flash. Crimson Lightning Flash, third-order active skill, level 1. This skill passively increases the user's resistance and affinity to lightning by 10%. First activation. After consuming 120 mana points, it increases agility by plus 250 points for 20 minutes, and the user can use 100 stamina points to ignore the 30-minute cooldown of the skill. Second activation, Lightning Clone. Consumes 40 stamina points to create a lightning clone that will possess 30% of the user's overall power. A maximum of 10 clones can be created with a duration of 60 seconds each. Third activation. Bai Zemin's eyes remained focused on a single point, attracting Lilith's attention, who looked at him as if asking for answers. After a few seconds, he looked at her and said with a smile as if nothing strange had happened, "Looks like I found an answer to something that had been bothering me for a while." "What are you talking about?" she asked him, feeling puzzled. Bai Zemin put a piece of mutant beast meat into his mouth, but not before dipping it in some soy sauce, and said with his mouth full of food, "Now I know what I have to do after taking over the earth." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 805, Problems Arriving. When Bai Zemin returned to the Gale's kingdom, the war against the demons was already over. It was no surprise to anyone that, when King Philip appeared dragging the battered corpse of the demon General Belgos, the demons immediately lost all spirit to continue fighting against the humans and tried to escape. However, without third-order demons to stop the first princess and the king, it was impossible for these demons to run faster than them. The corpses of the demons were incinerated using a special method that burned everything except the bones. As for the skeleton of the demons' bodies, Bai Zemin later learned that they possessed a strange quality that helped accelerate the growth of plants and also strengthened the soil for the cultivation of food. The humans of Eventide World, at least in the Gale's kingdom, had a different way of doing things than the humans of Earth when it came to saying goodbye to their deceased. The process was more laborious, so it required some work, and it was only after 2 days that the ceremony began. Of course, during the past 2 days, many tasks were carried out, such as the start of the repair of the north wall of the city, and the rebuilding of new magic towers that were destroyed by the attack of the furious King Philip when the demon general dodged it. In addition to the repairs and construction of new homes, the Gale's Kingdom logistics team also had to count the number of casualties, not only of soldiers who participated in the war against the demons, but also the number of citizens who lost their lives either under the swords of a demon or the collapse of a building after being hit by the resulting shockwaves between 2 or more powerful attacks. As for revenues, although the Gale's Kingdom managed to obtain a huge wealth of first-order soul stones and even nearly 1,000 second-order soul stones, as well as a lot of equipment and system treasures that previously belonged to the demons, the losses Bearcrest City had suffered were too great to feel joy. The night of 2 days after the war against the demons, all the citizens of the Gale's Kingdom took to the streets and walked while singing a strange ancient song that was passed down from generation to generation. Led by a group of old women who appeared to be witches, the citizens threw laurel tree branches as a form of respect for the fallen soldiers and innocents. At the same time, on the top of the mountain, and in the side courtyard of the castle, where the royal family of the kingdom lived, the families of the soldiers who had fought in the war against the demons had gathered together with the families of the citizens of the Gale's kingdom who had lost their lives. Standing under a tree, Bai Zemin, dressed in his crimson armor with a glass of juice in his hand, looked at the scene from afar with a calm expression on his face. 12 witches were dancing around 12 large towers built of wood. On top of the wooden towers, the corpses of the soldiers who fought for the kingdom and lost their lives rested. While the witches threw some wreaths of roses on the wooden towers, King Philip personally took it upon himself to put gold coins in the closed eyes of the soldiers. The fact that the king himself was in charge of this task was a great honor that usually no one could receive. While the whole process was being carried out, the families of the dead cried and made preparations to say goodbye forever to their loved ones. Are the customs of our realm different from those of your world? A soft, calm voice sounded from behind him. Looking over his shoulder, Bai Zemin saw the first princess of Gales walking toward him. Ellis was wearing an elegant sky-blue silk dress. Her long golden hair was floored behind her back, and a small silver crown glittered on the top of her head. Her violet eyes sparkled with charm and bravery under the glare of the stars. It's a little different, but it's not something I'd never heard of, Bai Zemin replied, returning his eyes to the front. Ellis stopped beside him, standing an arm's length, and as she fiddled with the wine glass in her hand, she said quietly, "Tell me a little bit about that." The human history books of my world were written in the blood of many men and women who lost their lives in countless wars. Several generations ago, the time we call the Middle Ages used to have these kinds of rituals, except that it was usually people of great courage and bravery who received it, while normal citizens were just cremated to avoid plagues. Bai Zemin calmly summed up. I see, Ellis nodded and asked no more questions. After a few minutes of silence, Bai Zemin glanced sideways at her and noticed that Ellis' eyes were slightly red, a sign that she had been crying. He turned his eyes forward, and his gaze automatically focused on the golden-haired beauty, whose golden hair was tied in 2 ponytails, and whose soft pink dress added an extra layer of purity to her innocent face. During the previous 2 days, Serafina had practically locked herself in her room and rarely came out. However, it didn't take a genius to know that this little princess of Gales had been crying. After all, unlike Ellis' slightly red eyes, Serafina's eyes were puffy and probably looked even worse under the makeup she had used to cover her dark circles. The citizens of the Gales kingdom had lost a queen, but the king of the kingdom had lost a wife, while Serafina and Ellis had lost their mother. The fall of Queen Helena had hit many people hard, so much so that, during the past few days, many nobles and soul evolvers of the Gales kingdom who lived or were in other cities of the kingdom did not hesitate to visit Bearcrest City to pay their respects during the farewell of one of the most talented and powerful mages of the human race. Approximately 3 hours later, King Philip had finally covered the eyes of all the corpses of the soul evolvers that had been rescued from the battlefield, as many of them had exploded in blood mist or were in unpresentable conditions. Those bodies were replaced by wooden coffins with 2 golden eyes drawn on the lid. May their souls rest in peace, my brothers and sisters. King Philip threw a flaming torch into the center of the 12 towers, and the wood soon began to burn. His eyes, as well as those of his daughters, focused on the central tower where the body of Queen Helena rested with her eyes closed, and 2 small gold coins covered her eyelids. As the flames burned brighter and brighter, the sound of crying and wailing grew louder and louder, as the families of the deceased watched the bodies of their loved ones slowly begin to be swallowed by the fire. Unlike King Philip and Ellis, who seemed to be able to hold back their tears, Serafina did not even bother to play tough and directly burst into tears like a disconsolate little kid on her older sister's shoulder. Bai Zemin looked at the glass of apple juice in his hand and said under his breath, I should have chosen the glass with alcohol after all. Smolkappa, letter 1 D 07, letter 1 D 07, letter 1 D21, letter 1 D07, small cap B, small cap N, letter 1 D0F, letter 1 D20, letter 1 D07, small cap L. About 30 minutes later, the flames finally finished burning the 12 wooden towers, and the monolith bodies of the once powerful soul evolvers turned to ashes. The 12 witches stepped forward and began to collect the soul stones. They stored them all inside a chest bathed in diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and other precious stones before handing it over to the king. Under Bai Zemin's astonished eyes, King Philip walked to the edge of the cliff, and without even hesitating threw the chest into the bottomless abyss which no one had ever visited. Did they throw the soul stones into the abyss? Bai Zemin murmured in shock. In that chest were thousands of soul stones. There was even a possibility that Queen Helena had managed to form a third-order soul stone. Just as you are unwilling to dig up the heads and use the soul stones of those who were once your subordinates and fought for you, the thinking of the people of this kingdom is probably not much different, Lilith explained with a serious expression on her face. After a moment of silence, Bai Zemin nodded, and the astonishment he felt disappeared without a trace. At the same time, his respect for the citizens and royal family of this kingdom increased tremendously. "All right, let the party begin," shouted King Philip, and immediately clapped his hands multiple times. Several dozen pretty women dressed in silk clothing approached from the sidelines, and a group of people began to play various musical instruments. The beautiful women moved their bodies with elegance and charm to the soft musical notes, while soldiers and relatives of the fallen men began to dance and form small groups to chat. In just a minute, the previously gloomy scene had turned into a party where everyone was smiling and chatting as they drank and ate merrily. Under the same tree as before, Bai Zemin observed the abrupt change, feeling a bit speechless. "Why are you standing alone like a stone? Don't you know how to dance?" A somewhat grumpy and mocking, but at the same time soft and beautiful voice made Bai Zemin's face turn to the left. There, the second Princess of Gales was looking at him with both arms on her waist and a proud expression despite the fact that both her eyes were puffy and red. Bai Zemin really wanted to tell her that her proud act wasn't coming off very well, especially considering that her makeup had shifted, which made her look like a panda. However, he reserved those words and instead asked something else. "Serafina, why are you all partying?" She looked at him in confusion before a glint of understanding shone in her eyes. "Right, I had completely forgotten that you're not someone from this world, orc." Serafina stuck out her tongue and stretched both hands forward. "Come, dance with me and let me explain." Bai Zemin hesitated to take her hands. "What's wrong? Are you really bad at dancing?" Serafina raised an eyebrow before shrugging. "It's okay, I can teach you a trick or two." "No, it's not about that." Bai Zemin looked to the right as he muttered those words. Lilith chuckled and nodded her head as she said kindly, "Go, dance with that little princess. At least that will help her feel a little better after all the things she had to go through." Bai Zemin watched Lilith's expression for several seconds, and it wasn't until he finally realized that she really wasn't jealous or upset that he let out a sigh of relief. Serafina had been looking at him confused as to why he was looking at nothing, but when she felt his hands on hers, all thought disappeared, and soon the two of them found themselves dancing, though mostly it was Serafina leading Bai Zemin on or scolding him for stepping on her toes. Every kingdom changed a thing or two over the years, but at least here in Gales that's how we deal with our departed, Serafina explained softly. Gold coins are placed over the eyelids of the fallen so that, when the fire melts the coin and the eyes open to the new life beyond death, they can all live prosperous and happy lives. Since they will live happily, we suppress our own sadness and dance in this way to send them off completely with smiles on our faces. Feeling the tremor in the young woman's voice in his embrace, Bai Zemin understood that the smile on Serafina's face and probably of everyone present was not one from the heart. After all, no matter what the customs of this world or the beliefs of each person, the reality was that each and every one of them had lost at least one loved one. In Serafina's case, she had lost her mother and would never be able to see her again. It was impossible for someone who had been crying inconsolably for the past few days to smile just because her mother's body had just been set on fire, and that was it. Basically, this was a ritual of respect to bid farewell to the souls of the fallen, and although Bai Zemin knew that in reality most of the souls of the dead had been absorbed by the demons that killed them, he did not point it out. After all, every soul evolver who knew how empowerment worked knew this fact. Besides, who was Bai Zemin to say or opine on how right or wrong, weird or not weird, other people's habits might be? Just at that moment, several footsteps approached from a distance, and King Philip immediately became on his guard as he realized that these people did not have good intentions. In fact, it was not only him who noticed it, as the atmosphere immediately broke when these people appeared, and the people who were dancing or drinking and singing stopped as they looked at the new arrivals cautiously. "Prince and Princess of Kingdoms," Bai Zemin muttered with narrowed eyes. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 806, Everything Gets Out of Control Part 1. Compared to the number of soldiers from the Gale's kingdom present at the ceremony to send those brave ones who fell defending their kingdom, and the innocent ones who were not spared by the demons, the number of people who approached with an imposing aura was pitifully low. Still, this did not mean that they were few. A total of between 100 and 200 people completely ignored a maiden's attempt to stop them and approached the center of the garden, where the 12 wooden towers had previously stood. The maiden was anxious and clearly did not know what else to do other than continue insisting. "Princes and princesses, I'm afraid you can't." "Silence." The maiden's words were interrupted when an incredibly beautiful woman stepped forward and slapped her across the face. The maiden, who was only a level 7 soul evolver, stumbled over her own feet and fell to the ground, but despite the pain, she dared not look at the other party and only sobbed tears of injustice. "For goodness sake, what an annoying girl. Are all maids in Gales this disrespectful?" snorted the beautiful woman as she wiped her hand with a white silk handkerchief before tossing it on the floor as if she were throwing out the world's most terrifying plague container. A handsome man wearing gold-colored armor and a shiny gold sword with a red cape on his back approached the beautiful woman and said with what he believed to be his brightest smile, "Bianca, why are you getting your hands dirty with these people? You just need to order one of your soldiers to do the job for you and forget about a slap. That maid would have her head on the floor right now." Bianca was known as the second most beautiful princess of all the kingdoms, and her suitors were innumerable. Among them, princes from other kingdoms were not lacking. Among the princes who wooed her and were willing to do practically anything to get under her skirt was this handsome young man. Although Bianca thought to give him a chance because of his looks, talent, and superb status, she didn't show it on her face. She gave the young man a sidelong glance and said with a slight smile on her face, "Gerard, even if my Litera kingdom is not allied with Gales, the power of the Gales kingdom is worthy of respect. Do you think we can just come and casually kill people?" Prince Gerard's eyes lit up and he chuckled as he waved his hand as if it was no big deal. "Bianca, my Thiel's kingdom is one of the 3 most powerful kingdoms in the world, and coincidentally Gales is not our ally. Your Litera kingdom is under the care of us, the Thiel's kingdom. I believe that King Philip would not dare to offend my Thiel's kingdom and the 16 allied kingdoms for the sake of a small maiden." Prince Gerard's last words were spoken as he looked at King Philip with the same smile from before. A moment later he added, "Especially now that Gales has suffered such a great loss against the demon army, what they need is time and not problems. Don't you agree with me, King Philip?" As a prince, calling the king of a kingdom by his name was considered disrespectful. Even if Gerard was the crown prince of one of the Thiel's kingdom, one of the 3 most powerful kingdoms in the world, the power of a soul evolver who was very close to level 160, as was the case with the king of Gales, was something no one could ignore, and even the king of Thiel's would treat him as an equal but never below. However, the king of Gales did not have time to open his mouth when a person stepped forward. "Gerard, do you think that just because you are the prince of the Thiel's kingdom you can behave as you please? Remember that these lands belong to my Gales, not to your Thiel's." Ellis, the first princess of Gales, stepped out from the crowd as she looked at Gerard and Bianca with narrowed eyes. She didn't wait for a reply from Prince Gerard and instead looked at Bianca. "And you, why don't you try to slap me instead of a young girl who isn't even level 10? Princess Bianca's expression changed as she saw Ellis walking out. Even though Bianca was a level 48 soul evolver at the age of 24 and was enough to be called a genius, in front of Ellis she was nothing but air. A single slap was enough to explode her head, considering Ellis was a melee warrior and Bianca a mage. The only thing Bianca could sneer at Ellis about was her superior appearance, which was barely above Ellis. But when it came to talent or strength, there was no need to even compare. "Ellis, are you planning to antagonize your country against 2 parent kingdoms and over 30 kingdoms just because Princess Bianca slapped a maid?" A voice came from the crowd of princes and princesses, and when Ellis saw the person who stepped forward, she couldn't help but frown. Edmund Zivel. Edmund Zivel, crown prince of the throne and next king of the Zivel kingdom, stood next to Gerard. The 2 princes looked at Ellis with pride, as if they enjoyed seeing the first princess of Gales always proud and brave becoming at a loss, or rather not daring to speak anymore. Ellis looked at Princess Diana, mayor of the Prowling Kingdom, who was in the crowd, but seeing her not saying anything and instead looking away as if she was ashamed of something, her heart clenched and her face changed noticeably. The Prowling Kingdom was the parent kingdom of Gales, The fact that Princess Diana did not say anything in this kind of circumstance definitely could not be good news. Even a fool would be able to understand that something was happening. Serafina was no fool. She was in fact very smart. However, her mood was terribly bad at the moment. She had just sent her mother forever and had yet to accept the fact that she would never again feel her sweet voice or loving caresses. Therefore, the disrespectful arrival of these people naturally tested her patience. Just when she wanted to curse in everyone's face, a large hand held her slender arm firmly but gently at the same time, and looking to the side, she saw Bai Zemin shaking his head. "Orc you?" Serafina frowned as she looked at Bai Zemin in confusion. "Wait for now," he said with a strange smile at the corner of his lips. He looked at the grouping of princes and said with a weird glint in his eyes, "Just trust me and wait a little longer." Serafina stared at him for several seconds before releasing the breath she was holding as she said in a defeated voice, "Okay then." King Philip sighed in his heart as he looked at the current situation. He knew well what was going on, so he didn't ask unnecessary questions. Besides, his mood was pretty gloomy after losing the only woman he had ever loved in his entire life apart from his two beloved daughters, so he had no intentions of wasting his time with a couple of brats. Stepping forward, King Philip said with an indifferent expression on his face, "Prince Edmund, I am glad your wounds are better after resting for a few days. I promise you that I will punish the participant Liam Anworth appropriately for beating a prince in such a manner. Really, how dare a little half-demon beat up the crown prince of one of the three strongest kingdoms of the human race?" The expression of the princes and princesses standing behind Edmund became interesting, and some of them couldn't help but smirk as they held back the urge to cough or laugh. One did not need to be too clever to understand that the words of the King of Gales were destined to become a mockery for the crown prince of the Zivil kingdom. Indeed, Edmund Zivil's face turned as red as an African ape's ass, and his whole body began to tremble as his eyes oozed flames of rage. The defeat he suffered at the hands of Liam Anworth had become the greatest humiliation of his entire life, and worst of all was that even fighting with 11 allies he was still crushed. Gerard snorted in his heart as he watched Edmund's expression turn into a mess just because of a few simple words. He really couldn't see how such an idiot would be able to rule a kingdom in the future. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, Gerard stepped forward and said with a slight smile on his face, "I don't think it's fair to punish Liam Anworth for his previous victory. After all, things like winning and losing happen often in the arena. Wouldn't it be better if we let him face Prince Edmund again? From what I heard, Prince Edmund's physical and mental condition wasn't optimal that day, so the two of them will probably be able to fight more comfortably today." "How shameless!" Giles shouted with wide eyes and didn't care at all about the identity of the other party. He pointed his finger at Gerard and shouted out loud, "Liam is currently recovering after fighting the demon army and battling 4 third-order soul evolvers. I refuse to believe you don't know that. Holy shit! That Prince Edmund whatever was beaten up along with his entire team, but you still dare to make excuses. Even shamelessness should have limits." Indeed, Giles' words aroused the anger of Gale's soldiers, and even the shy and silent assassin, who was part of the most talented of Gale's younger generation. Kat frowned as she looked at the other party with disapproval. Fighting against 4 third-order soul evolvers from the demon army, Gerard looked at Giles with indifference and said with boredom in his voice, "Little noble, I will forgive your offense of pointing and shouting at this prince just because you told a good joke, or else even your king wouldn't be able to save your head." In fact, the other kingdoms did not know about Liam's feats in the war against the demons, so no one believed Giles' words at all. On the contrary, Giles' words allowed Gerard to regain control of the situation. Bang! Suddenly, the blast of powerful aura that covered all the new arrivals to the point where the faces of all the princes and princesses turned pale, resounded under the moonlight. "Prince Gerard, you really think you can threaten a citizen of my kingdom right under my nose and speak such bold words without suffering any consequences?" King Philip's cold voice was so chilling that most of the soldiers accompanying the princes and princesses from other kingdoms could not help but take a step back. Just at that moment, 4 men dressed in plate armor and holding swords or spears stepped forward to stand before the princes and princesses. Their auras burst outward, and the soul power of 4 soul evolvers above level 125 clashed with King Philip's aura, barely managing to contain it. King Philip's eyes flashed with anger, but the most furious of all was Serafina, who, if it wasn't for Bai Zemin, would have already shouted out loud, "These scoundrels! She was too well educated to say proper curses, so she could only grit her teeth as her eyes grew red and tears threatened to fall. If these 4 Third Order warriors had participated in the war against the demons, not only could many Gale's lives have been saved, but my mother would not have had to die. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 807, Everything Gets Out of Control, Part 2. Had it not been for the fact that King Philip was being held back by numerous Third-Order soul evolvers of the demon race, Belgos would never have been able to reach Queen Helena unnoticed. Therefore, Seraphina's words were not exactly wrong, even though in war unexpected things could always happen. After all, adding 4 human soul evolvers beyond level 115 was no different from adding 4 colossal variants to the battle against demons. Although Seraphina had not said those words aloud, and it was no more than a whisper, the silence that covered the surroundings allowed most of those present to hear her loud and clear. After all, most of those present were soul evolvers who had at least made it into the First Order. While those who belonged to the Gale's kingdom looked on with anger and fury as intense as those of the 2 princesses and the king, the princesses and princes accompanying Gerard frowned and looked at him and Edmund Zivel with doubt in their eyes. Even Princess Diana Mayer of the Prowling Kingdom looked at the 2 princes with a confused and wary expression. She didn't understand why on earth there were 4 Third-Order powerhouses protecting these 2, but what she understood even less was why none of them deployed such powerful soul evolvers to fight the demons. Depending on how things would develop from now on, the 2 crown princes and thus both parent kingdoms could be seen as traitors to the human race. After all, the agreement that all the kingdoms had signed dictated that, in a war situation, each kingdom had the obligation to support the other as long as their kingdoms were not engaged in war at that moment. It was precisely the existence of this agreement that helped humanity to rise up considerably fast, and the fact that Prince Edmund and Prince Gerard did not mobilize such powerful warriors could easily be seen as a violation of that agreement. Gerard looked at Seraphina out of the corner of his eye and said in a cold voice, "Second Princess Seraphina, these 2 are my personal bodyguards, and so are the 2 soul evolvers along with Prince Edmund. In the hypothetical case that we both send our bodyguards to the battlefield, which would leave us unprotected from the demons, can your Gale's kingdom bear the consequences of the death of the 2 crown princes of 2 of the 3 parents' kingdoms of the world? Even the Prowling Kingdom alone would not be able to withstand the wrath of both kingdoms, and so many affiliated kingdoms." Before anyone could say anything, Gerard looked at King Philip and said with some disdain, "That's not to mention the fact that the current Gale's kingdom is so weak that it is doubtful if it can continue to be considered a kingdom." King Philip's expression visibly changed upon hearing these words, and his aura wavered for a moment. "What do you mean?" the King of Gales asked in a deep voice. Gerard cleared his throat and said aloud, "With the loss of so many second-order soul evolvers, can the Gale's kingdom really protect millions of humans? If the demons attack Bearcrest City once again, can Gales ensure that it will protect the lives of millions of innocents? Even the talented mage Helena Milborn was killed by the demon general Belgos." The territory of the Gale's kingdom was quite large, as it had 5 major cities and approximately 15 minor towns. With over 14 million citizens and a total army of over 900,000, among which most of them were on the borders to prevent any kind of invasion, protecting this territory was never really a challenge. However, things were different now. During the war against the demons, at least 30% of the total number of soul evolvers in Gales had been killed, and the number of First-Order soul evolvers who had lost their lives was not small. With such a heavy loss, the Gale's kingdom might experience some problems in dealing with the mutated beasts, orcs, and other races. While it was true that the Gale's kingdom had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of First-Order soul evolvers and approximately 10,000 Second-Order soul evolvers belonging to the demon race, and even one of the 10 demon generals had been taken down, what Gerard was pointing out were real facts. Seeing the pale face of Ellis and Seraphina, as well as the grim expression of the King of Gales, Gerard gained more confidence and continued, "Even you, King of Gales, have lost a good part of your lifespan during the war against the demons. In the past, you would have been able to oppress 4 humans higher than level 120, but now you can't even easily oppress 4 humans who haven't even reached level 115. Due to the loss of many records from the use of soul rupture, King Philip was no longer as powerful as before, and to return to his former condition, he would have to take the lives of at least 2 existences at Kingdom King or Demon General level. Knowing this irrefutable fact, he said nothing and continued looking at the Prince of the Thiel's kingdom with a gloomy expression. Gerard narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, not to mention the fact that the royal family of Gales is under suspicion for colluding with demons. "What did you say? You bastard! Take back your words." Seraphina, King Philip, and Ellis shouted in fiery anger as they glared at Gerard as if they wanted to peel his skin off. "Haven't we all seen that semi-demon named Liam Anworth?" Gerard snorted and said righteously, "Who knows if Queen Helena's death wasn't faked? Who can guarantee that all this is not a trick of the demons?" This time even Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and a dangerous glint shone in his pupils. He had planned to wait to watch the fun and see where this was all going, but he couldn't take it any more now that the memory of such a kind and brave person was being soiled in front of his eyes. Queen Helena had died protecting the kingdom and mankind. She had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of demon race powers, which was a feat probably few soul evolvers had ever accomplished before. However, far from being honored, what she was receiving was calumny. Therefore I suggest that. Shut your mouth, you useless little piece of shit. Gerard's words were cut off by a cold voice, and as the princes and princesses, as well as the soul evolvers escorting them turned towards the source, they were surprised to see a stranger staring at Gerard with a frown on his face. Gerard looked at the young man with black hair and eyes in shock, as if he would rather believe he had something in his ears than believe that someone had dared to insult him in such a manner. He held the pinky finger of both hands to his ears and wiggled them as if he was trying to dig out non-existent dirt. "You, what did you say? Small kappa letter window 07 letter window 07W letter window 07 small kappa a v letter window 07 small capital CO letter 1D0D. Bai Zemin frowned, and a flash of disgust shone in his eyes as he said in a serious voice, "If you open your mouth again, I'll break all your teeth." Gerard's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his indifferent voice sent shivers down the spines of the princes and princesses behind him. "Kill him. Anyone who intervenes will be labeled as suspected of allying with demons." The 2/3 Order soul evolvers protecting Edmund stepped forward as they saw him nod, and together, with one of Gerard's 2 bodyguards focused on King Philip as if warning him not to intervene. On the other hand, the last of the 4/3 Order soul evolvers turned into a flash of purple lightning and in a blink appeared in front of Bai Zemin with his spear pointed at his heart. Only a small handful of people could see what happened next. Bang! Boom! A bang followed by an explosion, and the subsequent collapse of a small artificial mountain resounded under the night sky. As the dust settled, everyone looked in shock at the level 115 soul evolver lying on the ground over 80 meters away holding his left cheek. However, what most caught everyone's attention was not the fact that a human who everyone had treated as a normal soldier, due to his attire, could send a 3rd Order powerhouse flying with a slap, but something different. "Holy shit, this daddy really is good at this stuff." Bai Zemin looked at his right hand and a weird glint flashed in his eyes. He pulled out a star-shaped earring that was embedded in the flesh of the ear he had ripped off the other party after avoiding the spear and slapping it. The records of the earring immediately reflected in his pupils. This guy's earring, magic grade treasure. Once a day for 12 hours you can take on the physical appearance of any existence of the same sex and of a similar race that does not exceed you by more than 20 levels. To activate the earrings effect, the user must first be clear about the image to use, and only certain eye skills or treasures will be able to see through the disguise. The demon. Princess Diana Mayer of the Prowling Kingdom's face turned pale, and she, under the custody of 2 level 90 soul evolvers, backed away from all the princes and princesses as she looked at the dark blue-skinned demon slowly standing up with the left side of his face disfigured. King Philip did not even hesitate to move. His golden spear appeared in his right hand, and as he turned into a flash of white light, he roared like a furious lion. "Take all PRINCES princesses. Whoever RESISTS will be handled as a traitor of the human race." Soon, King Philip began to push back the 2 soul evolvers protecting Gerard. Despite the fact that demons had a naturally superior physical body compared to humans, not even 2 seconds had passed when the 2 demons found themselves spitting blood repeatedly after being completely overwhelmed by the King of Gales and his spear technique. Gerard's face was pale white as he realized that there was no way he could get away from this. He knew he was in serious trouble, so he looked at Edmund and shouted hysterically, "You bastard! If you don't join me now, then we both go down here." Without waiting for a response, he looked at the 10-second order soul evolvers that had accompanied him as royal bodyguards and shouted, "All of you, capture as many princes and princesses as possible." Soon, the whole place became a mess as the soldiers of the Gale's kingdom began to cautiously surround the princes and princesses along with the soldiers of the other kingdoms. However, the nightmare of the princes and princesses who had accompanied Edmund and Gerard was far greater, as while they were surrounded from the outside, they were being attacked by those they thought were allies. In less than 5 seconds, a total of 2 princes and 2 princesses had been captured alive by soul evolvers above level 90. Between the 2 princesses, Bianca Brentwood of the Litera kingdom looked at the blade of the sword on her neck with a deathly pale face and did not dare to move at all. All her proud attitude from before had disappeared to the point where her legs were trembling. Edmund looked at Seraphina and Ellis with red eyes as he shouted furiously, "Capture one of those 2 first." Although Edmund knew that the 2 princesses of Gales were powerful as he had seen them fight in the competition of kingdoms before, capturing one of them was the only way the King of Gales, the presumably most powerful warrior, could be stopped. In fact, Edmund also ordered his soldiers to capture as many princes and princesses from other kingdoms as possible. But what was more surprising was the fact that, among the princes and princesses from other kingdoms, there turned out to be more who were allied with the demons, as 4 more third-order soul evolvers of level 115 soon appeared. Prince Maximus of the Azure Kingdom pointed at Bai Zemin and roared loudly, "Kill him." A princess who was barely wearing any clothes also ordered the 2 demons next to her to help the other 2 to fight King Philip. Ellis did not panic despite not having her shield. She activated multiple skills and somehow managed to raise her defense to the point that even without her combat equipment, she managed to survive and dodge most of the attacks from the third-order demon that charged towards her. On the other hand, Bai Zemin looked at the 2 demons running towards him with fierce expressions, while a third one aimed at Seraphina who was standing next to him. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 808, My Future Husband and Father Off Me Children. The 2 demons charging at him definitely had killing intent. After countless battles and having been put in life and death situations innumerable times, Bai Zemin was overly sensitive to things like killing intent, and the killing intent that the 2 demons were releasing while staring at him intensely was especially high. In contrast, the demon charging towards Seraphina was being much more cautious and observant of the surroundings. Bai Zemin's lips curved into a scornful and disdainful grimace that he did not try to cover up at all. Crimson Lightning Flash. The golden-colored rune with 2 crimson lightning flashes on Bai Zemin's soul lightened slightly as he expended 120 mana points. In just an instant, his agility received a huge boost of plus 250 points at the same time as blood-colored lightning began to crackle noisily around his body. "All of you freeze." Bai Zemin's voice spread far and wide, and the effect was immediate as the power of his blood manipulation skill rushed in. All first-order existences were effectively frozen regardless of level. It also didn't matter if it was a soldier, prince, or princess. Everyone was frozen. As for second-order enemy soldiers, they all froze for a brief moment before regaining mobility, but at the cost of constantly expending mana to keep the blood inside their bodies under control. As for the third-order demons, they only frowned slightly but did not even falter in their steps. Just as Bai Zemin dashed forward to take care of the 3 third-order demons in his way, Seraphina's voice sounded from behind him. "Earthquake! Rumble!" The ground suddenly began to shake fiercely, and the surroundings rumbled noisily. However, Bai Zemin was surprised to find that his movements did not suffer any backlash no matter how strange it seemed. On the other hand, the demons were not so lucky. The 3 of them cursed as their steps faltered, and the movement speed at which they were advancing dropped by at least 30% as they had to struggle not to fall. "Not bad, Ponytail's princess." Bai Zemin praised in an honest voice as being able to hold back 3 soul evolvers above level 115, in such a way even though she had yet to reach level 80 showed how powerful Seraphina was and how brilliant her skills were. At the same time, he activated Void Fist 3 times in a row, and in just 2 seconds hit 300 times in 3 different spots using his 2 hands. 3 fist marks appeared in the sky, quickly flying towards the demons who had also activated their own skills at the same time as they slashed with their weapons. Not even a second later, the three crystal fist marks collided with the demons' glowing weapons, and three loud explosions destroyed the surroundings almost completely. The three demons were sent flying over 300 meters, spitting blood before falling to the ground and rolling for another 200 meters, and finally coming to a stop. The three struggled to get to their feet as they stared in shock at the human, who after stopping briefly resumed chasing them. HMPH, I'm just starting, orc, Seraphina snorted. She pointed her magic staff at the three demons and said in a dignified voice, "Panic." Three red-colored magic circles with black runes suddenly glowed under the demons' feet, and for a split second their movements froze as they were without warning engulfed by a wave of inexplicable fear. Although the three quickly regained their minds and the magic circles below them were destroyed, Bai Zemin had closed the distance of 500 meters in that brief instant, and before the three demons could do anything about it, they suddenly felt a great deal of pain in the chest area. Boom, boom, boom. Three loud but not so chaotic explosions along with the sound of bones being crushed resounded, and when the third-order demons looked down at their chests, they noticed that all three had a fist-sized hole in the left side. One heart down, Bai Zemin muttered as he casually waved his hands and spread purple blood and demon flesh everywhere. Attacking the head guaranteed death, but all combat-experienced existences always automatically and reflexively covered their heads in times of crisis. Therefore, Bai Zemin knew that it was not necessarily a safe bet to attack intelligent beings there. The third-order demons' counterattack was a rain of physical attacks powered by various magic skills. Each swing of their weapons was enough to make the air tremble and the earth split. No one dared to take a step close. However, although the three demons were very adept and powerful, the super warrior skill that Bai Zemin possessed made him a beast when it came to melee combat. As lightning crackled around his body, he moved with elegance and finesse amidst the sharp blades, barely avoiding damage by a hair's breadth each time. Although the ground beneath his feet shook furiously, and he was occasionally struck by black lightning or fiery flames, the defense of his armor was more than enough to keep him from collateral damage. The princes and princesses, as well as the frozen soldiers, did not look at the battlefield of King Philip or Princess Ellis, but focused wide-eyed on the unknown human, who was practically playing with three third-order soul evolvers belonging to the demon race. "Damn you bastard, since you like dodging so much then dodge this," suddenly roared one of the demons, and with a fierce swing a blood-red magic circle glowed on the blade of his sword. Death slash. Bai Zemin sensed some danger from the incoming attack, so he did not dare to be careless. He raised his left hand and said in a deep voice, "Blood barrier." Swoosh. The purple blood of the demons shook and flew, quickly gathering in front of Bai Zemin and forming a neon purple circular barrier 2 meters in diameter. BOOM. The crescent-shaped slash slammed into the purple barrier, causing the earth to tremble even more ferociously, and at the same time as several large cracks spread out in the surrounding area, a dense cloud of dust rose over 100 meters high. Did he die?" asked Edmund, trembling with fear in his place. Even though he could move since he was a second-order soul evolver, his fear for everything that was happening after he was exposed was so strong that his legs did not obey him at all. Gerard said nothing, and instead looked at the dust cloud with a pale face, hoping that the human had been torn to pieces by the previous attack. He had thought that with so many soul evolvers of the demon race by his side, things would end up working out somehow or another. After all, even past King Philip wouldn't be able to fight so many demons above level 110 at the same time, not to mention his current weakened self. However, Gerard didn't count that an unknown monster would appear next to the second Princess of Gales, which would end up ruining his plans. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions were followed by 3 silhouettes that shot out from within the dense cloud of dust, and before the others could identify the 3 figures, they crashed violently into one of the mountains near the cliff. Part of the mountain collapsed, and soon their bodies were buried under a pile of earth and extremely heavy rocks. Even after several seconds, there was no movement at all. Swoosh! Before anyone could even say anything, a 4th silhouette emerged from within the dust cloud, and in just a second appeared right behind the demon that was attacking Ellis, who at this moment had a bloody gash on her right forearm. Void Fist. BOOM. The third-order demon didn't have time to react at all when a golden fist smashed into her head. The demon's brain matter along with fragments of skull and shattered flesh, along with hot blood flew everywhere, staining the ground and the surrounding broken decorations. Ella's generous chest rose and fell heavily as she gasped for air, proof that her confrontation against the third-order demon had not been easy at all without her equipment. She looked at Bai Zemin and said with a slightly exhausted smile, "Thank you for that." Bai Zemin nodded and was about to go help King Philip when he suddenly heard the sound of what sounded like a dragon roaring. Roar! The mighty roar caused Bai Zemin's eardrums to tremble, and for a brief moment, his mind went blank just like everyone else. When he and the rest looked toward the source of the sound, all they saw was King Philip standing with his back straight in the middle of what was a destroyed battlefield. Three lifeless figures lay a short distance away, with much of their bodies ripped apart by what appeared to be the bite of a terrifying creature with blood rapidly spreading below. As King Philip turned around, Bai Zemin noticed that a small part of his white hair had returned to brown as before. Thanks to the gain of pure soul power from three third-order demons, the king had gained a bit of records that helped fill some of the many spaces that had been left vacant after many of his records were used as fuel to increase his power upon the activation of soul rupture. Ellis and Serafina stood next to Bai Zemin, and King Philip soon approached the three of them. He looked at his two daughters with a look of pride in his eyes, however. His gaze soon fell on Bai Zemin, and he couldn't help but smile gratefully. "Zemin, guy, I didn't thank you last time, but let me thank you this time." After saying those words, King Philip tried to bow, and seeing this Bai Zemin quickly extended a hand to stop him. After all, he really admired this gentle man but fierce as a lion when it came to the safety of his family and people. Just when Bai Zemin wanted to say something, he noticed that apart from his hand, there were two distinctly feminine hands extended from his sides that also prevented the king from bowing. "Father, you can't do this." Ellis and Serafina's voices rang out as they both said the same words with the exact same tone. King Philip looked at his daughters with a frown and said in disgust, "You two think that just because I'm a king I can't bow to someone younger than me. Strong warriors who fight with honorable values deserve to be respected even by the heavens, not to mention a little king like me." Serafina hesitated a little when she heard her father's words, as she did not dare to say the real reason why she didn't want him to bow to Bai Zemin. However, Ellis was very straightforward with her words. "Father, Bai Zemin will one day be my husband. Don't you think it would be strange for your future son-in-law to receive such a gesture from his future father-in-law?" she said with a serious expression on her beautiful face. Bai Zemin and Serafina looked at Ellis in shock. On the other hand, King Philip looked surprised, but only for a moment before a big smile appeared on his aged face. "Ellis, are you telling me that he is destined to be the father of your children?" The king's voice sounded full of joviality and joy, gaining a slight blush from the first princess, who nodded shyly as she secretly looked at Bai Zemin. "Ha ha ha ha, good, very good." Despite the circumstances, the King of Gales laughed good-naturedly and for a moment forgot the world around him. He looked at Bai Zemin appreciatively and while patting his shoulder said in a cheerful voice, "If it's with this guy then I don't have to worry about anything. Ellis, you have my blessing." While Bai Zemin was feeling dumbfounded and not having even a shred of an idea of what was going on, a sudden shout interrupted King Philip's laugh. "Stop!" The three looked at Serafina and were astonished to see this second princess looking at her older sister with her eyes wide open and about to shoot flames. She pointed her index finger at Ellis and trembled while gritting her teeth as if she wanted to say something. "Use you, arg." In the end, however, Serafina stomped on the ground so hard that a small crater formed, and before anyone could say anything she turned around and hurriedly walked away. Bai Zemin really felt like asking what was happening. Besides, regardless of everything, he first wanted to make it clear that he was in love with a woman, and that woman reciprocated his feelings, so he was currently a taken man. However, Ellis interrupted, "Father, we'd better deal with these people first." Indeed, when Bai Zemin looked at the group of princes and princesses, he quickly noticed the problem. Because his false domain was not capable of greatly affecting second-order soul evolvers, the soul evolvers accompanying Edmund, Gerard, Maximus, and Princess Tania, who wore extremely revealing clothing, were clashing against the second-order soul evolvers, protecting the other princes and princesses. The biggest problem, however, was that two princes and two princesses had been captured and currently had swords on their necks. //////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 809, Killing the Crown Prince Gerard. King Philip's expression was cold as he watched the situation. However, his eyes were not only cold as he looked at the second-order soldiers who had captured the two princes and the two princesses, but they were also cold as he looked at the ones captured. Why would we have to worry about them? King Philip's voice was chilling. His words made it clear to all present that the kindly king of the past had died along with his wife when the demons attacked 2 days ago. You came here with the intention of threatening my kingdom with the belief that you could take on Gales, wrongly and stupidly assuming that we were weak enough for a couple of brats who haven't even grown up yet to intimidate. They're just harvesting what they sowed, simple as that. The cold and cruel words that pointed out the reality that everyone already knew made the princes and princesses, who had failed to escape safely from the encirclement of enemy soul evolvers, even under the protection of their guards, feel their blood run cold. Bai Zemin stopped restraining the blood inside the bodies of the two captured princes and two princesses to see if any of them had anything to say, and not to his surprise, it wasn't long before one of them broke the silence. "Why, you can't do that, King of Gales," shouted aloud one of the captured princes. The fear in his eyes and his expression of terror had practically distorted his handsome and elegant appearance. King Philip looked at the prince who had just spoken with menacing eyes. His next words practically sealed any hope the two princes and the two princesses might have had. "You mean a human has to save the lives of some people who betrayed their race after collaborating with the demons?" The faces of the four turned even paler than they already were, if that was even possible. Right. They had joined Gerard and the others to intimidate the Gales' kingdom after receiving some interesting promises. But what they didn't know was that Gerard and the rest were collaborating with the demons. It was no use saying that they didn't know, since there were many ways to prove the truth. Therefore, the words of the King of Gales were completely valid. Realizing how things were, Princess Bianca closed her eyes and a tear slid down her eye. However, her tear was not of fear but of self-blame. Her older brother had died when she was still 7 years old in an assault by demons during one of his travels to a different kingdom. Bianca detested demons so strongly that just thinking about them made her blood boil, and now that she realized that she had inadvertently assisted those guilty of her brother's death, all she felt was the desire to die right there in order to expiate her sin. King Philip leaned his body slightly forward and held tightly to his spear as he said coldly, "Actually, even if I kill you all here, no one will have the right to say anything. Even all the kings of all the kingdoms in the world cannot go against humanity to take revenge for the death of their traitor children." The faces of the other princes and princesses immediately turned pale, while the second-order soul evolvers protecting them raised their weapons in alarm and with expressions of disbelief. Princess Diana of the Prowling Kingdom was also frightened as she hid behind her bodyguards. The Prowling Kingdom had been the parent kingdom of the Gales' kingdom, and the relationship between the two kingdoms had always been very good. However, due to her previous action that even her mother did not know about, not only was her life at risk, but the good relationship between two kingdoms might soon collapse. "You are marking your own death sentence, Philip die Gales," Gerard shouted as he subconsciously took a step back. "Not only will you be targeted by the demon race, but you will also antagonize the 48 kingdoms of Eventide world. Your entire kingdom will be baptized by flames, and the blood of your people will be the price to pay for your actions." "That may come to pass," King Philip nodded in agreement. His body turned into a flash of white light, and before Gerard could feel joyful believing that his words had had some effect on the other party, his heart almost stopped as he saw the king stop just 3 feet from him. "But I'm afraid you won't have the pleasure to see it." Swoosh! The golden spear in the hands of the King of Gales flashed, and before the soul evolvers next to the Prince of the Thiel's kingdom could react, the golden armor protecting him was pierced through with ease, and his heart pierced from side to side. Gerard's eyes glistened with disbelief as he watched his blood slowly sliding down the spear's length. Was he dying just like that? He, the crown prince of one of the 3 most powerful kingdoms in all of humanity, was being sacrificed as if he was worth nothing. His bright future and all the promises that awaited him came to an end. But when Gerard looked up and faced the indifferent eyes of his killer, he realized that the reality was as clear as the pain in his chest. You. Gerard couldn't even finish a sentence properly before the spark of life in his eyes went out, and as King Philip pulled the spear from his chest, his body collapsed to the floor with a thud. All the princes and princesses present, even Ellis and Seraphina, who was actually watching everything from afar, looked at King Philip with wide eyes in shock. "You, Philip de Gales, do you have any idea of the madness you have done?" roared in anger a second-order level 90 general belonging to the Thiel's kingdom and tasked with protecting Gerard. "When His Majesty George learns that you have killed his son, all of Thiel's will mobilize to crush Gales." Killing the crown prince of a parent kingdom was no small thing at all. No one expected that the King Philip de Gales said kill and would actually kill. Everyone thought he was just talking but would not dare to carry out his words. Even Ellis and Seraphina were no different in this respect. King Philip didn't stop to chat, and instead charged towards the enemy second-order soul evolvers like a ferocious tiger, chasing a bunch of harmless sheep. Although some of the sheep managed to activate 2 or 3 skills and cause considerable damage to the terrain, their lives were taken by King Philip's spear an instant later without even suffering any damage. Small capel. The difference between a tiger and a flock of sheep was too great for numbers to close the gap. Seeing the lifeless corpses on the ground and the blood staining the previously brown earth red, the 4 second-order soul evolvers who had managed to capture the 2 princes and princesses shuddered as they realized that the only thing still keeping them alive was the person at the edge of their swords. However, they knew in their hearts that the guarantee they held in their hands would not keep them alive for much longer. Edmund Givel fell to his knees with a defeated expression on his face. Soon, however, he lunged at Gerard's corpse like a rabid dog and began to beat it without holding back at all. Boom, boom, boom. With his strength as a second-order warrior, Edmund's power was unquestionable. His fists soon turned the body devoid of most of its records into a pile of minced meat. "You bastard, if it weren't for you, if it wasn't for you luring me with those damn promises, I wouldn't find myself in this fucking situation." Edmund's fists continued to rain down in an attempt to vent his anger and fear of knowing that his turn would soon come. Just then, a clear voice rang out amidst the constant explosions. "Your Majesty Philip, if I may, I have a suggestion that I would like to discuss with you." This time there was no one who did not know the owner of that voice. After all, that person had proven to be a monster among monsters, even though he hadn't even reached the second order. King Philip turned around and his cold expression became much friendlier and softer. "Zemin, you don't need to ask permission to speak. I consider you part of the family after all." The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth contracted slightly as he said in a serious voice, "Your Majesty, I'm sure Ellis was only joking before. Besides, I am bound to a woman whom I love and to whom I am linked by an eternal promise." "Oh," King Philip's eyes widened slightly, but the surprise he felt soon disappeared and was replaced by understanding. Bai Zemin was not an existence of this world, and regardless of his age, he had a life in his home world. Considering his talent, combat power, bravery, and level of maturity, it was not at all strange for him to have a partner, and in fact, it would be strange if he did not. Actually, King Philip and the 2 princesses of Gales had assumed on their own that Bai Zemin was probably a prince or king of a kingdom in his world. After all, the 3 of them had witnessed his overwhelming power, despite the fact that he was only a level 50 soul evolver. "I wasn't kidding at all," Ellis interjected. She looked at Bai Zemin with her violet eyes shining and said in a clear voice, "Besides, it doesn't matter if you have a partner. For someone with your power, having 3 or 4 women shouldn't be a big deal. Even though I'm a princess, I'm fine with it since that's how it's meant to be." Seraphina glared at Ellis with anger and at Bai Zemin with teary eyes. But she said nothing and bit her lips hard to turn her feeling of being treated unfairly into physical pain. "I'm afraid I have no intention of accepting a second partner," Bai Zemin sighed. Even if feelings were put aside, Lilith's status was countless times higher than Bai Zemin's. Wouldn't it be stupid for him to even think of having more than one woman? It would be the same if a vagabond who was fortunate enough to be chosen by the empress of a kingdom wanted to have concubines. Completely irrational. He did not wait for words from Ellis and instead looked at King Philip. "Your Majesty, I suggest first to keep the Princes Edmund and Maximus, as well as that princess, in the dungeons. Their guards can be killed, though." "Do you have something in mind?" Philip asked, raising an eyebrow. "That's right," Bai Zemin nodded and continued. "As for the rest of the princes and princesses, they can be kept in rooms under the custody of powerful warriors. Their soldiers should be captured and sent to the dungeons just in case." King Philip looked at Bai Zemin for a few seconds, and seeing the slight smile at the corner of his mouth for some reason, the king felt he was looking at a wily old fox instead of a young man. However, His trust in Bai Zemin was quite high after all that had happened, so he didn't hesitate to nod. Well, let's do that for now, and I'll decide what I'll do with them after I hear your proposal. Bai Zemin rubbed his hands together like a fiend in his heart, as now he would be able to more than meet his initial goal. The only problem was that what he wanted to do was something that would require time. Now, Bai Zemin slowly turned to look at the 4 second-order soul evolvers clenching their swords on the necks of the 2 princes and the 2 princesses. Even he was not able to cross a distance of 200-300 meters faster than a second-order soul evolver was able to move its hand a couple of inches to cut off the head of a hostage. The lives of these 4 people I couldn't care less about, but if I manage to save them, I'm sure they will become good weapons to move their kingdoms for me. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 810, One Woman Man and Grand Pact Part 1. The lives of these 4 people I couldn't care less about. But if I manage to save them, I'm sure they will become good weapons to move their kingdoms for me. After a moment of consideration, he found the way he would have the best chance of saving the 2 princes and the 2 princesses from death. The first thing he did was to activate blood manipulation, and as he imagined in his head thick and strong, indestructible chains, the blood on the ground moved according to his wishes. The second-order soul evolvers did not even have time to understand what was happening. When they felt unknown objects clinging to their limbs and body, they instinctively tried to cut with their swords but were surprised to find that they were trapped. One of them realized that the situation was not good, and since he knew he was about to die, he decided to be cruel. Power of. Boom! That soul evolver's head exploded into a pile of bloody pulp before he could finish the activation of his skill. The other 3 didn't even have time to say a word before a golden light with red highlights flashed before them almost at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. 3 practically simultaneous explosions with no space between them resounded noisily, and at the same time, as 3 basin-sized holes appeared on the ground, the heads of the 3 remaining second-order soul evolvers exploded like watermelons with grenades planted inside. The 2 princes and 2 princesses froze as they heard the sound of swords falling to the ground, clinking softly before going silent. Subconsciously, Bianca Brentwood of the Litera Kingdom moved her trembling hand to her neck and gently stroked it. The fear that had disappeared due to her self-blame returned as she felt the small cut on her skin, and her face turned pale as she realized that she had come within a millimeter of becoming one of the many corpses on the ground. Her aquamarine eyes looked at the indifferent young man standing in front of her and the other 3 members of the royal families from different kingdoms. The heart of the proud princess of the Litera Kingdom fluttered in a way it did never before, and on her pale face appeared the faint trace of what appeared to be a blush. Daddy Zemin looks like your charm is too high at the moment. Lilith's giggle reached Bai Zemin's hearing, confusing him about the reason for her words. However, when he looked at Bianca Brentwood, Bai Zemin couldn't help but roll his eyes. This princess was very beautiful, so beautiful that among the lower existences that Bai Zemin knew only Shangyuan Bingzu was able to surpass her by a wide margin. However, he had seen Bianca Brentwood's heart long before. An arrogant woman who used her status to bully the weakest, a narrow-minded person who could not see beyond what her eyes showed her. Pretentious and proud of her appearance and talent even though in Bai Zemin's eyes she did not have the qualifications to be so. Bai Zemin was absolutely certain that he could never even think of reciprocating the feelings of a woman like her. Therefore, even though he knew he could use this to his advantage, Bai Zemin followed his own rule of never playing with people's feelings and decided to set the record straight. Whatever you are thinking or feeling, I advise you to suppress it and kill it now while it is early and still possible. You will save yourself a lot of heartaches and avoid spilling tears in the future. If you don't understand what I mean, then I will assume I made an error in judgment, and you just need to treat as if I never said anything. Bai Zemin's voice was not particularly loud, but most of those present were powerful soul evolvers, so they heard his words clearly. Princess Bianca stared into his eyes, and many complicated feelings shone in her beautiful pupils. After a few seconds, she nodded towards him without saying anything but expressing enough. Bai Zemin nodded, feeling relieved that the other side seemed to understand what he was talking about, and without saying anything else or thinking too much about the matter, he turned around, walking away in the direction of the people of Gales. King Philip asked no questions regarding what had just happened and instead got straight to the point. Zemin, thank you for your help once again. Small kappa letter winda 07 letter winda 07 letter 1d21 letter 1d07 small cap b small cap n o letter 1d20 letter 1d07 small cap l c o letter 1d0d. Bai Zemin chuckled and shook his head as he slowly said, "No need to thank me. Gales treated me kindly since I arrived here, not to mention the fact that the second Princess Seraphina even saved my life while I was unconscious. Since I have the ability to help those who help me, it's only natural to do what I can." /////. Approximately 20 minutes later, Bai Zemin was in his room inside the castle belonging to the royal family of the Gales Kingdom. As he stood by the giant window and gazed at the bright lights in the distant city below the mountain, thousands of thoughts swirled one after another in his head. In an hour's time, he and the King of Gales would meet in the throne room to discuss several matters that would greatly change the situation of humanity, both on Eventide World and planet Earth. "Are you sure about what you are about to do?" Lilith's voice was sweet and melodious. In the middle of the silent room, it was not unlike the whisper of an angel. Bai Zemin did not take his eyes off the city lights as he calmly said, "I'm sure." Lying on the bed on her left side, Lilith looked at his back for a few seconds before slowly saying, "What you are planning to do will not be something that can be accomplished in 2 or 3 days. Even with trained, high-level troops under the flag of this kingdom, even with your full strength, you will need months of time." "I'm aware of that," Bai Zemin replied, and without changing his tone of voice, he remarked, "However, it is something that will benefit Earth in both the short and long term. At the same time, what I am planning to do will solidify my future path. No matter which way I look at it, this is something that must be done as soon as possible, and the brilliant opportunity showed itself before my eyes during the ceremony to honor the departed this evening. Even though I know I'm being pessimistic in saying this, I think it's a question that needs to be asked," Lilith whispered. She slowly stood up and walked until finally she stopped standing next to him. After almost a minute of silence, Lilith finally voiced her concerns. "During these months, many things will happen, especially considering that Earth has just entered the second stage and how erratic its behavior has been so far. Zemin, have you thought about the possibility that, upon your return, everything you have built so far might have been torn down?" "Of course I have considered it," Bai Zemin replied calmly. Apart from Chuanyuan Wenchen and his nuclear weapons, Bai Zemin's group faced constant dangers day by day. The ferocity of the mutant beasts that attacked without fear, the terror of the zombies that evolved non-stop, the high reproductive rate of the goblin race, the mysterious plans of one of the Eastern Sea princes. The Transcend faction could fall at any moment. "We are too weak to go against fate. Even you, one of the most powerful existences in the universe, cannot decide your own fate completely. What else can we mere mortals do other than give our best bet on every roll of the dice?" Bai Zemin sighed. To evolve and continue to survive, Bai Zemin knew in his heart that talent or growth speed was not enough. Just as in order to get fish one needed to at least be near the sea, in order to get stronger faster one needed to take bigger risks. "If my gamble succeeds, not only will our transcendent faction become the undisputed overlord of China in record time, but it will be just a matter of mobilizing to conquer the whole of Asia and eventually Earth." After a pause, Bai Zemin said with murderous intent brimming but low voice, "If my gamble fails and Shangyuan Bingzhu does not succeed in defending our bases, if someone precious to me ends up falling, then I'll make sure that even the world itself regrets touching what it shouldn't have touched." Lilith closed her eyes slowly, trying not to let her worry show in her expression. "Don't worry, that Shangyuan surnamed girl and her mother are very powerful. Besides, as long as no abnormally powerful human or other race soul evolver appears, your troops should be able to hold out at each base while reinforcements arrive." Bai Zemin nodded silently. He did everything within his power. Not only had he gathered many talents, but he had also brought out of the shell people who previously did not have the courage to fight but were now powerful soul evolvers. Furthermore, due to his constant insistence, each and every soul evolver who followed him had at least slightly stronger records and purer soul power than those at their level. His transcendent faction was not weak at all. Even if Chuanyuan Wenchen fired a nuclear weapon at each of the faction's bases, which was unlikely even if he had control over at least one of the orbiting satellites, the Sky Destroyer had the ability to protect at least his family. "Once I return, there will be no one capable of opposing either me or my faction." Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes, and his aura became dominant as he thought to himself, Once China is under my control, my next target will be Russia to complete Evangeline's petition before finally heading to the East Sea. /////. An hour later, Serafina and Ellis approached Bai Zemin's door. "There was no need for you two to come all this way," said he while closing the door behind him and looking at the two princesses of this kingdom, not knowing whether to laugh or cry at the strange atmosphere surrounding them. Ellis seemed not to sense her little sister's animosity at all. She smiled at Bai Zemin's words and said without fear of expressing her thoughts, "Could it be that you just wanted me to come to your room?" Bai Zemin cleared his throat not only because of Ellis' words, but also because for a second, he thought he saw the legendary manifestation of anger aura right behind Serafina, just as he had read in many novels in the past. "Ellis, a princess shouldn't say those words," he said in a serious voice. However, Ellis shook her index finger and while winking playfully said in a clear voice, "You seem to forget something. Before I am a princess, I am a soul evolver. Although I was born in a castle and received the highest education in the world, my character was forged on the battlefield. Do you think my level can be reached by learning how to brew tea?" Bai Zemin shook his head, refusing to continue with this matter. Once the three of them arrived in front of the closed door of the throne room, he turned to look especially at Ellis as he said in a serious voice, "Ellis, I'll be honest with you. I don't quite know if you mean what you say or not, but regardless I must emphasize that I have no intentions of loving any other woman other than the one I already love." Bai Zemin sighed as he saw the surprise in the eyes of the first princess of Gales, and with a slight smile, he culminated his words, "Well, you are this beautiful and talented. I'm sure you'll eventually find the right man for you, one who isn't as disastrous and trouble-attracting as I am." Leaving those words behind, Bai Zemin left Ellis and Serafina for at least one of them to take some time to think about his words. After opening the door, he closed them tightly behind so as not to let anyone enter or hear the conversation that was about to occur. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 811 One Woman Man and Grand Pact, Part 2. The first thing that slightly caught Bai Zemin's attention after entering the throne room was the fact that King Philip was not sitting on his throne beyond the steps, as he was the first time the two met after Bai Zemin awoke from his comatose state. "You came." King Philip's voice was dignified. His back was to Bai Zemin, and his eyes looked beyond the huge light swallower on the ceiling, straight up at the distant stars. "I don't think I've said it properly yet, but I want you to know that I'm sorry for your loss," Bai Zemin said as he noticed the aura of loneliness surrounding the man. King Philip only made a small sound but said nothing more. At least now he no longer had to pretend to be fine. When he was facing a person who was overwhelming enough as the young man behind him, there was no point in pretending to look high and firm. After about 5 minutes of total silence, the King of Gales finally turned and looked at Bai Zemin with a slight smile that contained both appreciation and sadness. Appreciation for the young man in front of him, and sadness for the eternal departure of his loved one. "Zemin, do you really have someone you love?" Despite being slightly surprised by the question, Bai Zemin didn't even have to pause to think about the answer as he replied automatically. "That's right, putting aside things like status, power, appearance. It was she who was there for me in the darkest moments of my life. She not only helped me to survive, but also gave me hope and light in the midst of so much death and darkness. I owe her enough to swear to myself to make her happy at any cost." King Philip mistakenly assumed that Bai Zemin's strength and status were above the woman he spoke of. After all, it was hard for him to imagine a monster even more monstrous than the one before him. "For you to talk that way about her, and with such a gentle expression on your usually indifferent face, this girl must really be an excellent woman." Philip nodded with an understanding glance. "I am." Lilith nodded as she lifted her chin and puffed out her big chest, proud of herself. "She is." Bai Zemin chuckled and nodded. "Let me tell you a short story, rather, a summary of a long story," the king said and turned to walk towards the steps leading to his throne. However, instead of walking up the steps, he sat down on the first level and gestured for Bai Zemin to sit down. Bai Zemin obeyed and sat a short distance as he listened to the old man's words. "When I was still young, younger than you, I was not too bright, and all I had was my endless desire to improve myself. Thanks to my efforts, I managed to level up rather quickly, even though I couldn't fight enemies above my level like you, Liam, and many others can. One day, when I was around 17 years old, I met a 10-year-old girl when I visited the house of a noble family to pay my respects to the old master, one of the most important nobles in the kingdom, on his birthday. King Philip paused and let out a strange chuckle as his eyes looked at nothing in particular, lost in his memories. That 10-year-old girl not only surprised not only me, but left the entire noble family speechless when she stopped me in the hallway and confidently said that I would one day be her husband. A 10-year-old girl wanting to marry someone about to enter adulthood. Bai Zemin couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of such a scene occurring. Small kappa, letter window 07, letter window 07W, letter window 07, small kappa, a letter window to 0, letter window 07, small kappa, CO letter 1D0D. That reaction you just had was mine at that moment. I chuckled and tousled that girl's hair, taking her words as a joke that any girl of that age might make. King Philip looked at Bai Zemin with a strange smile and said slowly, "The life would surely give me a surprise 20 years later." Bai Zemin's smile froze, and King Philip continued. "During a hunt for monsters that were causing trouble in one of the farthest towns west of Gales, I met a very talented mage who, despite being only 30 years old, was already above level 80. After being friends for a few years, I gradually fell in love with her. Until a decade later, I confessed my feelings. Can you guess what her words were?" Bai Zemin shook his head. King Philip laughed out loud and said with tears in his eyes, "She let out a chuckle and tousled my hair. Seeing my probably dumbfounded face, she said the following words to me, 'You see, I told you that someday in the future you will be my husband.' Ha 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 ha." Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he realized what was going on and where the king wanted to go. After laughing for a few seconds, Philip patted Bai Zemin's shoulder and said kindly, "Zemin, no one knows what tomorrow holds, but don't close your heart and mind to new possibilities. If you lock yourself inside your world and the shell you created by yourself, then you will never be able to see the surroundings. Who knows, there might be better options to choose from. What I mean by this is that today you love one woman, but maybe in 50 years you will love two or maybe three. You are still young. As time goes by you will understand my words better." Actually, King Philip's words made sense from many points of view. Bai Zemin himself was a person who tried not to close his world as he did not want to miss the opportunities that life put on his sides, and which he would not be able to see if he only looked ahead. Besides, it was also true that tomorrow was uncertain, let alone 100 or 200 years in the future. After all, as long as no one or nothing killed him, living at least 2 centuries was a given for the current Bai Zemin, considering the purity of his soul power. However, he still shook his head. Small kappa, letter window 07, letter window 07, letter 1D21, letter 1D07, small cap B, small cap N, O letter 1D20, letter 1D07, small cap L. C O letter 1D0D. I understand what your majesty means, but I think I speak for Ellis as well when I say that she doesn't love me at all. Child, do you think love is a simple thing that can be shaped just like that? King Philip shook his head and pointed out, there is only one way 2 existences can fall in love, and that is through shared experiences. It's not about time. 2 existences can live together for decades without developing feelings, but 2 existences that were only together for 1 month could fall in love if they experience enough hardships and joys together. Bai Zemin nodded in complete agreement with King Philip's point of view. After all, the same thing had happened in his case with Lilith. She had been his guiding light in the darkness. At the same time, he had shown her without even realizing that not all things in life were bad, and that one could always find a reason to move forward. Ellis and Seraphina inherited the skill Fate Eyes from their mother, so unless your destiny is too abnormal and powerful, Ellis' words will probably come true. King Philip said kindly, "But you don't need to think about it too much, just let life take its course. Whatever is destined to be will be, and we can't help it, don't you think?" Bai Zemin smiled slightly and said in a wry voice, "It is funny that you say those words to me, words that I said in my room only 1 hour before." He decided not to pursue the matter of Ellis any further. Although Bai Zemin felt some curiosity about the skill Fate Eyes, he somehow felt that the first Princess of Gales was not destined to be his future wife, in the unlikely event that Bai Zemin would accept someone else besides Lilith. He decided to let life take its course, as the king had just suggested. "So why don't you tell me about what you have in mind?" King Philip also became serious. Bai Zemin smiled slightly, and his eyes sparkled. Slowly, he began to explain the not-so-crazy madness that had occurred to him. 30 minutes later, King Philip, sitting on his throne, looked at Bai Zemin, who was standing in the center of the room with a dumbfounded look on his face. You are crazy. Bai Zemin chuckled at King Philip's affirmative, non-question. Maybe I am. He nodded with a faint smile on his face and remarked, however, it is precisely because of my craziness that I have managed to survive and make it this far. At least, I can say that my craziness turns out well most of the time. After a long silence, the king asked in a curious voice, and what happens the other times? Bai Zemin looked away and said quietly, explosions that almost killed me and my allies. King Philip wanted to curse out loud, but all he did was stare silently at the young man meters ahead, as the corner of his mouth twitched a couple of times. Bai Zemin looked at the king and said in a serious voice, I believe you are also aware of the current situation Gales is in. Even if the parent kingdoms do nothing, the other kingdoms will not take it quietly the fact that you have captured their princes and princesses, which would have been much worse if you had killed them. I'm sure that apart from the kingdoms involved with the demons, all the other kingdoms will unite to oppress Gales to the point of weakening it in order to devour it completely. King Philip closed his eyes and tiredness overwhelmed him, though he did nothing to prevent his body from relaxing on his throne. He understood perfectly well that the current situation was horrible for Gales. After a few seconds of silence and with his eyes still closed, he inquired in a low voice, How confident are you? Bai Zemin's lips curved slightly and he said in a cold voice, As long as a fourth-order soul evolver or a third-order soul evolver above level 130 with a combat capacity comparable to Liam Anworth's doesn't appear, my current self has 200% confidence. Fourth order, King Philip shook his head secretly. Eventide world did not have such an existence at all, however. In that case, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The king opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, There is a truly terrifying existence in this world that should indeed be able to be your equal in combat. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and slowly said, The Demon Lord. That's right, it is the Demon Lord. The King of Gales nodded and said in a serious voice, In the past, the number of human kingdoms was 50. However, one of these kingdoms was destroyed by the demon race with the Demon Lord leading them. Even when 50 kingdom kings united, it was not enough to defeat him, and they could only hold each other back as the demons slaughtered humans. Despite the slight surprise he felt in his heart, Bai Zemin was still confident, therefore, he said firmly, If the Demon Lord and I clash in the open field with no one around us, then victory will be mine. A single attack will be more than enough to end his life even though it will require risking mine. King Philip felt his heart move as he heard the confidence in Bai Zemin's voice. At the same time, he was filled with awe at what he had just heard. Had it not been for the fact that he had seen how this first-order level 50 existence in front of him completely overwhelmed even a demon general, he would never have believed the crazy things Bai Zemin had just said, and probably would have called the guards to lock him in a dungeon. Still, the king had a big doubt in his heart. Why would you be willing to risk your life for Gales? I don't think you owe us that much to go to these extremes, not to mention the fact that you've already paid more than enough with the help you've given us, and the third-order soul stone you left days ago. I'm very grateful to everyone Gales, but indeed, my gratitude is not enough to make me stay in this world for months at the cost of risking returning to my world, to find everything I have worked hard to build turn to ashes, and the people who are important to me dead. Bai Zemin said in a deep voice. After a moment of silence, he revealed his true goal. I will keep my word as long as you promise to give me a copy of all the formulas to make potions, copies of the blueprints to build the attack towers on the walls of Bearcrest City, information to tame mutant beasts and use them as mounts. For the next 2-3 minutes, Bai Zemin opened his lion mouth and said he basically wanted everything. However, what he was offering in return was much more than what he was actually asking for. Indeed, after several minutes of silence, King Philip opened his eyes and looked at Bai Zemin for a full minute without expression. Moments after those 60 seconds passed, a faint smile was born at the corner of his lips. I like it, risky, but I like it. Bai Zemin smiled back and said calmly, Without risks, the rewards will be nothing but crumbs left behind by the true victors. King Philip stood up and said in a deep voice, Very fair, boy. I will join you in this craziness of yours. An unattractive and rather fierce smile appeared on Bai Zemin's face as he muttered under his breath, It's my pleasure to do business with you. Lilith, who was watching and listening to everything from the side, rolled her eyes at the sight of Bai Zemin's smile. However, she knew that this path would be filled with blood and death, a path that would not be easy to travel even for him. //////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 812, Lilith's Training. The day after Bai Zemin and King Philip met behind closed doors in the throne room. Standing on top of the northern walls of Bearcrest City, a group of soldiers guarded the two princesses of the kingdom while looking up at the sky as if they were waiting for something. A few minutes later, several black silhouettes shot into the sky from the back of the castle, and in less than a minute, those same black silhouettes flew over the city more than 1,000 meters above the heads of the citizens, who raised their necks in astonishment at the sight of the shadows forming on the ground. Diurnal Bat. The royal family really mobilized the diurnal bats. Looks like the news that some princes and princesses betrayed our human race is true after all. But aren't those too many diurnal bats? Are there more than 40 messages to send? The citizens began to discuss with concern as they watched the creatures moving farther and farther away with each flap of their wings, until they could no longer see them due to the distance and the buildings. The news of what had happened on the mountain behind the royal castle naturally could not be contained from the citizens of Gales. After all, not only were there soldiers that day, but also the relatives of the soldiers who had lost their lives in the war against the demons 3 days before. The only good thing was that no one knew that the King of Gales was planning something much bigger, or else the panic among the citizens would have already reached levels impossible to control. Although many were nervous about the future, and the fear of the war that had recently occurred was still lingering, as long as there were no large-scale wars as happened 3 days ago just outside the city, they were willing to accept anything. High up on the walls, the first princess and the second princess watched as the diurnal bats began to slowly split apart as they approached the distant horizon before finally becoming dots too small to be seen by anyone, and then disappearing. Father is really planning something very big this time, Seraphina whispered with apprehension in her voice. Except for times of war, flying mounts are not mobilized in groups of dozens, but the strange thing is that there were only messengers on the backs of the bats. Ellis frowned and said with some annoyance in her voice, "This morning I tried to ask Dad what was happening, but all he said was that in a few days we would all find out. I tried to talk to Bai Zemin about it too, but when I went to his room I couldn't find him anywhere." Seraphina sighed, and as she turned to go back to the castle said softly, "I guess we can only wait for now." After Seraphina left in the company of some members of the group that represented Gales in this generation's competition of kingdoms, the frown on Ella's face grew even stronger as the uneasiness in her heart began to grow, and as she looked off into the distance couldn't help but mutter in a voice that only she could hear. "What are you planning, Bai Zemin?" //. In the forest of the ancients, deeply immersed in what was once the territory of the demon race. The blue flames had consumed all life for miles around the central area of the forest of the ancients. From demons to trees and plants, everything had been turned to ash, and the ground had been scorched to the point where rocks melted and turned into glowing lava. In an area surrounded by mountains and large rocks that had only been partially melted because they were on the edge of the demon's territory, explosions had been blowing constantly for several hours. Booms, boom, 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 boom. Although there was a short period of silence between explosions, that period of time was slowly but surely getting shorter. While it was true that occasionally a lone orc or mutant beast would appear and approach attracted by the noise, no living existence managed to survive for too long, and the pile of battered corpses strewn everywhere was proof that the perpetrator was in no mood for games. Boom! After destroying a rock over 10 meters high and half as wide, Bai Zemin stopped and turned to look at Lilith, who was glaring at him indifferently several meters behind. "Say, Lilith, is it really necessary for me to do this?" Bai Zemin asked as he looked at his weapon, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Using a whip really doesn't fit me at all, you know that, right? Going from using a heavy weapon weighing several tons to using this light string is not something easy and pleasant. To be bluntly honest, the damage of a whip is too small and doesn't suit the path I walk." He had been waving around for several hours a mutant beast hamstring after Lilith brought him to this forest as soon as they woke up. What confused Bai Zemin the most was that she was being especially serious about it, and when he tried to explain to her that whips were not his forte, she rejected any kind of logic. This was the 4th time Bai Zemin had told her that there was no point in continuing this kind of training. At the end of the day, for a wielder of a heavy weapon such as Bai Zemin's greatsword, there was no logic in using whips, not to mention the fact that he was not good with whips at all. Although the super warrior skill made Bai Zemin a fluent existence with almost every weapon in the existence, the whip was curiously one of those weapons of which the skill did not bestow dexterity or knowledge other than the basics. Lilith looked at Bai Zemin in silence for a few seconds, and seeing that he really wasn't too enthusiastic about it, she decided to show him how blind he was being. She looked at one of the mountains over 300 meters away and said in a lazy voice, "Attack that mountain over there." With the whip, Bai Zemin looked at her with wide eyes. "Not with the whip," she shook her head and said calmly. "Use your Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words and use every point of strength you have to hit the mountain." This. Bai Zemin looked at the 250-plus-meter high mountain and said in a low voice, "The mountain will be destroyed if I attack without holding back. Even if this world is more robust than Earth, my current strength is comparable to that of a level 140 or 150 soul evolver. Stop being a little girl and attack the mountain once and for all." Lilith frowned and growled under her breath. Bai Zemin raised both hands in surrender. After taking out his greatsword from the storage ring, and as he walked towards the mountain, he couldn't help but think that even women who had already reached the level of higher existences became grumpy when certain days of the month arrived. As Bai Zemin reached the foot of the mountain, he looked back over his shoulder, and seeing Lilith nodding at him, he finally gave up. Bai Zemin brought his greatsword behind him on the right side of his body as he stood sideways, and after clinging tightly to the hilt, the muscles in his arms swelled. With a fierce swing and low growl, the air exploded, generating loud bangs as the giant sword slammed towards the mountain. Boom! The ground shook and the mountain shattered a second after Bai Zemin completed the swing with his weapon. Boulders of all sizes flew everywhere, and as they fell to the ground, cracked after exploding noisily. Standing in front of what was a mess of rocks with only a small elevation above his height, Bai Zemin slowly straightened his stance, and after stabbing the tip of his greatsword into the ground, he turned to look at Lilith. "And now what?" he asked, unsure of how he should feel. Lilith said nothing in response. She picked up the mutant beast hamstring that Bai Zemin had thrown on the ground earlier and then walked towards him. "Do you mind if I borrow your weapon for a moment?" Lilith asked as she pointed at the giant sword with crimson lightning flashes. Smolkappa letter winda 07 letter winda 07 letter winda to win letter winda 07 smolkappa smolkapin a letter winda to 0 letter winda 07 smolkapol co letter 1d0d. "Oh sure, no problem." Bai Zemin made a gesture of invitation quickly. As he watched her attach the hilt of the weapon to the mutant beast hamstring, Bai Zemin couldn't help but point out with a slight frown, "Lilith, you've been behaving a bit weird since this morning. Is something wrong? Whatever it is, you can talk to me about it. While I may not be able to be of much help with your problems, I can at least try to help you find a solution." Without stopping her movements and making sure that the tip of the mutant beast hamstring was firmly attached to the hilt of the greatsword, Lilith said in a clear voice, "It's nothing like that. Rather, I realized that there was no point in trying to keep you away from some things." "Keep me away from some things," Bai Zemin repeated softly as he looked at her with eyes full of confusion. Lilith said nothing more, and after finishing the job, she held out her right hand with the other end of the mutant beast hamstring in her palm. Her ruby eyes looked into his black eyes with clarity and said slowly, "Here." He grabbed the end of the whip by instinct, and just as he was about to ask something, Lilith explained, "See that mountain over there? Go ahead and use every point of strength to strike again, just like you did with the previous mountain. Except this time, I want you to use the mutant beast hamstring to spin your weapon in the sky before swinging." Bai Zemin's expression changed upon hearing this, and he finally realized what Lilith wanted to achieve by making him use a whip. By adding not only the swinging force, but also the speed as well as the height to the slashing force and the gravity of the world, the power behind Bai Zemin's attack would be completely different from before, even though he would be using the same number of points. However, was it really possible to use this kind of attack in real combat? One time should be fine, but in a constant battle between two high-level soul evolvers with great agility, at least Bai Zemin couldn't see how such a thing could even be possible. He did not argue and did as Lilith asked. Stopping about 200 meters away from another mountain slightly taller and sturdier than the previous one, Bai Zemin threw his great sword towards the sky, and using his right arm quickly began to twist the mutant beast hamstring. Boom, boom, booms, boom, boom. For every second that passed, the speed at which the mutant beast hamstring was spinning became faster and faster without the pressure of the wind, and thus, The speed at which the large sword attached to the other end was moving did not stop increasing. In just a few seconds, the sky began to rumble slightly, and by the time 30 seconds had passed by, Zemin found himself in disbelief as he felt the earth beneath his feet tremble. Hold on until you can't stand the pressure and then strike. Bai Zemin barely heard Lilith's words only thanks to her shouting, and soon enough his expression changed as he realized that the surrounding air was being carried somewhere. However, when Bai Zemin looked up at the sky and noticed the huge swirl of red lightning that had formed in the sky, his face turned pale. This attack, if he hit the mountain in front of him with this thing, Bai Zemin had no doubt that the result would be absolutely and totally different from before. After a few more seconds, Bai Zemin could not help but roar from the bottom of his heart as he felt the muscles in his arm begin to go numb, and without further hesitation, he made the move to slash with a sword. Not even a fraction of a second passed when the greatsword impacted against the mountain, however. Bai Zemin felt no resistance at all, unlike the previous time. He released his grip on the mutant beast's hamstring and hurriedly put his arms in an X shape in front of his face. The shockwave hit him full in the chest, and even with 30% being suppressed by his Solitude's armor of infinite trials, Bai Zemin felt some pain in his chest, and his face contracted slightly as the remaining 70% pushed his body more than 200 meters backwards. Even after a full 20 seconds, the earth continued to rumble along with the sky that seemed to shake, even though the cause was the mass movement of the ground, and the air spreading everywhere once again. Lilith looked at the hell of crimson lightning that had spread everywhere along with the destruction caused by the previous attack, and could not help but sigh in her heart. This was a practically completely physical attack with no magic at all. Ironically, and despite being so simple, only a handful of existences in the universe would be able to handle the pressure without losing one or both of their arms. When Bai Zemin finally opened his eyes and looked ahead, he found it hard to believe what he was seeing. The mountain from before was nowhere to be seen. There were not even small rocks on the ground to prove that it had ever existed. However, apart from a huge crater at least 4,000 meters in diameter, two other mountains that were not there before had formed in the crater with a clear cut in the center, the place where the greatsword had cut through. Counting his treasures, he had used the same 1025 strength points for both attacks, but the results of both trials had been completely different. The level of destruction of this attack was very close to the activation of Bai Zemin's most destructive skill, Crimson Blood Judgment, without boosting it with more mana than normal, and without the endless blue lotus flame or the mystic pendant. // Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3.